You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hello, I'm Greg, and welcome to an evening of old-time radio and our Spies, Spies, Spies OTR video. Check it out. Espionage radio shows have been around since before World War II, in the 1930s when Agent K7 chased shady European spies as enemies of democracy. Once the rumors of war began, and then the war itself, more spy shows came into being, with the antagonists usually being German. Like most radio shows at the time, a fair amount of patriotic propaganda was put into shows during the war, not just spy shows, painting our enemies as the evil adversaries wearing black, and us and our allies as the good guys with the white hats, which is of course totally understandable. It's still done today, always has been, always will be. Once the war was over, the spies in most shows changed their focus to drug smugglers or international kidnappings, or in the 1950s, to our nuclear competitor states. Shows like I Was a Communist for the FBI, for instance, focused on the Soviet Union. But in all of them, regardless of the time period, the listener roots for the good guy pursuing and eventually foiling the evil plots of the bad spy. Just like in crime and detective shows, we like to see the good guys win and the criminals get their comeuppance. The only difference between traditional crime detective shows and spy shows is that instead of thugs and cops, it's agents of one nation versus agents of another nation. Spy shows were very popular in the 40s and 50s, full of intrigue, adventure, romance, action, and mystery. Today I put together a collection of great spy and espionage old-time radio shows for you. Cloak and Dagger with Raymond Johnson and Everett Sloan, based on true stories. My Name is Adam Kane, a South African spy show featuring a British spy a la James Bond, played by Don McCorkindale and Richard Cox, who battled evil European agents and always got the beautiful dames. Undercover Carson, an Australian show about British secret agent Bruce Carson, played by Barry Cookson. Counterspy, that ran during and after World War II, featuring the secret agent David Harding. The adversaries were German during and Japan during the war, and then communist after the war. Mr. Moto, played by James Monks, who, unlike the film version, is a Japanese-American and is an international secret agent, battling communism and the occasional murderer or blackmailer. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall as Agent Ken Thurston / Mr. X, an American spy, and many, many others. Cloak and Dagger, Secret Agent K7 Returns, Speed Gibson, Dangerous Assignment, and espionage episodes from Escape, Suspense, and CBS Radio Mystery Theater. As always, each episode has been remastered and optimized to meet your high-quality audio standards. So sit back and enjoy these old-time radio espionage shows, and as always, thanks very much for watching.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens, who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. In today's adventure, The Secret Box, concerning an American agent who was sent into a Japanese-infested jungle to take back a prisoner, the role of John Marco, the OSS agent, is played by comedy star Jerry Lester. The story is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
I always carried this little box around with me. I never knew when it might come in handy. It was about as big as a small lunchbox, Well, to begin at the beginning, I happened to be in the radio room at OSS headquarters in Bamo that night when the message came through.
Have important Japanese captive for you. Can you come get him? Come soon. Jap, that's all only
So that's how Harry Stevens and I happened to be in an AT-18 flying over Agent Terry's position about 86 miles behind enemy lines in Burma. And like I say, I had this little box in my knapsack. Oh, in case I forgot to mention it, my name is Johnny Marco. Snappy songs and witty sayings. Just mention my name in Sheboygan. Oh, they love me in Sheboygan.
Yeah, I know, Marco.
Hey, Harry, did I ever tell you about my last date in Frisco before I went overseas?
I can hardly wait.
Her name was Rose. She had a name like a flower and a face like a weed. I called her Cream of Wheat because she was so mushy.
Marco, I have but one thing to say to you.
Well, talk to me.
I hope you live to be as old as you joked.
You know the trouble with you, Harry? You don't realize you're carting around $1 million worth of talent. I tell you, they love me.
In Sheboygan, I know.
The city, yeah.
Now, hang on. Gonna take a dive, see if I can find the landing strip.
We had figured our checkpoints carefully. But when we reached our rendezvous, all we could see was a rough field with a Buddhist pagoda at the far end. Nothing else. No landing strip, no markers, no one waiting downstairs. Just a rough field covered with brush. We knew something must have gone wrong.
I don't get it, Marco.
Well, the Japs probably closed in and they're afraid to come out of hiding.
Oh, great. Live Jap prisoners aren't dropped in our laps every day.
Hey, Harry.
Huh?
Who is this Agent Terry, anyway?
Oh, missionary. Been working with the tribe of Anglo-Burmese for years. Colonel says he's already radioed back a lot of information on enemy position. This is the first prisoner he's ever taken. What a rotten break.
Well, look, circle around again. Maybe we'll see something.
Nope. Better head back before we run into trouble ourselves.
Hey, Harry, Harry, look. Look, the brush. It's being yanked away.
Yeah, I see it. Look, those natives. They're putting up the white marker stripe.
The safe to land panel's out. Gee, it's like seeing something pop before your eyes.
Let's go.
That landing strip came out of nowhere. Just all of a sudden, there it was. The plane bumped the ground and rolled in. Well, we kept the motor still running in case of a Jap trick. And we sat there and waited for whatever was going to happen next. Harry, look. Something or somebody's coming out of that clump of bamboo at the end of the field.
Yeah. Keep your hand on your gun. I'll make a quick getaway if I have to.
Check. Harry, natives.
Yeah, but are they friendly?
Spears. Hey, they're armed. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
There's a white woman with them.
I am Mrs. Terry, gentlemen. One would never suspect I was an agent who had run.
Well, what's the angle? I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's very simple, really. My husband, the late Reverend Oscar Terry, a God-fearing man, went to his rest a few months ago.
You mean, ma'am, that you're the agent who's been sending all that information to OSS headquarters in Bommel?
Naturally. This is Lin Chow. I suppose you'd call him the right-hand man. Say, how'd you do, Lin?
How you do? Hi.
Lin, incidentally, sent the radio message. He does so enjoy tinkering with mechanical devices. I showed him how to use it. Unfortunately, however, my husband, the late Reverend Oscar Terry, a God-fearing man, was the only one of us who knew how to take it apart and put it together again. Lin.
Yes, Miss Terry?
That radio, you have it?
Have it here.
Excellent. Captain, would you either have this replaced in Bommel with new parts or have a new radio dropped over to us?
Why, sure, Mrs. Terry. I'll see what can be done for you.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, fancy. I almost forgot. We have a Japanese prisoner for you.
There were about a half a dozen natives a short distance away standing around the cart. In it, they had a Jap officer with his hands and feet tied. They dragged him over.
Get down. Get out of cart. Down. Get down.
He was a surly character. Maybe I would be under the same circumstances. Anyway, he didn't say a word, just glared at us from under the bloody bandage around his head.
Here is your guest, gentlemen. Colonel Sawaka, the Japanese High Command. He resisted arrest rather strenuously, so it was impossible to avoid banging him around a bit. Well, goodbye now, and good luck, and do give my regards to your colonel.
We loaded Colonel Sawaka into the small plane. as we swung over the field, we looked down and saw that all trace of the strip had completely disappeared. The brush was replaced and there was nothing. Only jungle.
How's our friend Colonel Sawaka doing, Marco?
Well, he's a little tied up at the moment. Hey, friend, how you doing? Friend doesn't want to talk.
You know something? That's the best audience you'll ever have, Marco. One who can't understand English.
Oh, come on now, will you, Harry? Hey, maybe you got something. Hey, friend, did you know that the former ruler of Russia was called the Tsar? His wife was called the Tsarina? And you know what they called his kid? Get a load of this. Zardine. Yeah. You know, I think you're right, Harry. Friend obviously doesn't understand a word of comedy English. Hey, what's that?
That bad guy. They spotted it.
Can we get away from him?
Well, we can try.
I'm climbing, Harry. Be 1,000 feet in about a half a minute.
It's no good. Can't get out of range this way.
Well, what do we do?
I'll level off and head for home. I can't get away from him. I'm just climbing.
You did it. We're out of range now. I think.
I just spoke too fast.
Trouble?
Yeah, Black must have hit one of the engines. It's knocked out.
Oh, fine.
Well, it could have been worse. I can get us back on one.
Oh, brother, if you were your sister, I'd marry you.
Oh, you're a big-hearted guy. You know that, Marco.
Well, I don't go around proposing every day.
You better go back and see how Friend is doing.
Friend Colonel Sawaka doing extremely well. Thank you.
What?
Give me your hands on the flying instruments, Captain.
Hey!
And you, Lieutenant, give me your hands in the air. Way in the air. I thank you.
Oh, you dirty dog face, you spoke English all the time.
Enough to tell you that if you do not do as you are told, I put the bullet through your head. I thank you, Lieutenant, for being gone within easy reach.
Can you do anything, Marco?
Quiet.
Nothing, he's got it.
Quiet, do not talk. Just to continue to fly a plane.
So Harry kept the plane steady, his back to our friend. And I just stood there and watched Colonel Sawaka as he manipulated the parachute and buckled it on, changing the gun from one hand to the other as he put his arms through the straps of the chute. Then he opened the handle of the waist door.
I will say goodbye now. It was an unpleasant ride.
Why, you
hands
should...
in the air. Keep the hands in the air. Much better. Now I shoot you both. Then I jump.
Goodbye, friend. Don't forget to write.
Jerk shouldn't have opened the waist off first. All I had to do was bank the plane over on its side, and we lost him.
Yeah, we lost him all right. Uh-oh. His chute opened. Oh, fine.
Mission unaccomplished. Well, anyway, it was a nice ride.
Glad you thought.
The second engine couldn't take the strain of that flip-flop.
Is it sunken out?
Yeah. It's cocked. All right, hit the silk, Marco. We better bail out.
I made it okay. Rolled over a couple of times when I landed and pulled the chute down. But it was another story with Harry. As he bailed out, his slipstream caught him, flung him back against the horizontal stabilizer, and cut a gash in his head. Miraculously, his chute opened, and he drifted into the green jungle and landed upside down in the top of a tall mahogany tree. Harry, are you all right? Can you talk?
Marco, shroud line of the chute. It's tangled. Can't get out. My head, I cut it.
Yeah, I see.
Marco, get me down.
Yeah, easy, boy, now. I'll do something. Something? But what? I tried to climb the tree to reach him, but it was no use. The trunk was bare, smooth, and I kept slipping back. It was as if the two of us were in the middle of a nightmare. Harry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can't climb that lousy tree. It's too slippery. There's nothing for me to hold on.
Marco, it's no use.
Oh, what do you mean it's no use?
If you waste time standing there, you'll be caught. There's Japs all around. You know that as well as I do.
Harry, will you listen to me?
Now you listen to me. Get away now, will you? You may have seen the plane.
Oh, shut up. Now, will you shut up?
Get out or we're both dead ducks. I know I am, anyway. Just do one thing. Marco?
Yeah?
Don't leave me here to starve or fall into Jap hands. Maybe you can make it back alone.
You're nuts. Now, I couldn't do that.
Just don't leave me to starve, Marco, please. Please, huh? Shoot me first. Through the head, Marco. Please.
I knew he was right. I couldn't leave him.
Please, Marco.
Not that way. And I couldn't stay.
Marco!
Well, I took the 45 from the holster at my belt. When I heard the dry click of the hammer being drawn back, I broke out in a sweat. My hands started to get wet, too. I counted 1, 2.
Well, Lieutenant.
What?
From the looks of it, we're right in time.
Lin Tao and the natives went to work swiftly, knocking down a second smaller tree against the mahogany. They scaled it like cats to the base of the branch where Harry was hanging, tossed a loop of wrapped hand across the branch and pulled it toward him. Then they lifted Harry and passed him from hand to hand, lowered him gently to the ground. And all the time I just stood there next to Mrs. Terry, feeling the blood pounding in my head. And I put the pistol back into my holster.
Lynn, that other bandage, please.
Here. Here you are, Miss Terry.
Good fellow. Thank you so much. How's your head now, Captain Stevens?
Much better, thanks. I still don't understand. How did you
we
happen...
saw the Japanese attack hit your plane almost immediately after you left us. We came along to the jungle in case there should be need of us.
Lady, no one ever needed you more.
You say Colonel Sawaka escaped? Dear, what a pity. There now. I think that bandage will do till you get back.
Miss Terry.
Yes, Lynn?
Lin Tao say, leave now. Do not stay. Back to village.
Oh, yes, great. But that poses a problem. As I told you earlier, our radio is out of use,
So there's no way of contacting headquarters and telling them to send a plane for us?
Exactly, Lieutenant Marco.
Well, do you think we can make it back through enemy lines on foot?
Possibly. It'd take 5 or 6 days anyway.
Yeah, but it could be done, couldn't it? I mean, we could sneak through, couldn't we?
Bypass the Japs, so I don't know.
Can do. Lin Tao help. Take you.
Capital idea, Lin Tao. My husband, the late Reverend Oscar Terry.
A God-fearing man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He would approve heartily.
Lin Tao knew plenty of shortcuts, and we followed them, skirting Jap patrols all the way. There was something uncanny about the way he led us over miles of jungles. We kept our packs light because we had a pretty long hike ahead. But just the same, I kept that little box with me. I never knew when it might come in handy. Then we came to a small stream.
Must go through stream here. Take off shoe.
Well, wait a minute, Len. Why bother? We'll be wading through a lot of water, and why take our shoes off and on?
So as Lin say, if shoe get wet, feet wet all time. Many saw come on feet. Will not be easy for you to walk much distance to Bamo.
We crossed several more brooks, and we kept taking our shoes off and on and off. The jungle along the banks grew thinner, and so did we. The sun beat down harder. The water washed sand up around our knees. The shoes off and on and off. We'd splash and then stumble, then start walking again. A couple of days of this, we were pretty beat. Except for Iron Man Lynn.
Feel good.
Then the sun will have to hold up a while.
We'll rest here, near stream.
Hey, this is an ideal spot for a picnic. 50 million insects can't be wrong. Got you first, you little foreigner.
Hey, Marco, got any water left? My canteen's dry.
Yeah, sure, here.
That's all you got?
It's okay. Go ahead, drink.
Lynn, that's all the water we got?
Lin Tao say, do not worry. Watch. I will show what to do so you know.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you digging a hole in the sand?
Watch. First, dig small hole in sand near stream. Place leaf in bottom, like this. Now when water come through sand and leaf, it not be muddy. Can drink.
Hey, that's the greatest. The leaves act like a filter, you mean?
Water is clear. Drink it with your hand. Will not hurt you now.
This Lin Tao had a dozen cute little tricks like that. He'd have been a riot in vaudeville. Well, the next morning we were back on the trail, pushing our way through sharp blades of grass. And all of a sudden we heard the tinkle of an iron bell.
Hey, Lynn, what's that?
Escape book, elephant coming. Dangerous. Villager in jungle put iron bell on next to warn. Dangerous.
Guns, we've got guns. Let's shoot at him.
No, do not shoot. If bullets not go too high, it only make the elephant much angry. Do not shoot. Still.
The size of them. Look at the size of them. It's like being charged at by a 6-story
building. Still. Do not shoot yet. Only if we must.
Passed right by us.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't think we were worth noticing.
You know something, Harry? One thing I can't figure out about an elephant. With a tail at both ends, how does he know which end to sit on?
Oh, funny man. Come on, let's make time.
Lin Tao did our seeing and our thinking for us. He did everything but walk for us, and we got sort of used to leaning on him. Nothing could happen to Iron Man Lin. Only it did.
Oh!
Lin.
Harry, he's dead. That knife went right in his back.
Where'd it come from?
They came out of the jungle. At least 50 of them. Half-naked savages carrying long stalks of bamboo that had been sharpened to deadly points. Their leader was a giant. Must have been about 6'7". He held up his hand, and the sudden silence scared us more than the noise.
Come, Stanley.
What did he say? Did you understand him, Harry?
Look. Friends. Savvy friends.
No, friend. Come, Stanley. White devils.
White devils. That was us. They slashed off pieces of the vine ropes around the tree and twisted them about us so we could just move our legs. Then they pushed us ahead of them, through the gray daylight of the jungle, through the dim passages of winding lianas and climbing tropical plants. And above us, stray birds shot color through the overhanging trees. After about a mile, the path became a trail. The lianas were cut away. We tripped over some coconut husks by the side of a charred fire. We were coming into the village. Then Harry saw them first.
Marco, look. Up there on the pole.
Human heads. A row of skulls.
Headhunters. Marco, these are headhunters.
Move. Come, Stanley. Move.
Hey, look, Chief, you got it all wrong. Now, we're not devils. We're friends. Friends.
No.
No use, Marco.
American, you are right. It's no use.
Colonel Sawaka.
I am a great friend of these headhunters, for I warned them of your coming. Told them you are Quan Dan Li, white devils who come to bring a plague and a pestilence to them. It's no use. Chief, put the devils away.
Then, Quan Dan Li, Basha.
They untied us and threw us in a straw thatched hut they called a basha. Through the makeshift door, we could see the skulls on the poles. An endless row of them under the hot sun. And up the poles streamed columns of jungle ants, giving them an ancient burial.
Looks like the end of the line, Marco.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, Harry. That chief speaks a little pidgin English. He understands a little. Do you think we could reason with him?
It doesn't look like the reasonable type. Besides, our friend, Colonel Sawaka, got to him first. The tribe's convinced we're dangerous.
Yeah. About as dangerous as a glass of buttermilk.
A funny bucket.
That's Sawaka outside talking to the guard.
We got company.
I trust you are comfortable, Captain, Lieutenant.
Why don't you climb a tree, you little monkey? Ow!
Watch your tongue. Was the most fortunate for me. I found a way here to a friendly camp.
Sorry, I don't like your friend.
My friends do not like you either. Think you are devil Americans who bring evil to their people. Sleep well. Tomorrow you will join heads on poles.
In the morning, they brought us out. I guess we were pretty important because the big chief himself came over to tie us to the poles. Then I got an idea. I sneaked my hand in my pocket and grabbed a coin. Just held it tight.
Lee, tie you now.
Hey, Chief, look at this. What are you doing carrying dimes around in your ear? Well, what do you know? Another in your other ear. And here's one in your nose. Say, you're a pretty sly character, aren't you? Regular walking Bank of England.
Hey, Marco, what are you up to?
Just a couple of magic tricks if I can get away with them. I tell you, they love me in Sheboygan.
Magic.
That's right. Toba magic. Now, if you get me that knapsack you grabbed from me, I'll do more. See? Knapsack. Bag from back. Savvy? Remember, we'll do Toba.
Do not listen to Commander Lee. Cut off a head. Now.
Hey, Chief, look at this. Look at this. Now you see it. Now you don't. Presto. Coins disappear. Get knapsack or you'll disappear. Savvy?
Gunshot prune by Kula.
Boy, that coin trick got him, and the chief pushed Sawaka aside and sent one of his rover boys to get my knapsack. They brought it to me, and I took out the little box. I always knew it would come in handy sometime. Then the chief held up his hand again. And I went into my act. Rather, what an audience. And what a performance. Now watch closely, ladies and gentlemen. The hand is quicker than the eye. Presto changeo. I take this little glass of water, just an ordinary glass of water, if you will observe closely, and presto, it turns color.
You're doing great, kid.
One of my best shows.
I tell you, cut off the head.
You tell him, Chief.
Devils.
Go away, little man. You bother me. Now, for the next bit of magic, ladies and gentlemen. I pulled every trick in the book out of that little box. Drew cigarettes from the chief's ear. Pulled flowers out of empty pots. Yanked a dozen colored scarves out of a single white handkerchief. And then I broke a stick in half and put it together. Boy, did they love it. And now, for my final bit of hocus pocus, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Marco, why don't you try sawing Sawaka in half and forget to put them together again?
I got something better. As I was saying.
Hey, Marco, getting them over on his side. They're coming after.
Maybe this will stop them. Look what? Sign from God. Look. Stopped them all right. I pulled a beam blower out of the box, blew hot, and out came a tiny doll dressed in a Jap uniform. Without his head. And he floated to earth. The superstitious natives stepped back, afraid to come any closer. See? See, sign. Japanese is Kwandang Lee. God say so. Americans. Friends. Friends. Doll there on the ground. Japanese doll. Sign from God. Follow Great White Father and fight Japanese. Chief, you tell him. We told him, all right. The big trouble we had afterwards was keeping them from tearing Sawaka apart. We wanted them alive to take back to OSS headquarters in Bamo. Well, that's the story. The next day, the headhunters led us back through the jungle with our prisoner. There's only one thing I'm sorry about. Too bad Variety couldn't have caught my act. I tell you, they loved me in Burma.
Captain Harry Stevens and Lieutenant John Marco safely delivered Colonel Sawaka to OSS headquarters in Bamo, where he gave valuable information on Japanese war industry and finance. And so, once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Starred in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Marco was Jerry Lester, with Larry Haynes as Harry, Colonel Sawaka, Daniel Acco, Mrs. Terry, Irene Hubbard, the Colonel Raymond Edward Johnson. Others were Carl Weber, Arnold Robertson, and Jerry Jarrett. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon The music was under the direction of Murray Ross. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Kahn production in association with Alfred Hollander, as it was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
Step this way, ladies and gents, will you please? Now, before you move on to the Hall of Kings, I would like to show you the final exhibit in our Chamber of Horrors. Now, just mind yourselves while I pull back this curtain here. Yes. There he is. The most infamous murderer that Britain has ever known. The Axeman. He terrorized the good citizens of London for 6 blood-curdling weeks in the year 1922.
With a black mask on the dummy.
Well, that's what he used to wear, miss. He was never caught, you see, so we don't know what he looks like. But he always wore black and walked with a limp.
Oh, but how did he kill his victims?
Oh, with an axe, of course. Chop, chop, right down the middle.
Oh, ghastly.
Oh, yes, he was the right one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And off you go now to the Hall of Kings. Thank you very much. Goodbye now.
Come on, mate. Come on.
Will you be here all by yourself now?
Only for 10 minutes, miss. Till the next party comes along.
Doesn't it frighten you being with all these wax dummies and things?
No, not a bit of it.
Oh, yes, I better catch up with the party
Oh,
then.
yes, miss, you better step lively. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
My pleasure, miss. Oh. Might as well have a fag. Wait for the next lot to come through. Wish I could put my feet up. What's that? What's that sound? Footsteps. Someone walking with a limp. Are you with it? Who's there? It's him. It's the Axeman.
Revlon, the creators of That Man and Pup, essentially male grooming aids, present Adam Kane in A Light Touch of Terror.
Come on, love. Hurry up.
Coming.
Come on, darling. Let's find a seat. There we are. Nice and comfy.
Charming, I must say.
Well, what's the matter with you, then?
Didn't help you onto the bus, did you?
Well, it would have gone if I hadn't jumped on board.
Charming.
You women are always raving on about equality. You've just had some of it and you're moaning.
Men can still be gentlemen. Oh, I like the gentleman.
Get away.
Okay, you're impossible.
What are we going to do tonight, then?
I don't know. We could go to the pictures. There's a good one on at the Swiss Cottage Odeon. Spy picture.
You don't fancy the ballet, do you?
Ballet? Oh, I can't go to the ballet with my hair like this. Can I go home and do my hair first?
Let's go to the pictures.
You're funny one. But I like you.
Why?
Because you got crinkly hair.
Oh, well. May as well look at my paper while I got the chance.
What did you do at work today?
Nothing much.
You never told me about your work. What did you do?
I'm a secret agent.
Oh, you're funny. Sorry, what do you mean so common?
Here, look at this.
What is it?
Caretaker murdered in Wax Museum. Killed with an axe.
Here, give me a look at that.
Yeah?
Elderly caretaker, Lionel Sturgis, killed with an axe. I was there.
Well, what are you talking about?
This old kid in the paper. I was there when he was murdered.
Yeah?
Oh, dear me, have you got a cold?
How can you tell?
This girlfriend of yours witnessed a murder.
Well, not exactly. But she was there in the Chamber of Horrors just before it happened.
I see. What was she doing in the Chamber of Horrors?
Looking at the dummies, I suppose.
How extraordinary.
Funny business. The old fella killed with an axe, and the Axeman is there in wax.
Axe? Wax? What are you talking about?
Well, they got a dummy of a famous murderer, the Axeman.
Oh, yes. I read a book about him. He was around in the 1920s.
You don't suppose he's come back to life, do you?
I should think that's most unlikely.
Funny, though, isn't it? It's as though the dummy came to life,
and got up and walked.
I suggest that you come to life and get up and walk. Right to your office.
No point in that, Viv. I've got nothing to do.
I'll ring Devenish. He'll find something.
Don't bother. I'll go and clear up my desk.
Devenish may want to reach you tonight. Where will you be?
Sitting at home with a nice big scotch.
And a girl.
It was lovely. Sitting at home with my feet up, glass in my hand, and good old Tchaikovsky on the stereo. Nothing to beat it. MI6 was going frantic trying to find something for me to do. But there was just nothing about. It's hard to believe, but even spies have it easy from time to time. Like I said, I was really enjoying myself. Good drink, good music, and you guessed it,
Adam?
a good bird.
Why don't you roast chestnuts on the fire?
Tricky.
Why?
We haven't got chestnuts, and we haven't got a log fire. Unless you want to try roasting them on a 2-bar heater.
Well, don't be daft.
Funny you seeing that old geezer just before he was killed.
Yeah, strange. That made me go all queer. Oh, I don't want to think about it.
I don't blame you. Are you cold?
Yeah. Can I put one of your jumpers on?
If you like.
In your bedroom?
Yeah, you'll find them in the cupboard.
Right, on your Sheik.
Off you go then. There was no doubt about it. She was a real smasher. Not much between the ears, but that didn't bother me. I watched her as she got off the couch and walked into the bedroom. What a lovely sight. I thought about her for a moment or two, and then I turned my thoughts to Tchaikovsky and lost myself in his music. I thought about the great composers and what sort of women they like. I didn't think about it for too long, though, because my concentration was broken by a sharp, piercing scream. Hang on, love. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, Adam!
Hey, love, what's the matter?
Oh, help me!
All right.
Oh.
Come on, darling, put yourself together.
I saw him, Adam. He was here.
What? Who was here?
The X-Man.
No, love, you must have been imagining.
I saw him.
Your imagination was working overtime. It's just because of that old bloke and your being there and all that.
He was in this room wearing a black hood.
No, calm down. Come over here.
What for?
Just come over here with me. Come on. Now, look at this window. Bolted from the inside. Nobody was in here. They couldn't have got in.
No, I suppose not.
Yeah, and you were just imagining things, weren't you?
Yeah, I suppose I must have been.
Come on back into the living room. I'll make you some coffee.
Oh, all right.
Come on. Hold my arm if you want to. Oh, sorry, love. It's my char lady. Always leaving things lying around for me to trip over. What the heck? An axe.
A joke. A joke in questionable taste.
Oh, yes. I've been laughing all morning. You don't believe me, do you?
I believe you.
I'll show it to you if you like. Bloody great axe.
Oh, do stop going on about it. I have more important things to think about.
All right. Read that.
What?
That.
Axeman strikes again. Second victim murdered in Chelsea. Good heavens.
Last night he killed another person. And last night he was lurking around my backyard.
I hope you called the police.
Of course I did.
I have something here that might interest you. Take your mind off all this nastiness.
What was that?
An invitation to spend the weekend with Sir Mungo Greaves. He's an MP. Got a place in Devon, near Camden. Very atmospheric.
Well, how does that interest me?
I'd like you to come with me. Nice weekend in the country.
Oh, it's not such a bad idea, but there's just one thing. Jill doesn't want to be by herself over the weekend. I said I'd stay with her.
Oh, that's a pity. You would have enjoyed it.
Wait a minute. If I went, couldn't she come with me?
What's her background?
What?
Sir Mungo is a very important man. Can she hold her own with the upper crust?
Her father's a lord.
Oh. Really?
Did he really tell you my father was a lord?
I'm afraid he did.
Oh, we've got to desist him here, Mertley.
Hello? A drink and a song. That's me.
Yes.
Oh, it was very nice of you to invite me along, Mr. Spencer Dickens. A couple of days in the country's just what I need.
How far to go now, Liv?
Oh, about 20 miles.
And what's he like, this Sir Mungo?
Very charming. Very well bred.
Mungo. A funny name.
It's a Scottish name. He's a very important man in the government, so I must ask you not to make any rude remarks about his name or anything else. Just be discreet.
He what?
Never mind.
I'm sure I like him. I'm sure he's terribly nice.
Richard.
Yes, Sir Munger?
When is Mr. Spencer Dickens arriving?
Oh, should be any time now. Adam Kane's coming too.
Oh, that's a bonus. That makes things very convenient.
Yes, it does.
Go and see that their rooms are made ready.
Yes, Sir Munger.
Oh, and Richard.
Sir?
You don't forget to sharpen the axe. You can take the cloth as well, Hobbs.
Very good, sir. My congratulations to the cook. An excellent meal, Sir Munger.
Oh, you're very kind.
Did you cook it yourself, then?
As a matter of fact, I did.
Oh, do tell me what you put in the trifle.
I'd be delighted. Just after we've had coffee. Gentlemen, shall we take our brandy to the fire?
Jolly good idea.
Like that, sir.
Oh, Hobbs. Coffee, please.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Well, I must say it's a great pleasure to have you here. We don't see many people in this neck of the woods, do we, Richard?
No. It makes a change to have guests. Perhaps Mr. Kane would like to see my collection, Sir Munger.
Collection?
Yes, I have some fascinating relics of the Norman conquest.
Really?
Oh, yes, indeed. You must show him your battle axes, Richard. They're very interesting. Enormous great things. You could break a few heads with one of those, I'm sure.
If you don't mind, I think I'll retire. It's been a long drive.
Oh, you're not having coffee?
No, thank you. I'm not feeling too good. I'd like to go to bed. Excuse me.
Adam, what's the matter?
Oh, he'll be all right. He's just feeling poorly.
I'm terribly sorry, Sir Munger. That was extremely rude of him. I'll go and sort him out now.
Please, the man's tired. Leave him alone.
Perhaps you would like to see my collection, Mr. Spencer Dickens.
Yes, thank you.
Good idea. While you're doing that, I'll take the young lady on a tour of the kitchen. Come along, my dear.
Who is it?
It's Bill.
Just a minute. Come in, old son.
Now, what the devil was that all about? After dinner, walking out in our house. Now, really, Adam, I'm
sorry about that, Viv. But I wanted to get some information.
Information?
Yeah. I phoned Carson Street. They gave me some facts about our friend Richard Knox, the battle axe collector. According to head office, he's been involved with the KGB on more than one occasion.
Good heavens. What made you suspect?
The face. I've seen it in our files. I'll never forget her face.
Do you think we've been invited to this place for a reason? Perhaps we'll be whisked off in a helicopter and dropped in Siberia.
I don't know yet. Where's Jill?
She's gone to bed.
Go to her room and stay there, Viv. Don't leave her alone for a minute.
What?
Just do what I tell you.
What are you going to do?
Go to bed. And wait for the Axeman. 2 o'clock in the morning. Everything was dead quiet. I got out of bed, walked to the window and lit the fag. Mist. Lots of it. Sullen grey clouds were silhouetted against the moon, waiting for the sun to rise. Waiting. I was sure he was going to come. But don't ask me why. I fixed my eyes on the grounds below my window, lit another cigarette, and waited.
What's the time?
Nearly 4:30. I'm a fool, I must be. Waiting up all night for the Axeman. I've been seeing too many films. Hang on. Someone coming. I didn't waste any time. I propped up the bolster in my bed, made it look like a body, stepped back, and waited behind the door. There he was, all dressed in black and wielding a great big axe. Now look what you done. Knocked all the stuffing out of the bed.
Kane.
That's right. I caught him right on the jaw. He swayed on his feet, but only for a second, because I saw the moonlight catch the blade of his axe. It missed my head just by an inch, striking the floor. I only had a couple of seconds, so I used them. All right, mate. It's all over now. Let's get that mask off and take a look at you. Richard Knox. Well, what's it all about, Richard?
I don't have to say anything.
I reckon you've got a lot to say. 2 murders in London and trying to slice me in half tonight. I don't think that's very nice.
Mr. Kane?
Who's that?
Just me, sir.
Harvest the butler. God, what's been going on here?
It's none of your business, Oaks. Get back to bed.
What are you doing on the floor, Mr. Knox?
What's all this noise?
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Just look at this room.
Knox!
Get hold of the local police, Mungo. Tell them we've got the Axeman.
I find this all terribly distressing. I can't believe that Knox was an axe murderer.
He also worked for the KGB some time ago.
The KGB?
The Russian Secret Service, Sir Mungo.
Oh, yes. Yes, they're a nasty lot. I can't think I've known Richard all these years, only to learn he was a spy and a murderer.
You should be careful of the company you keep.
Yeah, you're quite right, Mr. Kane. Well, perhaps the police will be able to get some information out of him. I'll go down to the cellar and...
I think I'd better do that, sir.
I beg your pardon?
He's a dangerous man, Sir Mungo.
With respect, I think Adam had better take him to the police.
Just as you wish. Just as you wish.
Come on, Bill.
Oh, yes, all right.
Won't be a tick, sir.
Be careful now, won't you?
We will.
This whole setup is very strange.
How long did it take you to figure that out?
What do you think?
I think Sir Mungo is in with Knox. They set the whole thing up between them.
But why? What's the motive? Those two axe murders in London, it just doesn't make sense.
You're telling me, mate.
Do you think Knox is safe in the cellar? They wouldn't have let him out.
Impossible. I've got the under key. Down these steps. Here we are. How's it going, Ox?
Oh, I ain't taken my eyes off that door for a minute. Not for a minute, Mr. Kane.
All right. We're taking him out now. All right, Knox. Knox?
He's not here.
Well, Anthony, where the heck did he go?
Begging your pardon, sir. But look over here. What? Good heavens. It's a priest's hide.
Yeah. Leading to a tunnel.
I didn't know about this, Mr. Kane. I swear I didn't.
Where does the tunnel lead to?
Well, only one place it could lead to, sir. The moors.
Don't worry. If he's here on the moors, Hassan will find him. Won't you, Hassan?
Why didn't we get in touch with London?
Calm down. I've got everything sorted out.
Look! He's sniffing. Hey, you onto something, Hassan? He is, by George. In that direction. Come on. Now, where is... Hassan? Here he is.
Come on.
It's no good, Knox. Just stop where you are.
Put the dog under him.
Right. He's going for him. Hey, he's got him. Good boy, Hassan.
Let's go and get him.
Get off. Get off. Dog, all right. Hassan. Watch out.
Hello, Knox. You've led us quite a dance, haven't you?
Okay, the game's over. On your feet.
Not so fast, Mr. Kane. What? We've got you on the moors now. Very handy place for a murder, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that figures. KGB, Sir Mungo?
Quite correct. A commission to dispose of you, Mr. Kane.
And those two axe murders in London?
Something Richard and I cooked up. We thought we'd bring a famous murderer back to life. Kill one or two people.
Just for the heck of it?
For the fun of it. And, you tell him, Richard.
A series of murders. The work of a maniac. Adam Kane was going to be just another victim.
Why kill two innocent people?
To confuse the police. And you, Mr. Spencer Dixons. You see, I didn't want to give the KGB a bad name.
An unmotivated killing, like the two others. Where would the police start looking?
They'll start looking right here.
And they'll find what? Two victims of the Axeman. Oh, what's that?
And that's Jill coming, with the police. I've got her to tip them off.
Good thinking, Adam. You forgot about her, didn't you, Sir Mungo?
She's got Hobbs with her.
The police will be coming up behind.
Hello, darling.
Put your gun on them, Hobbs.
Hello, Adam.
Where are the police?
Oh, the police. Oh, they're not coming.
Not coming?
You heard what I said.
Permit me to introduce you to my niece, Miss Jill Greaves.
What?
That's right, Mr. Kane. I'm part of it.
Surprise, surprise.
I've been setting you up all along. A three-way plot.
Blow me down.
Precisely. Hobbs?
Yes, Mum?
Kill them. Kill them both.
You mean shoot them?
Yes. Now, do it.
Now, hold on a minute. You can't just shoot us in...
Shut up! Richard, Uncle Mungo, you better stand back. This won't be very nice.
Hobbs! You shot me. You... Don't move, either of you. Mr. Kane, get out of here. Take your mate with you and go and get the police.
Why the change of heart, Hobbs?
I didn't know about the killings. I thought it was all a game. I had to shoot him because sometimes people go too far, don't they?
So Hobbs was totally blind to their activities. Just a faithful retainer.
Yeah, I'm glad he did a bit of thinking on his own, though.
What about that girl?
What about her? Murderous little blighter. She killed that old geezer in the waxworks.
Charming. So much fuss and bother just to get rid of us.
I loved it. Every murderous bit of it. Well, I'm off.
Oh, where are you going?
Why, thought I'd take a stroll down Baker Street. Have a look at Madame Tussauds.
Get out of here.
My name is Adam Kane. Is broadcast each week at this time with Don McCorkindale as Adam Kane. The series is written by Dale Cutts, produced by Margaret Heel, and brought to you by Revlon, the world's leading fashion color house, makers of Moondrops, Natural Wonder, and the Revlon cosmetic ranges.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to prevent a revolution with just two weapons, an old beat-up railroad timetable and an empty matchbook. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to South America.
Well, what do I do when I get there?
I don't know.
You don't? Hey, let me have that again.
You heard me. I don't know. It's a very nasty mess. That's why I'm sending you.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not. Okay, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Take a look at this map of South America, Steve.
Yeah?
See these two countries?
Uh-huh. What about them?
One of them's friendly to us. The other, well, not so friendly. And right now, they're accusing the friendly country of plotting against them with our aid.
What? Now, look.
Sure, it sounds crazy, but unfortunately, there seems to be some pretty damaging evidence in existence.
What kind of evidence?
Some letters supposedly written by General Avila, the president of the friendly country. Plans concerning this plot are discussed in those letters.
Are they genuine?
Well, that's one of the things you're going to find out. General Avila, of course, denies ever writing them, but officials of the other country who now have possession of the letters say they're genuine without a doubt.
How'd this other country get their hands on these letters?
Last night, President Avila's son-in-law was found in a town across the border, murdered. The letters were on his person. The theory is that he had double-crossed his father-in-law and was on his way to peddle the letters to this other country.
Well, where do I fit in this charming little deal?
Tomorrow morning, a meeting is scheduled in Sonoma, the capital of the friendly country.
Uh-huh. Why hold a meeting? Why not publish the letters?
Now, the meeting is to determine whether or not the letters are genuine. Representatives from both countries will be there. Now, Steve, the whole situation is very explosive. Get down to Sonoma. Work with Colonel Peralta of the military there and try to get to the bottom of this whole mess. And above all, see that our name is clear. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck. The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of getting dropped into a South American powder keg with people on each side of it holding matches in their hands. A real cinch. Well, it's Friday when my plane lands in Sonoma, and I head for the office of Colonel Peralta.
I am most happy you are here, Senor Mitchell, and I trust that working together, we will be able to clear both my country's name and yours in this unfortunate situation.
Look, as I get it, the country across the border from here claims to have in their possession some letters written by your president, General Avila.
Si, senor. They also claim that in these letters is evidence of a plot against them, a plot involving the support of your country.
Yeah? Have you seen these letters?
Oh, no, senor. They are in the custody of Senor Barrero, the representative from the other country.
Do you think your president actually wrote them?
Oh, I cannot bring myself to believe it, senor. General Avila is an old man in a wheelchair. What designs could he have on another country, particularly a country which is more powerful than we are?
I don't know.
Senor Mitchell, as second in command of my government, this places a heavy responsibility on me. I must either accept the proof or accept the consequences.
Well, I guess the first step is to get a look at these letters, Colonel.
Si, senor. And that we will be able to do shortly. The meeting will take place in 1 hour at the villa of Baron Ludwig.
Who's Baron Ludwig?
An ex-German nobleman who has been living in this country for several years.
How does he figure in this deal?
Oh, because of his interest in diplomacy and international relations, he has been selected as, what you might call a referee in this dispute. Come, we will drive to his villa.
Okay. Brother, some joint. This Baron Ludwig must be a well-heeled gent.
He seems to be quite wealthy.
Who all's going to be at this meeting, Peralta?
A delegation from the two countries, Baron Ludwig, and a few press correspondents. I believe that is Senor Barrero's suite there at the head of the stair there. I suppose I must compose myself before we enter.
What do you mean?
This Barrero, the representative from the other country, I find it exceedingly difficult to control my temper in his presence. Naturally, he and I are, what you might say, on opposite sides of the fence in this matter, but beyond that, I dislike the man intensely. I do not trust him.
I see.
Enter. Colonel Peralta.
Good afternoon, Baron Ludwig. And Senor Barrero.
Peralta.
May I present Senor Mitchell from the United States?
Herr Mitchell. We've been awaiting your arrival so that the meeting could be opened.
I understand you're acting as a sort of referee in this deal, Baron Ludwig.
Yeah, I'm a student of politics, Herr Mitchell, and so it was with great delight I learned I'd been selected as arbiter by both countries.
And you, Senor Barrero, you're the one who has the letters in his custody, huh?
You're quite right, Senor Mitchell, and I assure you will find it difficult to explain your government's unsavory position in this matter.
Oh, now look.
You profess a policy of non-intervention, yet these letters will show your intention to furnish direct military aid to Colonel Peralta's country.
Senor Barrero, you have no right to talk like this. Nothing has been proven, nothing.
I assure you, Colonel Peralta, every word I utter is backed by the most undeniable proof.
Barrero,
and you have no right to...
Gentlemen, please. These are matters to be discussed calmly over the conference table, not heatedly here in Senor Barrero's suite.
Look, Barrero, so far I've heard a lot of talk about these letters, but I haven't seen anything of them.
I see. You would call me a liar?
I wouldn't call anyone anything until I've seen the letters, and maybe that should go for you, too.
Very well. You shall see the letters. I have them in an envelope in this wall safe. I see it is necessary to convince these wishful skeptics of the very existence of the letters. So, I have them in this envelope. I will take them out and hold them for you.
Trusting soul, aren't you?
Your government has shown it cannot be trusted. Why should I trust one of its representatives?
Look, Barrero, I'm getting a little tired of your...
See, they make very interesting reading, don't they?
I cannot believe it.
That is enough for now, gentlemen. The letters will be read in their entirety at the conference. I merely wish to satisfy you of their existence.
But, Senor Barrero, there is no point in locking the envelope up in the safe again. We're all here. We may as well proceed to the conference room next door.
Very well. I will bring the envelope.
Come on, Peralta.
Si, senor.
Herr Barrero, as long as I will be presiding over the conference, perhaps it would be fitting for me to carry the letters into it myself.
Gracias, Baron Ludwig, but I will carry the envelope.
As you prefer. Come along, gentlemen.
So, Peralta, you seem strangely quiet. Is it perhaps that you are worried now that you have seen that the letters really do exist?
Maybe Peralta is wondering, like I am, if those letters are genuine, Barrero.
Colonel Peralta, you have undoubtedly seen many samples of General Avila's handwriting.
Well,
have you not?
Well, of course I have. Barrero, I refuse to be cross-examined this
Would
way.
you say that the letters in this envelope are forgeries?
Gentlemen, I suggest that we postpone further discussion until the conference begins.
Very well. I am sure Peralta would prefer that, the way he is squirming.
Barrero, I warn you.
And as for you, Senor Mitchell, perhaps you will be interested in knowing that there are 3 handwriting experts waiting inside this room.
Good afternoon, Baron Ludwig.
Barbara, my dear, we were just going into the conference room. May I present Herr Barrero?
How do you do?
Colonel Peralta?
What is this, senor?
And Herr Steve Mitchell from the United States.
Hi.
Gentlemen, Fräulein Dawson from the Hemisphere News Service.
Oh, Hemisphere News Service. You're here to cover the conference, Miss Dawson.
Mm-hmm. From what I've heard so far, there should be a few headlines in it.
You sound pretty happy about it.
Oh, I hope everything turns out okay, of course. But a gal has to make her living, you know.
Let us go in, gentlemen. I believe the other delegates are already inside. After you, my dear.
Thanks, Baron.
Peralta.
Si, senor.
You didn't seem to have much to say when Barrero asked you if those letters looked genuine, do you?
Mitchell, I am no handwriting expert, but I have seen many samples of our president's handwriting, and those letters look like the same writing.
That's not good.
No, Senor Mitchell, indeed that is not good. It is very bad.
Please be seated, gentlemen. And we will open the conference.
We sit down at a large round table, all except Colonel Peralta, who remains standing. Barrero is in Baron Ludwig's left, and a couple of other delegates, Barbara Dawson, the newspaper correspondent, and myself. As Ludwig goes through the opening formalities, Barrero opens the envelope and glances inside. Peralta, who's standing behind him, cranes his neck over Barrero's shoulder, then gives me that sick look again. Barrero closes the envelope and places it beside him on the table as Ludwig motions for him to speak.
I shall make my remarks brief. I have in my possession letters which prove conclusively that the government headed by General Avila and represented by Colonel Peralta has been negotiating a secret agreement with the United States which constitutes a direct plot against my country. Furthermore...
Oh,
What is it, Barbara?
nothing. I feel a little faint.
Barbara!
All right, now. I just lost my balance for a moment.
You knocked my envelope to the floor.
I'm sorry. I'll get it.
Here, let me see.
Here. It went under the table. I've got it. Here you are, Senor Barrero. I'm sorry.
Please continue, Senor Barrero.
Very well. As I was saying...
I demand that this meeting be stopped. It is an insult to my father.
What is the meaning of this, Senora Margarita?
Oh.
Who is she, Peralta?
General Avila's daughter.
Let go of me.
Senora, please now.
Watch out the table.
Senora Margarita, you will do your father the most good by returning to the palace at once.
Oh, but Colonel Peralta, this
This
meeting...
meeting is necessary and in order, Senora. I beg of you, return to the palace.
Very well, Colonel. You would let me know the outcome.
At once.
Come, Senora.
I'm afraid this outburst did not do our cause any good, Mitchell.
No.
Now, gentlemen, I believe we may continue.
Baron Ludwig, I do not feel it too much to ask that this conference be spared from further interruptions of this nature.
I trust we will. Please continue with your remarks, Senor Barrero.
Very well. As you know, the letters in this envelope before me were found on the body of General Avila's son-in-law, the late husband of the young senora who burst in here so dramatically a moment ago. Our theory is that...
Look, Barrero, suppose we get down off that theory cloud and start.
Oh, yes. You wish facts, Senor Mitchell. Very well. First, I will show these letters to the handwriting experts. Then I...
Barrero, what is the matter?
It is not possible.
What's not possible?
The envelope, it is empty. The letters have disappeared.
In all the strange and far-off places in the world, wherever there is mystery, intrigue, and romance, there you will find The Man Called X. Herbert Marshall stars as The Man Called X in just a short while over most of these NBC stations. The Man Called X is a man without a name who travels the world over on missions of danger and counter-espionage. Tomorrow night, there's an hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama, all wrapped up in one big, wonderful program. Tomorrow and every Sunday, it's The Big Show on NBC with Tallulah as MC. Tonight, it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, The Big Show, right here where you hear the chimes.
Order, gentlemen! Colonel Peralta, I hold you responsible for the disappearance of these letters.
Barrero, I have had enough of your accusations. I had nothing to do with it.
Where's the phone?
I am sorry, Senorita Dawson, but I forbid it.
This is news. It's important.
It is more important that those letters be recovered. No one is to leave this room.
Oh, that's great.
See here, Peralta,
Since this incident has occurred in my country, I must take charge. I will post guards around this villa, and no one will leave it until those letters are recovered.
Might be a good idea if we were all searched, Peralta.
Si, senor. I insist on being searched first.
Okay, Colonel, that sounds fair enough, and after you've been searched, we'll all follow suit.
All of us, Steve?
Yeah,
Looks like I'm sort of a complication, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So what do? Draw straws to see who gets the honor?
Well, I'll furnish the straws.
I do not think that will be necessary, Barbara, my dear. If it's satisfactory with all concerned, my wife will search you in the next room.
Oh, shucks.
Now, gentlemen, if you will line up next to the wall, we will begin.
So everybody gets swished, but the letters aren't on anybody. Pretty soon Barbara and Ludwig's wife comes back in the room, and Ludwig's wife reports no letters on Barbara. Barrero looked like he's on the verge of apoplexy and keeps throwing nasty glances at Peralta, who at this point is squirming like a worm on a hook. Finally, he motions me over to one corner of the room.
Mitchell, who could have taken those letters?
Search me. Well, no, you already have.
Huh?
Oh, skip it.
Oh, we must find out. This whole affair is playing right into Barrero's hands. My government is being dishonored.
Look, let's go back over everything that happened.
Very well. Barrero brought the envelope into the room.
Yeah.
As you remember, he opened it and glanced inside briefly as the conference started.
Yeah. You were standing behind him. I saw you craning your neck over his shoulder.
Si, senor. At that moment, the letters definitely were in the envelope. I saw them.
Then he closed the envelope again and put it on the table beside him. He started to talk and... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Barbara Dawson, remember? She started to the water cooler or something.
And suddenly lurched into the table.
Yeah, and knocked the envelope to the floor. I wonder if she...
Talking about me, Steve?
What? Oh, Barbara. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was talking about you.
No, I'm flattered.
You shouldn't be. What I was thinking wasn't good.
Why, Stephen, I didn't realize you knew me that well.
Well, I was thinking that fainting spell of yours came at a very convenient time.
Oh, that. I don't know what hit me, Steve.
Well, whatever it was, you sure snapped out of it in a hurry, didn't you?
Look, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that maybe it wasn't just an accident, you're knocking that envelope off the table when you did.
What do you mean by that?
You could have switched envelopes under the table when you reached down to pick it up.
Mind telling me why I'd do a thing like that?
I can think of one good reason. Those letters right now are worth a lot of money to both countries.
I see. Play one against the other and sell to the highest bidder, huh?
It's an interesting theory, isn't it?
Oh, very interesting. But there are just a couple of little things wrong with it.
For instance?
In the first place, you're giving me credit for a lot more interest in this deal than I have.
Exactly what is your interest in this matter, Senorita Dawson?
I'm a reporter, pure and simple. Well, simple anyway.
And you have no connection with any of the parties involved?
Of course not. And here's the other little thing wrong with your theory, Steve. I was searched too, remember? No letters.
Yeah. Well, Colonel, looks like we better go into a huddle again.
Si, senor.
Well, let me know if you round up another suspect. I'm still looking for a headline.
Mitchell.
You're probably thinking the same thing I am, Colonel Peralta.
What do you mean?
I can tell by your face you just remembered another incident that took place in this room before the letters turned up missing.
Why,
Now, wait a minute. General Avala's daughter came bouncing into the room.
Oh, but surely, Senorita, Margarita is not the...
She could have staged the whole deal to give her an opportunity to switch envelopes.
Oh, Senor Mitchell, you must realize I cannot go to the palace and make such an accusation.
You don't have to go, I will. Just write me out a pass to get through your guards. Peralta hands me a relieved look and a pass, and I head for the palace. On the way, I pick up enough remarks from the townspeople to tell me that the news of the letter's disappearance has spread fast. They're beginning to gather in street corners, and what they're saying is not good. I show my pass to a guard, and he takes me to Senora Margarita's suite on the second floor.
What do you wish, Senor Mitchell?
The letters have disappeared, Senora.
What?
That surprise you?
But of course. Why shouldn't it surprise me?
I was sort of wondering if you're the one who took them.
Senor, you're joking.
Pretty bum joke. Look, I know you want to help your father, to shield him if you can, but...
Shield him? I don't have to shield him. He's innocent. He never wrote those letters, I'm sure of it.
Oh, is that what he said?
My father would consider it beneath his dignity to say anything about it.
I see.
It is true that he is not well liked by the other country. He has more than once refused to cooperate with them. But it is always in the interest of freedom for his people that he did so.
Look, I'm afraid this is all a little beside the point right now. Those letters are still missing.
But I did not take them...
Wasn't it your husband on whose body the letters were found in the first place?
Si, it was. But I think somebody placed those letters on my husband's body after they had killed him.
Oh?
My husband was a good man. Weak? Si. The kind of weakness that led him to such people as that woman. That Senorita Dawson. But
wait a minute. You mean Barbara Dawson, the press correspondent?
I do not wish to speak further of it, Senor. These are private matters.
I see.
You have said I would like to help my father. And you're right. There is nothing I would not do to help him. But do you not see that if I had taken those letters, I would be hurting him far more than helping him?
Yeah, I see that perfectly, Senora. I just want to be sure that you see it, too.
You must believe me. I do.
Okay. I guess that convinces me. It also leaves me right where I started, in the middle of nowhere, but you have given me one lead, and a pretty interesting one at that. I think I better follow it up. So I leave the palace, shove my way through the gathering crowd back to Ludwig's villa to have another little chat with Barbara Dawson. Then, as I'm walking along a dark street, I pass a car parked at the curb. I get down the sidewalk away when I realize that the car has started up and is following me slowly with the lights off. I speed up. The car does likewise. I slam around the corner and hit the sidewalk. Blood hits the building behind me. By the time I get to my feet, the car is halfway down the block, so it looks like someone figures I'm getting warm anyway. I get back to the conference room at Ludwig's villa. The others are still there. I motion Colonel Peralta over to a corner.
What did you find out, Mitchell?
Senora Margarita says she didn't take the letters, and I believe her.
Mitchell, quite frankly, I don't know what to do. I cannot hold Barrero in check much longer. He's getting uglier about this by the moment. There has always been a rift between General Avila and Barrero's country. If those letters are not recovered quickly, that rift may turn into war.
Yeah.
Have you no theory at all as to what might have happened to those letters?
Matter of fact, there are a couple of theories pecking away at my brain, but they're pretty wild.
Well, tell me what they are. Perhaps they are not as wild as you think.
Well, one of them we'll let ride for the moment.
But the other?
Barbara.
Oh?
Would you come here a moment?
Sure, Steve. Not another suspect, Steve.
Yep. It's you again.
What? Now, look, we've been all over this before.
You told me earlier that you didn't know any of the parties involved, but I just found out from Senora Margarita that you were pretty well acquainted with her husband.
What?
Look.
You didn't tell me that. Why not?
Are you kidding? You got a glimpse of that little Spitfire in action. I'm supposed to go around spreading the news that her husband bought me a drink or two?
Well, it looks like somebody killed him and planted the letters on him. That somebody could have been you.
Look, I was 100 miles away when he was killed, and I can prove it. And as far as my stealing the letters, Baron Ludwig was right beside me when I picked them up.
Yeah, that's the point, and it was Ludwig's wife who searched you, wasn't it?
Why, yes, but...
What are
you trying to say, Herr Mitchell?
Well, those letters are worth a lot of money to either side, Ludwig. Enough money maybe to make a two-way split worthwhile.
Indeed? Ah, yes. I think I see your line of reasoning. And I must admit it would appear logical. Barbara takes the letters, and my wife searches her in the next room and receives the letters from her. Quite sound, except for one thing.
What's that?
Motive. I've never had an active interest in the affairs of these two countries. And as to the money involved, I'll be glad to show you my bank book, Herr Mitchell. Then I think you will see that any amount I could realize from the letters would be, as you might say, but a drop in the bucket.
Okay. So the letters come into this room, then they disappear, and they're not on you or me or Barbara or Peralta or Barrero, so I suppose a little bird flew in the window and carried them out. Either that or...
Peralta! What is it, Sergeant?
There is trouble at the palace.
Trouble? What trouble?
An angry crowd has gathered outside. They are shouting that General Avila and the United States are dragging them into war, and they are throwing rocks at the window.
I must get there immediately and safeguard the president.
I will see you later, Mitchell.
Okay.
Peralta!
Where's he going?
To the palace, Barrero. There's trouble there.
Gentlemen, this whole affair has dragged on long enough. I can wait no longer. I must make full representation to my government of the entire matter.
Oh, let's get this thing settled one way or another so we can go home. I'm sick of this joint.
No sicker than I am, Barbara.
Got a cigarette, Steve?
Sure. Here's a match.
Your matchbook's empty.
Oh, yeah. Wait. I think I got another one. Yep, right here in the same pocket.
What's the matter?
Looks like Peralta was right when he said my theories might not be so wild after all.
What are you talking about?
Let's skip it.
I'm going to my suite to dictate my report.
That's a good idea. Come on, I'll go with you.
Let me assure you I do not need your help, Mitchell.
Come on.
Outside. Mitchell, what is the meaning of this?
I've got to talk to you, Barrero, and your suite is a good place.
Talk to me. What about? The time for talk is past.
Here we are.
Mitchell, will you be good enough to explain what this is all about?
Sure. You see, unlike you are, Barrero, I don't trust any of the others.
Quite flattering that you should select me to trust, particularly when I do not trust you. But I still do not understand what you have...
I've got an important piece of evidence in my pocket, evidence that'll unravel this whole deal. I want you to lock it up in your safe for me.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
Here, lock it up right away.
Why, this is only a railroad timetable.
I know, but there's a code in it.
Code?
Believe me, I know what I'm talking about, Barrero. It's got to be locked up.
But
Oh, very well.
I still do not understand this, Mitchell.
It doesn't matter whether you do or not at this point, Barrero.
There. The safe is open, Mitchell. And in it, a gun.
That doesn't surprise me. Get back! You can't shoot with a wrist lock on you. Drop it or I'll break your arm.
No, I drop it. I will not.
Barrero slumps to the floor, trying to plug me. He's done likewise to himself. I fish in the safe and pull out another envelope. This one's got the letters in it, right where they've been all the time. 5 will get 10 they're forgeries, but that can be checked later. Right now, I've got to get to the palace before the mob gets General Avila. I head there in a hurry and up the back stairs to General Avila's suite on the second floor. The general's sitting in his wheelchair with his daughter standing beside him. There's a large flag draped over the balcony rail, and behind it stands Colonel Peralta trying to quiet the angry, shouting mob below. Then I wait for Peralta to finish his speech.
Listen to me! We want peace! This matter will be settled peacefully! I, Peralta, pledge to you that there will be no war! Everything will be settled! Go to your home!
That was quite a speech, Peralta.
Oh, Mitchell. Well, I did what I could. General, I'm afraid the feeling against you is quite intense. I feel it necessary to ask for an order giving me control of the militia. For some reason, the people seem to be looking to me to preserve order and peace.
Does that surprise you, Peralta?
Huh?
Isn't that just the way you and Barrero planned it?
Mitchell, what are you saying?
I'm saying that this whole deal with the letters was rigged between you and Barrero's outfit as an excuse for you to stage a coup and take over the government.
No, that is a
with
lie.
the support of the people who would figure you were saving them from war.
Peralta, Traitor.
General, do not listen to Mitchell. He is insane.
Am I? The whole deal depended on our believing those letters actually came into the conference room. You said you saw them when Barrero opened the envelope. You lied.
No, I did not.
The letters were in the safe all along. That was an empty envelope Barrero took out of the safe, just like the empty matchbook I took out of my pocket.
I tell you that...
Great time to be without a gun, isn't it?
I have a knife. You have a knife.
He's going out into the balcony. Do not let him get away.
Don't worry. My bare hands are enough for you, Mitchell.
Try one of mine. Brother, right over the rail.
Mister, you are all right.
Yeah, I guess I can't say as much for Peralta, though.
Oh, look at him. Lying down there, dead.
Yeah, he got tangled up in the flag and lost his balance.
And now the flag he was trying to betray is his shroud. Quite fitting, senor.
Yeah, I guess it is. Funny. Peralta figured he was really going to be riding the gravy train. I guess he didn't realize it's just like any other train. There's always the chance it can get flagged.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 7th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer in British Agent. Lux presents Hollywood. We want to thank all of you for your regular purchases of Lux Flakes. It is this loyalty that makes possible the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight, our stars are Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer. Our guests, Dolly Tree, noted costume designer of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, and Natalie Bucknell, head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's research department and former secret agent. This program was produced each week by Hollywood's distinguished director, Cecil B. DeMille, with Louis Silvers conducting, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. May we take this opportunity to say once again, welcome everyone to the Lux Radio Theater. Before starting our play, I have a letter here that is typical of the mail that comes to us here in Hollywood or is forwarded to us from our different stations. Miss Harriet Rumsey of Alton, Illinois, in her enthusiasm for our product and our show, writes as follows.
Most women realize that they owe a debt of gratitude to Lux Flakes. They know that their stockings, their silk things, their woolens are preserved by Lux Care. Now the American public has another cause to be grateful to Lux. Your radio hour is a great contribution. Monday is a red-letter day in our family because of the Lux Radio Theater.
Lux appreciates your kind words very much, Miss Rumsey. It's the loyalty of our big Lux family that makes it possible for us to give you the kind of show we want you to have. So every time you order Lux, and by the way, the big box is most convenient, just remember you are contributing to the success of the Lux Radio Theater and such plays as we give you tonight under the direction of Cecil B. DeMille. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Errol Flynn's early career was charted with a compass. He came to Hollywood through the tropic tempests of the South Seas, where he was captain of a trading schooner, while Francis Farmer, who hails from Seattle, arrived here by way of Russia. A descendant of Fletcher Christian, who led the mutiny on the Bounty, Errol has been an officer in charge of native constabulary, a pearl and coral fisher, a beachcomber, and a member of England's boxing team in the 1928 Olympics. For a time in Australia, he was also a bottle smeller. This odd pursuit consisted of whiffing bottles to see if any odors remained after washing. Once he led a film expedition to the land of New Guinea. The natives were headhunters, but they shot Errol in the ankle. Returning to New Guinea to dig for gold, he made a small fortune, quickly spent it, bought a boat, and with 3 friends duplicated the voyage made by Captain Bligh of the Bounty up the inner passage of the Great Barrier Reef from Sydney to the South Seas. Back in Australia, Errol had his first taste of picture acting, made a second film in England, and was soon on Warner Brothers' payroll. He has written 1 book and many short stories. He's here tonight in the part of Stephen Locke. Frances Farmer developed her talent for acting while a student at the University of Washington, where she helped pay her way by ushering in a theater, tutoring, waiting on table, and working in a department store. To her great surprise, she won a contest sponsored by a Seattle newspaper, the prize being a trip to Russia. On the way back, she met a theatrical producer who introduced her to a film executive in New York. Frances made her screen test, won a contract, and returned home a Paramount player. Her next picture is exclusive, and we hear her tonight as Elenia. Our play is based on the Warner Brothers film suggested by Bruce Lockhart's best-selling autobiography of the same title. So up goes our coast-to-coast curtain, and the Lux Radio Theater presents British Agent, starring Errol Flynn and Frances Farmer. City of Petrograd. The dawn of the Russian Revolution, October 1917. From the steps of the British Embassy in Petrograd, a young man watches the mounting fury of the Russian Civil War. A screaming, hysterical mob sweeps through the streets, driven on by the lashing whips of the mounted police. Suddenly, a girl breaks from the crowd and comes stumbling through the shrubbery. She falls to her knees. The young man darts from the steps and catches her in his arms. Steady there.
Let me go. Please.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Where are you running to?
The police. They are chasing me. Let me go.
Well, you're safe here. Look. Get behind that hedge.
Stay calm.
Don't move. What are you doing in here?
I am of the police. That woman. She shoot at me. My arm.
Well, you've no right in these grounds. This is the British Embassy. British territory, do you understand? Now get out.
I take her. She shoot me.
Did you hear me? This is British territory. Get out, I said.
Я пойду студия. Я ее буду помнить.
Well, it's all right now. He's gone.
Thank you. I am quite sure you saved my life.
Tough customer, wasn't he? Still, you can't blame him for being a bit annoyed, you know. After all, you did take a shot at him.
He deserved it.
Well, he got it.
Well, I had better go. After all, I am trespassing on British territory, too.
Well, you can't go out there until this row blows over.
Blows over? This is not just a street riot. It is the revolution. Tomorrow, the red government will be in power.
Oh. And the day after that, the white, eh? Then the green, and so on.
Perhaps you do not know a great deal about it, eh?
Well, perhaps not, but I'm trying to. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves. My name's Locke, Stephen Locke, British Embassy.
How do you do?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Forgive me, but I am keeping you out here in the cold. Had not you better go in before you get pneumonia?
Oh, I risk the cold. But, well, I suppose I better go in and let them know I'm still alive. Look, you can slip out the side gate there. It's clear now.
Thank you. Good night.
Good luck.
Mr. Locke, I'm glad you've come in, sir. I was beginning to worry about you.
Oh, were you? Thanks, Evans.
Sir Walter has been asking for you. He wants to see you at once, sir.
Oh, right. In the library?
Yes, sir.
Evening, Sir Walter.
Locke. Yes. Come in.
Evans said you wanted to see me, sir.
Yes, sit down, Locke. Nasty business, this.
The revolution? Yes, sir.
From all indications, the Russian government will fall before the week is out. It places us in a rather uncomfortable position, Locke. I might even say a precarious position.
Yes, quite so.
If and when the government falls, we have orders from London to close the embassy.
Close the embassy?
Yes, move out. Bag and baggage back to England.
I see.
However, we plan to leave someone behind. Someone who understands the situation here and who will act as a sort of unofficial observer.
Well, sir?
I have recommended you.
Oh. Well, thank you, sir.
I thought I'd let you know a little beforehand. That'll give you plenty of time to make plans.
Yes, just what will my duties be, sir?
Well, frankly, I'm not quite sure. But you'll be informed in time, though. But whatever they are, my boy, you'll need your wits about you every minute of the day and night. Now, you'll be alone here, entirely on your own. It won't be an easy job. It may be a dangerous one. Do you still want it?
Well, never, sir.
Good boy. We'll have a long talk before I leave.
Russian government crumbles. Lenin heads new Russian state.
Governor flees new Russian state. Bolsheviks in power.
Paper.
Lenin seeks separate peace with Germany. French, Italian, British embassies closed.
British embassy closed. Lord, and don't I know it. Evans, this place is like a tomb. Can't we get some heat in here?
Yes, sir. I'll see to it, sir.
No message from England yet?
Not a word, sir. Will you have your tea now, sir?
Well, yes, thanks. I may as well have something to do, I suppose.
Oh, Mr. Tito Del Valle of the Italian legation called, sir. He wanted to know if you dined this evening with Monsieur Lafarge and Mr. Medill of the American Red Cross.
Del Valle, Lafarge, Medill, and Locke. The four lost souls of Russia. The only one who knows why he's here is Medill, and he's not sure.
Oh, I said you'd go with them, sir. The Gypsy Cafe. It will rest your nerve. You have been a bit jumpy, sir, the last few weeks.
Well, why wouldn't I be jumpy? It's enough to give a man the jitters sitting here day after day doing nothing when everybody else in the world is either fighting or working for his country. God, they even let old ladies knit socks. Listen to that. For days they've been going by, Russian soldiers back from the front. Every one of them that leaves makes England's position that much weaker. All I can do is stand in a window and watch them go by.
They also serve who stand and wait.
Wait? Wait for what?
Your tea, sir.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Evans.
Come on, cheer up, Locke. You've got a face a yard long. It can't be as bad as that.
Sorry, madame.
Well, look at me, in the same barge as you, Stefan. Boat, Tito, boat. In the same boat, yes. Waiting for word from my home office. And Lafarge here, too.
On me? I only wait for a visa on my passport.
Well, I'd like to know who's going to do it for you. There's no one left here.
Oh, looking for someone, Locke?
No, I was looking at someone. I say, wait a bit, will you, fellas? Back in a few minutes.
Uh-huh. You see? That girl who just came in. He is going to speak to her. He knows her, maybe, eh? I wonder if he knows the man who came in with her.
Why? Who is the man?
Pavlov, head of the Cheka, the Russian secret police. I have heard of that one. Who hasn't?
Well, how do you do?
Oh, the Englishman.
Yes, the lady of the garden. Eh?
Oh, you remember me. Oh, this is Mr. Pavlov. Pavlov, Mr.
Mr. Stephen Locke, is it not?
Yes, how do you do, sir? I don't seem to recall where we met.
No, we've never met. You will excuse me a moment, please. There's someone over there I must speak with.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Locke. Tell me, did you catch cold that night?
Well, I sneezed once and then decided against it. You see, with your revolution going on, I didn't know if I'd ever get my handkerchiefs back from the laundry.
And I thought you had gone back to England with the others.
Oh, no. The embassy left in such a hurry they forgot me and one old umbrella.
Do you come here often?
Every night. I sit in the embassy all day and here every night.
But Haven't you anything to do?
Not a blessed thing. My orders were to consider myself embalmed. You know, I've been sitting for the last month, watching you Russians negotiating for a separate peace. Not making a move, not even presenting an argument against it.
And why should you? Suppose England were in a war where she had more men mobilized than any other nation on either side, as Russia has. More than the United States and England put together. And suppose Englishmen were fighting with shells filled with sawdust. And suppose England's mortality rate was higher than any of the other nations, as Russia's is. You put England in Russia's place. What would you want England to do?
Just exactly what England would do. Keep right on fighting.
Exactly. Committing stupid murder and calling it English idealism.
We have ideals in England, you know.
And so have we. But at least I am fighting for ours.
I see. And I sit safely in the embassy, letting others fight for me, eh?
Oh, I did not mean it that way.
Oh, I know. You know, I'm getting as touchy on this subject as an old maiden lady about her pies. Forgive me, will you? I've been sitting down and vigorously doing nothing for so long, it's getting on my nerves. Look, let's get out of here and get some air, can we? I'm even sick of the smell of this place.
Oh, I would like to, but Pavlo.
Oh, yes, that's right.
We will go anyway. Come on, we will have to hurry. I do not want to explain. Are we going someplace in particular?
No, just driving.
Where?
Well, what's the difference? We can't go far enough to get out of Russia.
If I had a job in a country I did not like, do you know what I would do?
Go home?
Yes.
So would I. But suppose you had a job in a country you did like, and you were anxious to keep it from making a mistake, but your hands were tied. Then what would you do?
I would be very grateful they were tied so that they could not meddle in other people's business. And I would try to forget it by talking of something else.
Uh-huh. Well, what, for instance? The moon up there?
I think not.
Stars?
No.
Music?
No.
Us?
No.
Yes.
Why are you stopping?
Well, I can't drive and kiss you at the same time.
You should not have done that.
I suppose you think me a little presumptuous, eh?
A little. But at least it served to change the subject.
Oh, so you're bored, eh?
No, but I am cold. Take me home, please.
But I'll see you again. May I?
You want to?
Yes, tomorrow?
So soon.
Wish we could make it sooner. Tomorrow's a long time. More coffee, Lynn?
Thank you. Oh, I really should be going. It is very late.
Oh, no, not yet. Stay and cheer me up.
Oh, you're not very flattering. I have been here all evening, and now you want cheering up.
Oh, that's just an excuse. I don't know what I'd have done without you these last few days.
Thank you. Why do you look at me like that?
You know, Elena, if I were a sculptor, I'd model a head of you and call it Joan of Arc. You have that kind of beauty. I think I'd model you standing... Oh, no, I wouldn't. Why, to think of you as Joan of Arc would be to think of losing you as a martyr and not keeping you as a woman.
I think you're a little mad, Stefan.
Think so?
I do not understand you.
Well, for the first time in my life, I don't understand myself. I think I'm in love with you, Elena.
Oh, that is impossible.
Is it?
Oh, please do not let me go, Stefan.
Afraid?
Yes.
Of me?
No, for us. That kiss would be the beginning of something that we would both regret.
Would you regret loving people?
Yes. When you know you have to part.
But must we part?
Oh, you know we must. Our lives are devoted to following two ideals, Stefan, leading us in opposite directions. That means that sooner or later we must say goodbye.
Elena, if I weren't English and you weren't Russian, that'd make a difference, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Can't we pretend then?
Pretend?
Yes, that there's no war, no revolution. That we're just two people, unattached and free. Free to love each other, if we wanted to.
Stefan.
You do want to. You do, don't you, Elena?
So much.
Darling. Who's it?
I beg pardon, sir. May I see you a moment, please?
Right.
It's important.
Excuse me, Elena.
Of course.
Will Evans?
Dispatch from London, sir.
From London? Get my decoding book.
Have it, sir. Right here, sir.
Well, let's see now. His Majesty's government has appointed you unofficial representative. Unofficial representative in Russia. Unofficial. Now, what the blazes does that mean?
Anyway, you've been appointed, sir.
We look to you to do all in your power to prevent signing of a separate peace with Germany. This does not convey recognition of Russia, but commissions you to act only as an individual. We cannot be responsible for your safety or your decision, but await your recommendations. At last, Evans.
It's wonderful, sir.
It's the greatest diplomatic mission of the whole war. We've got to keep the Russians fighting on the Eastern Front. How do you think I'll find the ambassadorial bed, Evans?
The roomy thing, sir. A bit large, but comfortable.
Evans, I appoint you Lord High Chancellor of the Bedchamber, Lord High Keeper of the Keys, Lord High, Lord High anything you like. In short, you're Pooh-Bah, Evans.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see the War Commission tomorrow. Talk them out of signing that peace treaty. This is the chance of a lifetime. But there's one thing. They mustn't know I'm unofficial.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, let's see. Lenya, I'm sorry.
It is all right. I was just going.
Well, I'll see you home.
Oh, please do not bother. You must be busy.
Well, I am rather, darling. You understand.
Of course. Good night.
Good night. I'll call you tomorrow.
Yes, please do, Stefan.
Mr. Locke?
Yes?
You have just promised this commission England's trade and recognition, in return for which Russia is to continue supporting the Allied armies at the front.
Exactly.
Tell us, Mr. Locke, on whose authority do you do this?
Well, I represent England.
You lie, Mr. Locke. You represent England only unofficially. Your purpose in coming here was to delay the making of a separate peace. You spoke well, but only expressed the opinion of one of England's many private citizens.
Seems that you know something of my affairs, gentlemen. May I ask how you know?
It is our business to know many things. You are excused, Mr. Locke. We advise you to leave Russia as soon as possible.
One moment, please. Gentlemen, it's quite true I am here only in an unofficial capacity. But allow me some time to communicate with London.
What for?
I'll tell my government that in return for your not opening peace negotiations, I've promised you immediate help. Money, ammunition, troops. My government will back me up, I know it. Well, gentlemen?
We will allow you 3 weeks, Mr. Locke. We must be assured, however, that during that time England will do nothing to hinder our government.
I pledge England to that, sir.
Send your communication.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
We shall keep our promise, Mr. Locke. Let us hope that you keep yours and those you have made for England.
I think England's integrity is well known, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Remember, Mr. Locke, 3 weeks.
Well, sir, how did it come out?
Oh, badly, Evans. They knew I was acting unofficially.
They knew it? But how,
Yes.
Oh.
That's how they knew it. She told them. Who's there?
Stefan,
Oh, it's you.
you said you would call. I had to come to see you.
What for? Come to ingratiate yourself again so that you can betray another confidence?
Oh, no.
Don't deny it. You were here when that dispatch came. You overheard what I said. You told them. How else could they know?
I had no intention of denying it, Stefan. It was my duty.
Really? And I suppose last night when you said you loved me, that was all in the line of duty too, was it?
Last night was beautiful. So beautiful that what you said just now will not even spoil the memory of it. Goodbye, Stefan.
Oh, no, wait, Elena. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Come here, darling.
Oh, dearest.
Poor foolish Elena. You believe so strongly in your ideals, don't you? Don't you see how wrong they are?
But my ideal is peace. peace and happiness for Russia. You call that wrong?
It must be wrong to let down one's friends. There must be loyalty between nations. This separate peace, it's a rank betrayal.
You mean that England will be inconvenienced because Russia refuses to share the burden of England's war?
No, we're fighting for the world.
Oh, you think your country is the world?
Well, at any rate, we kept on fighting when the Russians threw down their guns and ran away like a lot of frightened
Be
dogs.
quiet.
Lenya.
Oh, Stefan. Why did I do that when I love you so?
Darling, I suppose because we just aren't big enough to see over our ideals. Lenya.
And here again is Mr. DeMille.
British Agent continues, starring Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer. After promising help to the Russian government, Stephen waits to hear from his home office in London. Waits with growing anxiety for the official confirmation of his promises. It's late evening, near the end of his 3 weeks of grace. Alone in his study, Stephen paces the floor nervously. The door's flung open, and Elenia stands on the threshold.
Lenya. You shouldn't have come here. But your car's watching me. They may suspect you.
Something has happened, Stefan. I wanted to tell you, rather than have you humiliated by learning it from them.
What are you talking about?
British troops under General Poole landed on Russian soil this afternoon.
Why then? That's the answer to my telegram. I've won.
No, Stefan. You have lost.
What do you mean?
They have come to fight against the revolution.
But they couldn't do that. I promised it.
It is true. I saw the official telegram.
Then
England betrayed you. This perfect country of yours, in spite of all its high ideals, ruined your career, humiliated you before the world. You see, it was you who were a little foolish, Stefan.
Not a bit of it. One's either useful or one isn't. My career. What's that when men are dying by hundreds in the trenches every day? England hasn't let me down. I let her down. I knew the promises I made were lies. I just wanted to delay that separate peace, that's all. I never sent that telegram.
Oh.
You better go now. You'll only get in trouble being here.
You will not see me again, Stefan.
Not see you?
The government is moving to Moscow. Naturally, I go with it. We shall not see one another, Stefan, even in Moscow.
You think more of your duty than you do of me, eh?
Yes. And I worship you. That is why we must not go on together. It would kill the most beautiful thing I'll never know, our love. And I wanted to live. Oh, do not see me again, please. Goodbye, Stefan.
Goodbye, Lane. Drop that grip right here, Evans.
Yes, Mr. Locke.
Open the windows, will you? It's stuffy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Poobah, make yourself at home, because this is it. That is, until the checker asks me what the blazes I'm doing in Moscow.
I might ask, sir, what are you doing here?
I'm not exactly certain. All I know is that the government's here. I've a hunch that if I can establish some sort of a contact with them, they might be coerced, wheedled, or tempted back into the war somehow.
That was the doorbell, sir.
Was it? That rather tinkling noise, do you mean?
What do you suppose it means, sir?
Well, probably someone wants to be let in.
That must be it, sir.
Welcome to Moscow, Evans.
Mr. Medill and Monsieur Lafarge.
Hello, it is good to see you.
Hello, Medill. Lafarge, Tito. How'd you know I was here?
Oh, we have spies, eh? Sure, we've been here a week already.
Sit down. Look, I'll dig up a drink for you.
No time, Locke.
What? No time for a drink?
We are in a hurry.
What's the matter?
Perhaps you had better close the door.
Yes, Evans.
Yes, sir.
Well?
I suppose you know the Tsar has been assassinated?
Yes, it's hardly news right now.
Well, an attempt is being made to reorganize the White Army.
What? By whom?
There are 2 Lettish officers here, Svobodu and an Irishman, Callahan, from the south.
Their chance?
They need money, as usual.
White Army. To fight the revolution.
If they win, they'll put Russia back into the war. You'd like that, Locke?
Like it.
I could ask my government for 5 million francs. We thought perhaps you...
No, I have no government funds at my command.
You could give Callahan a draft on London.
Yes, I could. It's a long chance, of course, but...
And very unhealthy if we're caught. Well?
Where are these men now, Zbodo and Callahan?
They've got a hideout in a garret. We've been using it as headquarters. It's the only place in Moscow that has a keyhole without a spy Zia nestled in it.
All right. Take me there. It's the only thing left to do. Fight.
Okay.
Counter-revolution starts in Russia. White Army reorganized.
Mutiny breaks out in Russian ranks. Mutiny in Russia. Car seeks to suppress new mutiny. Russian secret police hot leaders.
You sent for me, Pavlov?
Yes, Elena. Sit down here. You're tired?
A little.
We cannot stop now, you know that.
Why did you want to see me?
It's about your friend, the Englishman.
Oh,
You have seen him since he came to Moscow?
no. No. Why, Pavlov?
We have reason to believe that he's supporting Svobodu and Callahan.
And why are you so sure of that?
At any rate, he's being credited with it.
And you want a scapegoat?
We must have sufficient evidence to arrest him.
What do you want me to do?
Obtain that evidence. If he's arrested now, he will only be deported. Later, he will be shot. You see, you'll be saving his life.
Is that an order?
It is.
I have no choice, then.
You're familiar enough with his habits to present yourself to a certain Lettish officer named Callahan. Give him this check. Tell him it's from Locke. Demand a receipt in full for all monies paid to Callahan by Locke so far. If the receipt is over the amount of the check, it will prove that Locke has contributed other money. Your knowledge of Locke and the gift of the check should be sufficient to convince Callahan that you're an accomplice of Locke's, and you will have the evidence.
I hope you're wrong, Pavlov. But if you are not, you will have it.
Tonight?
No. Tomorrow morning.
Well, Medill, have you got it? Who's it from, man?
Message from Kromolov. You better decode it, lad.
Let me see it.
What does it say? Quick.
Wait a minute.
Well?
Kromelov's failed. The mutiny's been suppressed in Kiev.
That's nice. That makes everything just fine, doesn't it?
Our last hope is that Tito Del Val has been able to find Zbodo. He's holding the cadets in line.
Well, if he doesn't, there's only one place we'll find this little rebellion, and that's up the flue.
That's Lenin. He's the brains of the government. If he'd only make one mistake, relax his grip for 24 hours, the whole government would go to pieces.
Yeah, and a nice earthquake with a tidal wave would help, too, if you want to talk in terms of long shots.
It's Tito. Open the door.
Come in. I ran all the way from the station.
Well, did you find Zbodo?
Yes. Dead. What? Dead. Our last chance. Now what do we do?
I don't know.
You'd better get some sleep, Locke. You're on the verge of talking to yourself.
Yes, I'll get along. Back to my rooms.
Sure. You know, there's an old American proverb. When you're behind the 8 ball, there's nothing to do but sit there and wait for the break. Go ahead, Locke.
Who's there? Elaine. It's Joe?
I have been waiting for you.
Elaine, I wanted you to be here, too. I need you.
Oh, do not say that. Don't.
It's true. Everything else has gone to pieces. You're the only thing that's left of me.
Oh, no, stop, Stefan. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I made a mess of everything, Elena. England backed the wrong horse, all right, when she gave me this job. I need a lot of cheering up this time.
I have not come to cheer you, Stefan. I cannot do that, ever.
You're here, darling. That's all I ask.
Oh, Stefan. If only you could understand that a woman can love a man, yet fight against him.
What?
You have always put your country before everything, have you not? Well, so have I.
Go on.
This morning I pretended to be your agent.
Go on.
The Chakar wanted evidence on which to arrest you.
And you volunteered to get it?
And they told me if you were arrested now that you'd only be deported, but that later you would be shot.
I see. Well?
There is a man named Callahan to whom you gave a promissory note on London. I persuaded him to let me have it.
Oh. Yes?
But don't you see, it was to save your life.
Have you given this evidence to the Chakar?
No, not yet.
Really? Well, that's a pity. Because now you've lost the chance. You've been pretty clever, Elena. But you're going to be cheated of the praise that was coming to you. You wanted it both ways, didn't you? Gratitude to the state and my admiration for patriotism that made you able to betray someone you pretended to love. Well, it's not going to work out like that.
What are you going to do?
I'm locking the door. The country may have no further use for me, but I'm not cashing in without a struggle. I'm sorry to upset your plans with the Chikar, but the inside of a prison doesn't appeal to me. So you're staying here for as long as it suits me to keep you.
And if I said that I wanted to stay?
What do you mean?
If I wanted to stay here with you?
How long?
As long as it suits you to keep me. For life.
Give up everything?
If you would.
I'm out of the game. That's easy. But with you, it's different. Elena, we could leave Russia together.
Together? I would not have believed that together was the loveliest word in the world.
Elena. I love you, darling.
I love you, Stefan.
I thought everything in my life was over and done with. Now I find that it's only just beginning. Have you ever been in England, Elena?
I spent a summer in Sussex.
Well, one day we'll have a house in Sussex. And in the morning, when the world's waking up, we'll go out through the wet grass and see the motherly old downs heaving themselves out of the mist. There'll be no more rumble of those guns from the western front, just the sound of a morning breeze stirring in the pines. I'll hold your hand then and say, forever, Elena.
Stefan, what is that noise?
Sounds like a crowd.
Open the window.
Why, it is a crowd. Look at them. They're filling the whole square.
Something has happened. Stefan, the door.
Stay where you are. I'll answer. Who is it?
Contournote. It's Tito and Moto.
Tito, Medill, what's the matter?
Close that door.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Plenty. Lenin's just been shot.
He is dying.
Lenin shot? When did this happen?
Half an hour ago.
You see what it means? With Lenin out of it, we still have a chance.
A chance? Where's Lafarge? Quick.
Gone to find Callahan.
If we can rally the outlying districts, we might pull through. It's worth a try anyway.
What are you going to do?
Oh, it's all right, Elena.
You're going to fight. You're going to start all over again.
It's my duty.
But what of us? Our life together. We were going to England.
But I can't go now, darling. Not right away.
I see. Then it meant nothing to you. I mean nothing to you.
Please, Elena, I can't expect you to understand this, but it's a chance again. It's a chance to help England.
A chance for more murder and bloodshed. That is what you mean. That's what you want. Oh, haven't there been enough of that already? Haven't enough men died because of you?
Darling, Elena.
You're to blame for all this. You with your petty plans and your filthy little schemes. Well, go on. Pass out your guns. You haven't murdered enough men yet. Shoot them down. Shoot them all down. But do not expect me to stand by watching.
Elena, come back here. Come back.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer continue our play, we hear from a woman who served for several years as a British agent at the very scene of tonight's story. She is Natalie Bucknall, head of the research department of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Last year, Mrs. Bucknall spoke to us on film research. Tonight, it's about her thrilling war experiences. Decorated by the Tsar for heroism as a nurse, she later joined the famous 2nd Women's Battalion of Death. Marrying Lieutenant Commander George Bucknall, an English naval officer stationed in St. Petersburg, she became a British subject. But like the hero of our play, Mrs. Bucknall was not officially connected with the British government. Ladies and gentlemen, Natalie Bucknall.
What I'd like to say, first of all, Mr. DeMille, concerns neither spying nor research. Merely as one of the countless women who must feel the same as I do, I want to thank the sponsors of this program for a product which saves us women so much time and money, Lux Flakes. Now for undercover experiences. That took place nearly 20 years ago, at a time of war, and I sincerely trust no one will interpret my remarks as a reflection against the nation for which I have every respect.
Tell us, Mrs. Bucknall, how did you become a secret agent?
It was at the time the Bolsheviks raided the British embassy in St. Petersburg, August 1918, a few months after they had made their separate peace with Germany. I was alone in a room when Captain Cromie, a British intelligence officer, dashed in, followed by the raiders. He was shot before my eyes and died in my arms. Then the rest of us, about 10 Englishmen and 5 Americans and Frenchmen, were seized by the Chikar and imprisoned in Peter and Paul Fortress.
Did you escape or obtain your release?
I didn't escape, Mr. DeMille. I was released after 2 days. They thought that by letting me go, they could follow me, find out where we kept our funds, and intercept any communications that might come from England.
Rather an uncomfortable position. What did you do?
It may surprise you to learn that I went at once to the German chargé d'affaires. He may have been an enemy, but he also was a gentleman. Through him, I was able to get word back to England.
But what about your companions imprisoned in the fortress of Peter and Paul?
I managed to establish contact with them by eluding my pursuers and disguising myself sometimes as a peasant, sometimes as a servant girl or a nurse. By bribing first the guards and then a woman cook, I was able to get inside the prison several times. The cook admitted me in exchange for a pair of fashionable high-level boots. Through her, the messages reached the prisoners. I knew that the more ingenious methods of concealment were the ones most likely to be found out. So I used the simplest, and my most successful ruse was to hide messages in cans of French sardines. After 6 weeks, the Bolsheviks decided to release our men if England would also release a group of Russian officials imprisoned in London. This was arranged, and the exchange negotiated in Sweden. But it wasn't until more than 2 years after the killing of Captain Cromie that England sent an official representative again to Russia.
I presume it was for this work, Mrs. Bucknall, that you were awarded the Order of the British Empire.
Partly for that, perhaps, and partly for what I was able to do when my husband and I returned a few months later to the south of Russia. He was then the British naval liaison officer attached to General Denikin's staff. It was my job, again unofficial, to remain at headquarters and convey the news to him at the front. I also was in charge of a military hospital. Looking back at these experiences, Mr. DeMille, they seem like a nightmare. Yet many of the things I learned during the war are very helpful to me in dealing with the problems of research that arise in our pictures at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And now, let's listen again to the play.
Very thrilling, Mrs. Bucknall. Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer resume the story of British Agent. With Lennon between life and death, mob hysteria rises to fever heat. Blame for the shooting has been laid to Stephen Locke and his friends, and the net of the Chakar tightens slowly about them. In the Garrett hideaway, their storehouse for guns and ammunition, Stephen and Medill work doggedly far into the night. In the flickering light of a candle, they check a list of their forces.
Lundrovich, 20 men.
Send him 10 more rifles, 200 rounds of ammunition.
Right.
Next customer?
Petrovich, 40 men.
It's Lafarge. Come in, Lafarge. Any news?
Yes, I have news.
What's the matter?
Delval is dead.
What?
Dead. They shot him an hour ago.
God, why did it have to be him?
Well, I'm going to try to get through to General Stefanovich. He has the strongest counter-revolutionary forces in action. I need 500 rubles, Stephen.
Right, here you are.
Oh, by the way, you fellows, I hear the Sheik has a list of all counter-revolutionaries. We are featured. Alors, au revoir. For a while.
Chiro.
So long, Lafarge.
All right, let's get on, madam. Who's the last one?
Petrovich, 40 men.
30 rifles, 400 rounds.
Androvich, 10 men.
10 rifles, 100 rounds.
Koskov, 15.
10 rifles.
What's that?
Machine gun. Get away from that window.
Look at Lafarge. He's down there. He's lying in the street. He's dead.
Tell Val. Now Lafarge. God.
They got him. Killed him. The dirty rat.
Easy, man.
They killed him.
Put down that gun.
I'll show them.
Put it down. Can't shoot, you fool. They'll locate the rifles, ammunition, everything.
Sorry, Locke. Lost my head. Hand me my coat, will you?
Where are you going?
Look up a friend of mine.
Who?
General Stefanovich.
Don't be a fool. You'll never get through.
Don't worry. I'll get through.
How?
I've got to think that up on the way.
Pavlov speaking. What? Where'd you pick him up? Hold him, of course. He won't, eh? We'll see. Well, they've just arrested Medill.
Oh, Medill.
On his way to meet Stefanovich. You know him, Elena?
Yes, I know him.
Oh. He refuses to talk as yet. We shall have to make him talk.
What can he tell you?
He's the only one left who knows where Stephen Locke is hiding. That's why I gave orders not to shoot him. We must find Stephen Locke.
But why, Pavlov? Why is it necessary to hunt down one lone man when there are so many?
Because our government is teetering. If Lenin dies and if these riots continue, it will fall. These riots must be stopped. Locke is one of the sources. He must be found. We can no longer think in terms of the present or of ourselves, Elena. Love is of small concern now. I want you to go and see Medill in his cell. He knows you love Locke. Gain his confidence. Find out where Locke is hiding.
No.
You refuse?
Oh, haven't I done enough?
None of us have done enough.
But I love him. I love him.
You will go, do you hear?
No, please.
You will go.
On, Tom. Oh. Hello, Elena.
I am sorry you're here, Medill.
Merely a stopover. I'm leaving tomorrow.
You are to be shot in the morning?
It was mentioned in my conversation with the Cheka.
Locke, where is he?
I'll tell you tomorrow at noon.
Oh, if only I could reach him.
You were rather fond of him, weren't you?
I love him.
You know, there used to be 4 of us. It wasn't bad then. We could play poker. But now with the rest of us almost gone, there's nothing for Locke to do but play solitaire. He's playing a lone hand now. He can't win. If he could only get out of the country. But how could he?
I might.
You might. What?
I could get him out.
You didn't come here as a spy, did you? No woman could be that rotten, could she?
No.
All right, then. I'll tell you where he is. Go to number 11, Lubyanka. It's a garret over 2 vacant stores. You knock 3 and 2. The door is your left.
Go on. He told you more than that.
It is a garret over 2 vacant stores. Knock 3 and 2 on the door to the left.
Good work, Elena. I'll send a squad.
Oh, he isn't there now. He will not be until 9 o'clock.
It's 8 now.
Oh, but the place is filled with ammunition. He could kill 20 men before they reach the stairs.
Then the only way is to blow it up.
Blow it up?
A time bomb should do the trick. We'll plant it early, give everyone a chance to stand clear.
What? At what time?
We'll play safe. We'll set a bomb for 10 o'clock tonight. He's sure to be there.
Oh, he will be there.
At least, he'll never know.
No. He will never know.
Who's out there? Who's at that door? Answer or I'll shoot. Who is it?
Stefan,
why are you here?
I wanted to be with you.
I see. Did you come in the line of duty?
No, Stefan. I have done my duty. It is finished. It is just you and I now. Listen, dear. Listen to me. It is 9 o'clock. In an hour, you and I, we are going away. Together.
What?
It is all arranged. Your work is done. So is mine.
How? I'll never get past that door, darling. They shoot me on sight. You know that?
Do not worry, darling. We have an hour to tell each other how happy we are going to be. A whole hour to love each other. Therefore, what time is it?
3 minutes of 10, darling. Why?
Oh, it seems to have gone so quickly.
Darling, is there anything wrong? Something you haven't told me?
Oh, no, darling. Stefan, kiss me. Hold me tight. Tell me you love me. Oh, tell me. Tell me, Stefan.
Oh, darling, I love you. I love you, Elaine. Listen. It's bells. Why, I wonder?
I do not know.
The crowd, they're yelling something. You hear? It's something about Lenin. Lenin lives. He's going to recover.
Then it is peace. The terror is over, oh, Stefan.
What's it mean?
Oh, it means we are free. They will empty the prison.
Then Medill's safe.
And we are, darling. We can go to England. Oh, God.
What?
Now get out of here, Stefan. We have got to get out of here. Unlock the door.
But why?
Don't stop now, please. Please, Stefan. Open the door. Oh, quickly.
Lena, are you mad?
Get down the stairs, out in the street. Hurry, Stefan.
What's all this about?
We have got to get away from here out into the street.
Give me a hand. Here we are. Look, out that way.
Oh, stay near me, Stefan. Stay near me. Do not leave me.
It's all right, darling. We're out now. Elena, will you please tell me what you're... Elena.
Are you all right, Stefan?
Yes, darling. You knew what was going to happen.
Yes, but that is over now, Stefan. We are free to go. Our life is beginning again.
You knew what was going to happen, and you stayed with me.
That was my duty, too.
Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Anne Harding in Madam X with James Stewart.
Undercover Carson. Secret Agent. Operation Death Ray. Assignment in Rio.
Operation Death Ray certainly got off to a flying start. But my mind was far, far away from any assignment that night at El Rocco Cabaret. Who wouldn't be, watching Fay Corelli throwing those lovely legs around as only a dancer who's part French, part Italian, and part pure siren can? Then there was the tall Nordic blonde. She came up to my table. She'd read in the newspaper that I was an ardent bird watcher, a collector of ancient weapons and novelty pipes. She had a 16th century crossbow. Was I interested? Yes. So she gave me her card. Helena, Old Wares. It was around 11 next morning when I called at her shop in Rua de Uvidor. The crossbow was in a box. Odd, I thought. I was very careful lifting the lid. Just as well. Next thing, a spring snaps, there's a big vase shattered, an ugly arrow quivering on the wall, and the blonde Helena flushed with anger.
Mr. Carson, you do not appear to realize that beautiful vase. It was valued at over 2,000 cruzeros.
Pity.
All you say is pity?
So, better the vase than yon arrow disturbing the weave back and front of this suit I'm wearing, if you follow what I mean, Miss, Helena.
You will call me Miss Jansen, if you please.
Please yourself. But quite a surprise packet you presented me with.
I know nothing about that.
Oh, tut, tut.
I will thank you not to question my word, Mr. Carson.
A trifle hard not to. But let's tug this arrow out of the wall. That's got it. 16th century vintage, all right. Now the sharpening on the barb, undoubtedly 20th century, contemporary. As I said, quite a surprise packet.
And as I said, Mr. Carson, I know nothing about it.
Come, you must know something. How'd you come by this box of tricks?
I was merely acting as an agent.
Who for?
A woman.
Description?
I'm afraid I cannot oblige. The whole matter was arranged over the phone.
A voice. What about that?
Since we're to be so exasperatingly abrupt. Brazilian. Cultured.
That you're only dealing with her?
Yes. The box was to be delivered by carrier. A truck arrived shortly afterwards. 2 men carried the box inside. They put it down where I asked them.
Very gently, no doubt.
I don't remember.
The men. What'd they look like?
Just workmen. I'd never recognize them again.
Of course, you didn't open the box.
I did not.
Ask why?
Because, Mr. Carson, the woman expressly asked that the box should remain untouched and unopened until you arrived. She wanted that privilege to be left to you with your strong, experienced hands.
Strong, anyway. What about her address?
She didn't leave one.
Yeah? Odd, don't you think?
She explained she was acting on behalf of someone else. Someone who thought you would be interested in adding the crossbow to your collection. She left his address. I have it upstairs on my desk pad.
Must get that. But this other person, a man, you say?
Yes. The woman said that if by any chance you should happen to ask who he was...
If? Go on.
I was to say that he was formerly an aviator.
Aviator?
And that he'd served with the air forces of Germany.
So...
I must say, Mr. Carson, that now that I have overcome my resentment of your masterful attitude, I'm rather intrigued.
Intrigued, Miss Jansen? How?
Why should you be selected out as a target like this?
Business rival, perhaps?
But you're with a British meat importing firm.
What difference does that make? Ask him.
It's a well-ordered industry, rarely associated with anything quite so sinister.
Well, then, perhaps someone's trying to test my knowledge of ancient weapons, or perhaps someone was merely hoping to shoot the pipe out of my mouth, or perhaps even the birds don't want me watching their habits, so they got together like this to warn me off.
Really, Mr. Carson, there's one thing I loathe a man being, and that is facetious.
Facetious, eh? Oh, well.
The point is, are you or are you not interested in buying this crossbow? The price asked is 800 cruzeros. That, of course, includes my commission.
800. That's around £16 sterling. Fair price. Very fair. Take check?
Certainly.
Good. But while I'm writing it, that address.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carson. I'll slip straight upstairs and... Oh, excuse me a moment. Can I help you, madame?
No, thank you.
Then
it is Monsieur Carson I wish to...
Faye!
Surprise?
Jove, yes. Pleasant surprise, this. But what brought you here?
I was being pursued.
You were?
If you'll pardon me, Mr. Carson, I'll get that address for you.
Oh, yes, thank you. Now for check.
Besides, I am not happy when I think of you with that one. I do not trust her. She is not open like I am. I am worried for you.
Ah, so you came to protect me.
In a way. But most of all, I come for you to protect me.
Of course. You were being pursued.
By a man in low dress.
Dandies go for you, it seems. 800.
When you are the young girl, you think it is all soap and bubbles to have a good shape and pretty face. But what happened? All the time you are being pestered by the men. Oh, I am so weary of it.
It seems I'm not considered any threat.
Oh, you are an Englishman. You have the, what do you call, sense of balance.
Been known to overbalance there.
If that happen, I will look after you.
Must try.
Here is the sheet from the desk pad, Mr. Carson. The address is on it.
Oh, thanks. What?
San Salvador Avenue. Not far out.
I intend going there right away. Looking over the place, at least. May I leave the deadly weapon here, meanwhile?
If you wish. And should anything further of interest turn up, shall I contact you?
Do.
Monsieur Bruce, we go.
Right away.
Mademoiselle Corelli, is it not?
What of it?
Forgive me for not recognizing you sooner, but clothes do make such a difference.
Oh!
I saw your dancing routine last night at El Rocco. I rather enjoyed it.
It is my purpose to entertain. Is it not, Monsieur Bruce?
Seems so. Yes. But what am I going to do with you, Faye?
You are taking me with you, of course, silly one. Come along.
I told Faye about the prearranged archery in the antique shop. Couldn't put her off. First she was aghast. Then she blamed Helena Jansen and threatened to do something to her that wouldn't exactly fit into her dancing act. But she forgot all about it once the taxi stopped outside the address Helena had given me. Joke?
It is so funny.
Mind letting a fellow in on it?
This place where we stop.
Imposing enough.
It is a hospital.
Hospital? Maybe they've started a new stunt for recruiting patients then.
But a maternity hospital.
Oh.
So perhaps the little baby sent you the crossbow?
Wish it was. Yeah, but the address is obviously a blind. Let's forget the whole thing.
Oh, but who sent you the crossbow?
Say Father Christmas. Or, say Kris Kringle. Anyway, gorgeous, where do I drop you?
I adore the gorgeous. But the drop, oh.
City somewhere?
No, I'll stay with you.
But, Faye,
I have all the time free until I go to El Rocco to dance. And, Monsieur Bruce, last night, when you drive me to my place, you promised me something.
Faye?
Oui? How often you forget. You tell me all about the beautiful pipes you bring with you.
Oh, yes, pipes. Not etchings, my dear. Well, we'll take a quick look at them, then lunch. How about that?
Adore it.
Right. Driver.
Senor.
El Presidente Hotel.
Si, senor.
Know it?
Si, senor.
We'll go to it. Now, Faye. This here.
What is it? Oh, a pipe?
So, one at least I can show you before we reach my suite.
It is divine. The colors, they are so glossy and bright.
Swiss.
Oh, from Switzerland?
So, unusual pipe this.
Most unusual.
Let me show you why there. There's a little catch underneath the bowl. Listen.
A musical box? A musical box underneath a pipe?
Like it?
Oh, so beautiful.
Well, this is just one of the pipes with the musical box. Got a better one. Wait till we reach my suite at El Presidente. Here we are. Ample time to see the pipes, drink, then lunch. This looks like the key. Yes.
Oh, such a lovely suite.
In you go. Carpet's made to walk on.
Oh, it is like a dream. Oh,
Hey.
look, the drawers, the bags,
Why, so...
all emptied out. Oh, Monsieur Bruce, everything in great upset.
Visitors, seems.
Visitors?
Burglars.
Oh, then you must...
And don't touch the phone.
I sent for the gendarme.
Don't want 'em. Sorry. I'm afraid the luncheon must be postponed, Faye. I must check through things, then report the matter in person to the company. This is something I wasn't expecting. There was nothing missing, only Faye, as I went as quickly as possible to the Copacabana apartment of Sir Giles Davenport. We both had an interest in bird watching, and this was really something for the fanciers. No one answered. I don't like waiting in vestibules. I have a certain pipe that is readily converted into a skeleton key. There seemed to be no one around, so I set to work. Easy does it. Just another little twist.
You are perhaps aware of something pressing into your back, senor?
I seem to be feeling something.
Then we will make certain. So, it is as sharp as it feels, senor, and be warned that it is held in the hand of one who comes from a long line of peons.
Oh, that a fact, then?
Indeed, senor. And it is a fact also that for 2 generations ago, my ancestors were complete savages. They killed for the delight of it, senor. Often I myself have such yearnings.
Interesting.
We both find it interesting, senor. I am interested in you most. You will do as I say, or in a brief moment I will use this knife as my ancestors would already have done. You will do as I say.
I dodged an arrow in the chest because I'd been on the alert. Now I had a knife pressing in my back because I'd been too casual. Operation Death Ray looked like coming to a sudden end.
Undercover Carson. Secret Agent. Operation Death Ray. Assignment in Rio.
There were other agents on the job, all right. First, when I was in that antique shop with blonde Helena Jansen, I just missed collecting a deadly arrow from an ancient crossbow. Next, when I was with French-Italian dancer Faye Corelli, my hotel suite was ransacked. Nothing missing, but someone was anxious. Anxious, no doubt, that I should not locate that German flyer who could give me the names of the 6 scientists, and so the secret of the death ray. I felt it was time for another chat with my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport. No one answered at his Copacabana apartment. I decided to let myself in, and was in the course of doing so when I felt something nudging at my spine, and heard a voice growling in my ear.
Is it clear to you then, senor, what I now grasp in my hand?
Expect so. How long, might I ask, is the blade?
Senor, were I to use it up until its hilt, then for a brief moment, perhaps, you would be able to observe the splendid sharpness of its point.
Practically a rapier. But what can I do for you?
As I have warned you, senor, you will do as I say. I'm curious to know what manner of instrument you are employing for the purpose of opening that door.
Nothing at all.
You grasp some small object in your hand.
There. Only a pipe.
A pipe? You will hand it to me.
Of course. There you are.
This is indeed a strange one.
Rather novel. Picked it up in England.
The stem is most unusual, senor.
'Tis that.
You are employing this perhaps to force your way into the apartment?
Using a pipe to force my way in? Really, old chap, I ask you.
Who might you be, senor?
Name's Carson. Bruce Carson.
And here in Rio de Janeiro, what is your mission?
Mission? Scarcely that. Merely here as representative of British meat importing firm. Give you my card.
Oh, no, senor. Permit me to remind you what I grasp in my hand.
Rather pointed, must say.
Do not reach toward the pocket, senor. That is a ruse of which I'm well aware. It is not always with a card that one is presented.
Seem to be well up in these things. You haven't a card yourself by any chance?
Senor, you have already been presented with mine.
I see what you mean.
Carson!
Oh, Sir Giles.
Upon my soul, what is going on here?
I was wondering myself.
Angelo!
Excellency, this man I discovered attempting to break into the apartment while you were out taking your walk.
Well, if he wants to break in, he's perfectly at liberty to do so. Unorthodox, but nevertheless...
Excellency, the senor is known to you?
He certainly is, a fellow bird watcher all the way from England. Come here to track down some creatures of strange plumage. Now, get that knife out of sight. Ghastly.
Yes, Excellency, at once.
You know this fellow, Sir Giles?
I should think so, Carson. My servant, Angelo. Been with me these many years. Charming fellow, really.
I pray, senor, there will come a time when I'm able to make amends for the great insult.
Just as well Angelo didn't suddenly grow savage like his Indian ancestors of 2 generations removed. That would have meant never knowing him. And later, I was to know him so very well, to value him for his loyalty and courage, stand in wonder of him for his strange mixture of violence and gentleness. There was a deeply apologetic air about him as he set the drinks down in front of us.
Will that be all, Excellency?
Thank you, Angelo. I'll call if there's anything further. I'll call.
As you say, Excellency. And if there is any service I may do, Senor Carson, permit it that I may hasten to oblige.
The time will come, Angelo.
Trust so, Excellency. I trust so.
Well, Carson, he'll get over his upset. I've tried to break him of the Excellency, but he will have it that I come from the very top deck of British nobility. However, the drinks. Soda or water?
Water, Sir Giles.
Say when.
Oh, thanks. Yes, sir?
Yes, I'll take this one straight. Good luck, Carson.
Good luck, sir. I'll need it.
Pleasant. But now to brass tacks. What's been happening? When last I saw you here, you were off to look over the various night spots where our blonde bird, the flyer, might be found.
Well, I started with Black Macaw.
The Black Macaw?
Seemed an appropriate start for a bird watcher.
Oh, steady, Jiff Carson. No doubt I gave you that name on the list, but it seems I've heard it elsewhere recently.
You have? In this morning's papers?
Oh, of course. The bartender knifed or something.
Knifed very skillfully, Sir Giles. I was there at the time.
You don't say.
Strange little fellow. Wizened, rather sour-looking. I wanted to engage him in conversation. Seemed a hard nut to crack. But then the pipes worked the trick again.
How do you mean, Carson?
Oh, dragged out a Moorish pipe, and then a Bavarian one. Eyes lit up. Wanted to know all about them. Anyway, got talking. He reckoned he could tell me something about a flyer, blonde, formerly with the German Air Force. Told me to wait. Meanwhile, a young woman...
accosted you?
No. Oh. Fellow, dandified type, annoying her. She appealed to me for protection. No reason to refuse. We danced, introduced ourselves. Fake, really, French-Italian. Ravishing. Dancer, Del Rocco. Anyway, time I got back to the bar, the little Brazilian was dead.
It seems, Carson, that we've got some pretty ruthless opposition on the job.
On the job's right, sir. Last night I went to El Rocco. One of the spots on your list.
That's right.
At the same time, I thought I might see what sort of a dancer Mademoiselle Corelli really is. Superb, Sir Giles. But when she was dancing, a rather tall, rather cool-looking young woman came over to me.
What is it about you, Carson?
Pipes, Sir Giles.
Yes, I must take up that hobby. But go on.
And she explained she was a dealer in antiques, with a shop in Rua de Ubidor. Helena Jensen.
Yes, I believe I know the place.
And she said there was a 16th century crossbow there. Might interest me. Well, sir, I went there at 11 this morning to inspect the crossbow. It was in a box, which I was supposed to open. Seemed odd. I turned it on side, like so. Opened it gently. Snap of a spring, shattering of a vase. There was an arrow quivering in the wall.
Dastardly.
I rather thought so at time.
But why hadn't this woman opened the box herself?
I wasted no time asking that same question, sir. She said that she was acting on behalf of another person, and that the opening must be left to me.
Ah, I see.
And if, by any chance, I happened to ask who he was, I was to be told that he was formerly an aviator, and that he'd served with the Air Forces of Germany.
Carson, does this mean the flyer's trying to get at us?
I think not. You see, Sir Giles, Helena Jensen gave me an address. It was supposed to be the flyer's, or that of someone associated with him. Turned out to be a blind.
Someone's idea of a joke, eh?
So. But that's not all of it.
No?
Back at the hotel, I found my suite upside down.
How do you mean?
Uninvited callers.
Ah, I see. Anything missing?
No, nothing. Pipes, etc., all intact. Of course, there were no clues there for anyone to find.
Naturally, old man. But this all ties in. Whoever set the crossbow trap may have hastened to examine your effects before the police arrived, if you follow what I mean.
Quite. On the other hand, we may have the agents of two separate powers working against us.
Prize is big enough to attract half a dozen powers, old man.
Exactly. Anyway, Sir Giles, that brings me up to my arrival here. No one home, so I thought I'd let myself in and wait. Didn't bargain for your Angelo.
You should have met him a couple of days back, but at that time I had him working out in his unobtrusive way. He's come to light with some very valuable information. It'll save you the fag of doing all those night spots.
Well, hardly fag so far, sir. Do go on.
You recall this flyer married shortly after he arrived here?
Oh, yes. Local fashion model. Something exquisite.
Well, you'll be the judge of that.
Yeah? How so, sir?
Angelo's managed to locate the apartment building where she's living at present.
Oh, he has, but yes.
Quite close. Handy, too. In the fashion world, she was known as Paquita. She still has her maiden name on the box of the apartment. Senorita Paquita Rifio.
Oh. And the name of the apartment building?
Fiesta, of all names. Very big place. Anyway, Carson, I'll let you know how to get there, and the rest will be up to you.
I found the building easily enough. Senorita Paquita Rifio, on the box. I took the elevator to the 8th, walked along to 809, her apartment. I stopped, and my heart nearly stopped at what I heard.
No!
Hello?
Silenzio!
Well, this calls for quick action. The door. What are you trying to do to that young woman? Strangle her? I happen to be someone who has Senorita's interests very much at heart. That's better. Keep your hands to yourself. And if you'll be so good as to stand to one side while I telephone the police.
Police? Guardia Civil?
So.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Adios, senor. Adios.
Yeah, gone. Can't be helped.
Thank you, senor. Thank you.
No trouble. Just passing. Heard rumpus. Who was he?
To me, senor, he is entirely strange. There is a knock upon the door. Then into here he forces his way. He asks me things for which I do not have the answer.
Asks you what things, Senorita?
Oh, names.
Names?
It is all to do with my former husband.
So?
But I cannot tell him. He will not believe me. He then attempts to force me, senor. Oh, I thought he would kill me.
Feeling better now?
Oh, so much. Oh.
Anything wrong?
Oh, it is me, senor. I am all wrong. Look at me in the mirror. My hair, my clothes.
Rather charming, I thought.
Oh, how ever can you say that? I must attend to myself. Pardon me, senor. I go for a few minutes to the bedroom.
Take your time, dear. When you get back, we'll have a little chat, eh?
Si, senor. Then I must thank you properly.
Hello?
I fear it will not close properly. The catch has been broken.
Of course.
But you will realize from what I hold in my hand that I desire you to raise your hands, Mr. Carson.
Well?
I am in a position to insist.
Heck. Court, seems.
I fear so, Mr. Carson. This is a situation somewhat unusual for a man whose hobby is bird watching. Or is it?
So, there it was. I had a pretty fair idea what the Spanish hooligan was after. What about this fellow with the gun? There was opposition in Operation Death Ray, all right, and it seemed I was face to face with it.
Washington, calling Counterspy. Washington, calling Counterspy. Washington, calling Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
The Blue Network presents Phillips H. Lord's Counterspy. Backing our great Army and Navy at the front is our invisible army of United States counterspies who work quietly, effectively, and swiftly against the enemies in our midst. They are the dread of the German Gestapo, the Italian Obra, and the Japanese Black Dragons. Imagine the ace counterspy of them all as David Harding, specially appointed with authority to work however or wherever he will. 3 weeks ago, in Washington, a very prominent bachelor by the name of William R. Terrace stood in the center of his expensive apartment. The time, 11:25 at night. A dim light burned on a little ebony side table. Mr. Terrace stood there. His face was ashen white. Great beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead.
Go on. You've betrayed your country. Go on. Go on, pull the trigger, you coward. Go on.
Tell the editor to hold the press. William R. Terrace has just committed suicide in his living room. He left a note saying it was because of ill health.
It's a clear-cut case of suicide, Mr. Harding. You're the chief, and what you say goes, but it's just the case of a wealthy bachelor in poor health.
Well, I admit, Mark, William Terrace probably did commit suicide. But remember this. We're at war. The Gestapo are experts at making a murder appear to be a suicide.
Then you're really going to investigate it?
Well, I think I'll at least ask a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, the note Terrace left, Mark, said he was committing suicide because of ill health. I think I'll drop in on his doctor and see how bad his health really was. You would know, Doctor, if Mr. Terrace was in poor health?
I was shocked at his suicide, Mr. Harding. From everything I know, Mr. Terrace was in perfect health.
That's quite interesting. I think I'll go over to Mr. Terrace's bank and see if finances were worrying him.
No, Mr. Harding. Mr. Terrace's finances were in perfect condition. He was worth nearly $750,000. He had many government bonds and securities.
Thank you. Mark, when a man commits suicide, and it isn't his health and it isn't finances,
look for the woman.
Exactly. And that's what I want you to do, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Now pick 6 men. Cover Washington from head to foot. And find out what woman William Terrace paid special attention to. Yes?
Mr. Harding, I've just completed that investigation. Man in question was spotless. Described as congenial, social, friendly, but never escorted any particular woman. Was known to be very proper and old-fashioned in ideals.
All right, Mark, that ends that lead. Meet me later. I'm going to take a long chance and visit the accounting firm which checked Terrace's books.
Why, yes, Mr. Harding. We've been the accountants for Mr. Terrace's firm for 9 years.
I want you to go to Mr. Terrace's office and get his office pad of appointments for the past year. Now check that appointment list for lapses of time. Then check those dates against his personal checks and see what checks were made out during those periods of absences. This should tell us where Mr. Terrace was during those absences.
Mr. Harding, we went over Mr. Terrace's office pad and found he was absent from his business during the past year on 4 different occasions, a week at each time.
Good. Now, during those absences, did he make out any checks?
His first absence corresponds with a check he made out at the Saratoga Hotel, Saratoga Springs. During Mr. Terrace's second absence, he made out a check at the clubhouse, Pine Hill, South Carolina. This third check was made out at a clubhouse, Atlanta, Georgia.
Fine, thank you. Proceed.
This is G6, calling from Saratoga Springs. Man in question spent week here in company of woman. Dark complexion, about 31, expensively dressed, unusually attractive. Full report follows.
Fine. Proceed.
G8, reporting from Pine Hill, South Carolina. Man in question stayed here accompanied by unknown woman in early 30s. Most attractive, expensively gowned, dark. Report follows.
This is beginning to get very interesting, Mr. Harding.
Yet we may still be on a wild goose chase, Mark. We have no idea who that girl was. She may have been perfectly all right.
But how can we ever find her? She may be anywhere.
Well, here's a little something I dug up. April the 2nd, William Terrace made out a check to the Washington Jewelry Company for $8,000.
Say, that's a pretty sizable amount for a bachelor to be making out to send to a jewelry house.
That's what I thought, Mark. I'm going to check that jewelry house. I wonder just what William Terrace bought with that $8,000.
Mr. Terrace bought a solitaire diamond ring, 10.5 carats, platinum setting, a woman's ring. We have no record that he said whom he was buying it for. That is all.
Thank you. Well, Mark, now we know that Mr. Terrace bought a ring for some woman. But who is she? Where is she?
Oh, that's a tough question, Mr. Harding.
Well, let's put 2 and 2 together and try to make 5. Check all insurance companies, Mark.
Yes?
And see if within a few days after April the 2nd, any woman insured a ring for approximately $8,000.
Say, that's clever reasoning. You win, Harding. We're getting hot. Here's the insurance report. April 5th, a solitaire diamond ring, platinum setting, was insured for $8,000 by a Miss Avery Rollins of 1370 Lincoln Boulevard, Northwest, Washington.
Rollins. Avery Rollins. That name's very familiar.
She's high society, Mr. Harding. Lives with her uncle and aunt. Now, I got a report on her. Age 32, height 5'5", light hair, light complexion, very social, educated at the Sorbonne, Paris. Above reproach.
Yeah, but the woman seen with William Terrace at the resorts was dark hair. The weights are approximately the same, both apparently wealthy, both smart dressers. Mark, there's something wrong, something very wrong. It's a problem that's got to be approached from some unusual angle. Well, you have a very luxurious apartment here, Colonel Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. I'm pretty proud of it, especially this library den.
I'm here to make a very unusual request, Colonel. As you may know, I'm a United States counterspy.
Yes, I do.
Now, Colonel, you knew William Terrace personally, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Was his suicide a bona fide suicide, Mr. Harding?
Well, to be perfectly frank, Colonel Reynolds, I don't know. That's why I've come to you. I need the aid of a citizen, Colonel, prominent, who has some government responsibility. You're 48?
That's correct.
A bachelor?
A confirmed one.
You're a very handsome man.
Oh, come now, come.
Yes, and very fascinating to women.
Now, wait a minute, Harding.
No, this is very serious business. Now, you're chairman on the board for the new airplane formations and armor.
Yeah?
That makes you a very interesting person to certain other persons. Colonel, do you happen to know a Miss Avery Rollins?
A very gorgeous woman, but I've never happened to meet her.
She's usually surrounded by any number of admirers. Well, I'm going to arrange for you to meet her, Colonel Reynolds. And I'm going to ask you to make yourself just as interesting to her as possible. In fact, I'm going to ask you to try and make it even a constant attachment for a time.
What? Oh, no, Harding, that's a little too much. I don't wish to get mixed up with women.
Now, Colonel Reynolds, you could be the principal factor in possibly exposing one of the most cunning spy rings in this country today.
You don't think Avery Rollins was in any way connected with Terrace's suicide? You don't think she's acting as a spy?
That's what I want to find out, Colonel.
Good Lord, Harding.
I've arranged with Lady Keston to give a formal ball next Friday evening. I've given her a list of guests she's to include. Miss Rollins will be one. And I'd appreciate your being another and casually meeting her.
Naturally, Rollins. Mr. Harding, under these circumstances, no man could refuse.
I thought you'd feel that way, sir. Now, after you meet her, please don't try to contact me in any way. Leave it up to me to find out what you're doing.
3 weeks later, March 23rd.
G6, the colonel boarded train at Washington. After an hour, was joined by a woman already on train. She is of dark complexion, expensively dressed, very attractive, black hair, height approximately 5 feet 5. Ticket reads Palm Springs. That is all.
That's strange. That's not the description of Avery Rollins.
April 6th, 4:20 p.m. The colonel in question boarded train at Washington. Hour later, joined woman already on train. Dark complexion, expensively dressed, very beautiful and exotic. Weight, 110 pounds. Tickets read Atlanta, Georgia.
Who is meeting Colonel Reynolds on these trips? Is it Avery Rollins, or who is it? Come in. Oh, hello, Mark.
Hello, Mr. Harding. I just got the facts on that dark girl who's been meeting the colonel.
Good. What did you find out?
You were right, sir. After the girl got off the train with the colonel, I went to her compartment. There were unmistakable signs of dark-colored powder, blonde hair, and black hair which showed at the end of the hair, as if it had come out of a wig. Now, she must get on the train, get a compartment, and change her appearance before she comes out and meets the colonel.
Then it is Avery Rollins, because she's been absent from Washington at the same time as the colonel has. He's probably explained to the colonel that because of their prominent standing in Washington, she must disguise herself.
Then, the way I see it, this Avery Rollins must have been the mysterious dark woman with whom William Terrace went off on trips before he was murdered.
Without a doubt. And she's connected with his murder in some manner. And I've got to make sure the colonel isn't killed the same way. She's off now down at Virginia Beach with him.
What a sunset, Avery.
Beautiful. I love to lie on the beach after all the others have gone in.
Look at those breakers on the sea.
John, sometimes I see a look come over your face. A look of pain. Anything troubling you?
No, dear. Nothing really.
Perhaps you're worrying about your responsibilities. Those new war plans or something.
No, I don't think I am.
Oh, I wish we didn't have to go back to Washington tomorrow.
We must, though. I've got some important conferences. Here, put these in your bag, will you, Avery? I'm afraid I'll lose them in the sand.
Oh, but why bring keys down to the beach?
I don't dare leave them in the hotel room. The flat one is the key to the secret cabinet in my library. It has the government plans we're drawing up.
Oh, no, John. Don't give me the keys. It's too big a responsibility.
Well, all right. I'll hide them next time under the rug at the hotel.
Oh, silly. Let's go in the water. Come on.
Oh, all right. I'll beat you to it.
Oh, you just try.
Oh, I was looking for you, Harding.
Well, hello, Colonel Reynolds. Glad to see you. Sit down. Now, I thought it might be better for us to meet openly at the hotel here rather than for me to go again to your apartment.
A good many things have happened since we last talked, Harding.
Yes. And you've proved yourself a veteran. A professional counterspy. Couldn't have done better.
Anything the matter, Harding?
Well, I think the big moment's here. It's now or never.
What shall I do?
Now, I'd like to have you invite Miss Rollins up to your apartment Tuesday night for a formal dinner. Just you two.
I'll try. You don't think, do you, Harding, Miss Rollins really is a spy?
Yes, Colonel. I do.
But I kept the key to my secret file where she could get it. Called her attention to it. Harding, tell me the truth. You don't think Miss Rollins was the girl who was with Terrace on those trips before he committed suicide?
Yes. His blood is on her hands, Colonel. And probably the blood of a dozen other men. Now, Tuesday night, after you've had dinner, I wish you'd go with her into your library den for coffee. But under no conditions, Colonel, drink the coffee. Now, I'll casually drop in a little later.
You intend to break her Tuesday night?
If I can. And I hope I can. What's the matter, Colonel? You're white as a sheet.
I'm all right.
Can I get you something?
No.
What is it, Colonel? You can tell me.
Harding, I love her.
You don't mean that.
Yes. Yes, I do mean it. I love her.
Good heavens, man, you can't.
But I do. I think she's innocent. She didn't try to copy the key. She's never tried to ask me questions about secret government affairs.
But she's a murderess, Colonel. Take my word for it, the blood of Terrace is on her. She'd double-cross you in a second.
I didn't realize how lonely I'd been. She's so clever, smart, beautiful, everything about her. I can't stand it.
You're not thinking of doing what William Terrace did?
No. No, not that. I guess I can see it through.
I'm sorry, Colonel. Terribly sorry.
I guess there's no more to be said.
You'll go through with it tomorrow night, as planned.
Yes.
Now remember, do not drink any coffee that's poured. I wish I could say something, Colonel Reynolds. I feel for you from the bottom of my heart. But this is bigger than you, or me.
I know. But still, I think she's innocent. Some more champagne, Avery?
Please, John.
That's a stunning evening gown. It blends right with your skin.
Oh, flattered.
Some more champagne for you, sir.
Yes. And Martin.
Yes, sir.
Miss Avery and I will have our brandy and coffee in the library tonight.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to have you remain this evening.
Very good, sir.
Oh, by the way, Avery, did you ever know William R. Terrace?
Terrace? Wasn't he the man who committed suicide about 4 months ago?
Yes.
I've seen him, but I've never met him.
Oh. Awful thing, wasn't it?
I've heard some people say it wasn't suicide.
Yes, but you can't tell from rumors. Oh, like the silverware?
Oh, you caught me looking at it, John. Yes, I do like it. Everything about this place, it's so tasteful.
I had thought I was perfectly contented. But now it all seems so insignificant. To have something really worthwhile, you've got to have someone to share it with.
I found the same thing true, John. Closeness and comradeship mean more than anything.
Shall I have Martin serve the coffee and brandy in the library?
Yes, do I finish?
Let me help you.
But I'd rather sit on the divan with you.
Avery, you look like the most sophisticated woman in the world. Like one of those gorgeous paintings. And then you say something so tender.
Oh, but a woman should be a mystery to a man. There.
Avery,
I know.
but you don't know how much.
Yes, I do, John. My heart's pitter-pattering the same way. It has been ever since that last trip.
Do you love me, Avery?
Yes, John. Very deeply.
Pardon me, sir, but Mr. Harding and his friend have called.
Oh, yes. Yes, Martin, show them in.
Certainly. Why did they have to come at just this moment?
Well, Harding's a very good friend. I guess he's just dropping in.
No, we were just on our way to the club. We thought we'd stop in, Colonel.
Hello, Harding. Glad to see you. Have you met Miss Rollins?
I don't believe I've had that privilege. Good evening, Miss Rollins.
Good evening, Mr. Harding.
Miss Rollins is a friend of mine, Mr. Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Mark.
It's a pleasure.
And Colonel Reynolds, Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Mark. Won't you join us in a Brandon coffee?
No, thank you. We've just finished dinner.
Sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
Well, while you men chat, I think I'll go and freshen up a bit. We just finished dinner, a delicious dinner, Mr. Harding, but fried chicken, and you know what that does to the hand.
Well, I've always maintained the only real place to really enjoy fried chicken was in the bath.
Well, you men chat, and I'll be back in just a few moments, if you'll excuse me.
Harding, it's all right to talk in front of Mr. Mark?
Yes, Colonel. He's a counterspy in active service.
Harding, it can't be true. She's too decent. I'm going crazy.
Colonel Reynolds, I'm going to have to be brutal tonight. Ordinarily, I wouldn't operate this way. But I'm going to do everything I can to expose this right here in front of you. I believe I owe it to you.
Tell me, Harding, she's really one of your agents working with you. Tell me that you suspected me and really did this so she could check on me. Tell me that. Ease my mind.
The only way, Colonel, is to let this unfold. Now, would you ring for your butler, please?
Why, yes. Yes. Harding, is it the butler you're really after? Tell me it's he and not Avery, isn't it?
Colonel, I know how upset you are. I sympathize. But I can't change the facts. Now, don't say anything for a minute.
Did you ring for me, sir?
I believe the Colonel wanted you to pour some brandy for me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is a gun in your stomach. Don't move.
Harding!
Quiet, please, Colonel. Cuff his hands behind him, Mark. Tight.
I've got him. Then he's the man you're after, not Avery.
I believe he...
Martin.
There. Without his wig, he looks more natural, like his pictures. Your butler, Colonel Reynolds, is Herr Franz Berkman, one of the cleverest Austrian spies.
I am not him. I do not know whom you are talking about.
Colonel, when your butler was hurt by a car 6 weeks ago, you might be interested to know it was a plot. The man at the wheel of the car which ran down your butler was this man standing here. He wanted to pose as a butler so he could get in your house here. We've been checking on him for weeks. Here. Drink the coffee you served the Colonel. Drink it. Now, you don't like doped coffee, huh, Berkman?
Please, Harding, Avery is coming back.
I'll watch her when she comes in. I think she'll be pretty surprised.
Is something the matter in here? Well, is that your butler? His hair...
Yes, Miss Rollins. We removed his wig.
Why?
Well, for the reason that he happens not to be a butler, but Herr Franz Berkman, a very noted Austrian spy.
Spy? He's a spy?
Yes. Quite a catch.
Oh, I'm so glad you caught him.
Mark, take Berkman over to the other side of the room.
Come on, Hitler, or I'll lead you by the nose.
Oh, John, you must feel terribly about this taking place in your apartment. Here, take this brandy. You look like a ghost.
Thank you. Thank you, Avery. Thanks.
Now, Colonel Reynolds, I have a record I'd like to play for you. Would you mind my using your machine?
Why, no. No, the switch is right on the side of the radio.
Right. It's just a short recording.
I feel a little dizzy. I guess I'll sit here by you, Avery.
Good. What kind of a record is it, Mr. Harding? What's the purpose of it?
I believe that it'll be self-explanatory. It was made last night. There. The lines were spoken rather softly at the time, but I'll turn on the full volume so we won't miss anything.
Here. Quick, get the camera ready. Oh, I can't find anything but personal papers.
Oh, they must be there. The colonel told me himself. He kept them in the wall safe in his library.
Yes, all right, but if we don't find them, you just have to keep on playing him.
Oh, that old fool. I want to spit in his face every time I get near him. I can't stand to touch him.
Oh, the plans are not here. Yeah, he has tricked you.
But they must be there.
We have failed tonight. But he'll probably put them in here tomorrow night.
I hope tonight would be the last. Then I could break him and force him to commit suicide like terrorists. If he won't, we'll poison his coffee.
Not so
you
quick.
dogs, vermin, I'll spit at you. I'll
Avery, you know what you're saying.
You pig! You swine! Let go of me!
Fortunately, Colonel Reynolds, the plans weren't there, but if they had been, you wouldn't be alive tonight. She'd have worked on you till she'd gotten you to commit suicide.
And I would have made him kill himself, just like I made Karras kill himself.
Shut up, you fool. Don't talk. Yeah, she'd have told you she'd gotten the plans, that you'd be disgraced. She'd have broken your heart. You'd have done what all the other men have done she's worked on.
And I'd have laughed at the stupid dog.
Colonel, her real name is Marie Schmitz of Hungary, a paid spy. She goes to the biggest bidder. This woman is one of the cleverest, if not the cleverest, paid woman spy in this country. And that butler of yours, Franz Berkman, is her husband. Take them away, Mark. The other agents are out in the front hall.
Yes, sir. Keep your hands off me.
Come on now, come on.
I'm sorry, Colonel, but I had to strip it all down before you, so you'd never have any doubt.
I didn't know. A person could be hurt quite this much.
You may have saved the lives, Colonel, of thousands of our boys.
I hope so.
Come over here by the window for a minute. Would you, Colonel?
Why couldn't she have been what I hoped she was?
Look at those Marines swing along. You've done them and the boys like them a great service, Colonel Reynolds. No one will probably ever know about it. But you will. And I will. Let's open the window. Doesn't that send a thrill through you?
It does. Yes. I'm glad I was able to help Harding. Every one of us has got to sacrifice. Some one way, some another. I guess this way.
All over this country tonight is spread a great army of counterspies, men working to protect you and our boys at the front. Special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, of the Secret Service, of the Treasury and State Departments, of the intelligence bureaus of the Army and the Navy, men who are constantly on the alert, diligently protecting our home front. These men beg of you not to talk concerning troop movements, armaments, defense plants, and wartime plans. There are many leeches, enemy agents, just waiting to pounce on every little scrap of information so their experts can piece it together into a big, compact picture of our war efforts. Next Monday evening, Counterspy David Harding will be on the air. Tell your friends, invite them to listen in to these exciting dramatized cases portrayed weekly at this time. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production which has originated from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Finding life rather dull? Dreaming again of exotic places? Wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you Escape.
Escape with us now to Western Europe and an exciting story about the most murderous group of men on Earth, as Anthony Ellis tells it in A Bullet for Mr. Smith.
I'd been asked to take the job because as a freelance correspondent in Europe, I could travel anywhere and talk to anybody without arousing suspicion. I would be working for the French intelligence office. And since I was unmistakably American, it was hoped that enemy agents would be slow to discover me as a danger to them. 5 days after I accepted the job, I was told to go to a little movie on the left bank in Paris where I would make my first contact. I went, bought a ticket, and found my way to the 15th row, 4th seat from the aisle. Excuse me, please. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Pardon. Excuse me.
Yes?
Could you tell me the time?
The time?
Please.
9 o'clock, monsieur.
9. Exactly?
9 exactly.
The man we're looking for calls himself Smith. He may be English, but we don't think so.
Where do I find him?
We don't know. He was in Paris 2 days ago, but we have an idea he's headed for Switzerland.
Any description?
Very meager. About 6 foot, 180 pounds. Dark, small triangular scar on upper lip. Okay. There is a tobacco shop in a village called Devon. It's on the Swiss border. Owner's name is Mont, one of our men. Better go there. Get Smith. Kill him if you have to.
Right. It concerned the plans of one of Western Europe's greatest defenses against invasion, the new rocket bases in France. Somebody had gained access to all the details of those rocket bases, but it remained to find out who, and then to stop him before he could get them out of the country. By midnight, I was on my way to the Swiss border. The next afternoon, I reached Devon and found the tobacco shop of my contact, Mont.
Good afternoon, monsieur.
I'd like some tobacco, something different.
Of course. I make a blend. Perhaps you will be good enough to judge it.
Blend de Mont. You are Monsieur Mont?
I am, monsieur.
You've been highly recommended in Paris. I'm buying the tobacco for a friend of mine, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith. One moment, please. One must be so careful. This way, please.
All right.
You have credentials?
Yeah. Right here in my wallet.
Mm-hmm. You are Mr. Hickok?
What? No. No, that's the man who made the wallet.
Oh.
I'm Alan Rogers.
Of course. Thank you. Now we talk business. Sit down, please.
Thanks. First, who is Mr. Smith?
I don't know.
That's a help.
Let me explain. We know there is a Mr. Smith, but as to his true identity...
Okay, we'll get to that later. You think he's got the information?
No, not yet. Otherwise, he would not still be here.
Where is he now?
Across the border at Nyon. He appears to be a very rich Englishman, spending his time at Lake Geneva.
He was in Paris a couple of days ago.
Perhaps he was.
What do you mean? Perhaps he was.
I am not trying to be mysterious, Mr. Rogers. I said perhaps he was because Mr. Smith may be a number of people. Or a number of people may be Mr. Smith.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are we looking for a gang who call themselves Smith or one man?
I don't know. All I can tell you is that he, or they, are very clever and very dangerous. We had one operative working in Nyon. He became friendly with a Mr. Smith. They went boating on the lake. Our man did not return. An accident, said Mr. Smith.
Ah.
Wait, stay here, please.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, mademoiselle. How may I serve you?
A pack of de Maurier cigarettes, please.
Du Maurier? I'm afraid, mademoiselle, that I do not stock the brand.
Well, they seem awfully hard to get here. All right, players, please.
Certainly.
Any luck, my dear?
I'm afraid not. Only players.
I just remembered. Du Maurier, was it not? There may be some in the back room.
I ran to the front room, but got only a glimpse of the man as he jumped into a closed car. He was tall and wore a mustache. I couldn't see the girl. Mont lay beside the counter, a package of players clutched in his dying hand. I knelt beside him. He was trying hard. Go on. What is it? Say it.
Nyon.
Yeah, Nyon.
Mr. Smith. Grand Hotel.
He was dead. So I notified the local police and then took a bus the 7 miles to Nyon.
I signed the register at the desk of the Grand Hotel and turned to follow the page to my room when
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's my fault. I never look where I'm going. I hope you didn't break the mirror.
Oh, no, it's... You're American.
Yes.
New England?
Vermont.
Wonderful. I went to Bennington.
Oh?
My name's Mary Donnelly.
My name is Rogers. Alan Rogers.
Oh, I'm so homesick for some good American talk. Will you buy me a drink?
Well, sure. There's something about meeting someone from home when you're in a foreign country, especially a girl. That is, most girls, but not Mary Donnelly. I'd never met her before, but I knew her voice. She was the girl in Mont's tobacco shop. She'd been with whoever killed the French agent. And I had a hunch. That was Mr. Smith.
And so my parents, being filthy rich, decided the best way for me to forget the cad was to send me to Europe for a year. So, here I am.
Huh? Nice way to forget a cad.
What about you? What are you doing in Switzerland?
Vacation. I had a job in Paris and got tired and decided to come here. I wanted to see the rest of Europe before it blew up.
Oh.
What? You sound disappointed.
Oh, no, not really. I thought perhaps you might be a Secret Service man or something.
Sorry.
I'm being romantic. You do look the type, you know.
Oh? Is there a type?
Oh, yes. Handsome, square jaw.
No, that's a broken jaw. I got it in a football game, along with the name Whiz.
Oh, that's a candy bar, remember?
Hey, you're right. I never thought of it before.
But the jaw looks very distinguished.
Yeah? Well, it aches when it rains. It does. Looks like we've got company.
Oh, so here you are, Mary. Why, sir, I hope I'm not interrupting.
Of course not. Mr. Rogers, I'd like you to meet Mr. Warwick Smith.
Mr. Smith. It happened as quickly and uneventfully as that. Mr. Smith, the same man I'd seen leaving Mont's tobacco shop. It was all very chummy and well met. We had cocktails, we enjoyed one another's company, and to look at the three of us, you wouldn't have thought that espionage and murder sat with us.
You mean to say that you haven't seen Geneva yet?
No.
Well, that's capital. We must take you, Mary?
Of course.
Fine.
Will you both join me for dinner?
Oh, well, I hate to break up any plans, but
Not at all, I insist. And then afterwards we can take the launch down to Geneva. It's a lovely trip.
Monsieur Warwick Smith?
Here, boy. Excuse me.
Telephone call, monsieur.
Thank you.
Will you take it here?
No, thanks. I shan't be a moment. You order another round, Rogers.
Right.
Merci, monsieur.
Oh, he seems to be a nice fellow.
Oh, Warwick?
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Rogers.
Yes?
Would you do me a favor?
Well, I can try.
I know it sounds strange, but please, don't go with us to Geneva tonight.
Why not?
Please, just leave the hotel, go back to Paris. I can't tell you anything else, but do as I say. Please, go away.
Suddenly, she wasn't putting on an act anymore. The cocktail hour was over, and so was the small talk. Mary Donnelly wanted me out of the way, and yet I was pretty sure she didn't know what I was after. I was trying to make it add up when Mr. Smith came back.
I say I feel perfectly septic about this, but I'm afraid our little jaunt is off tonight, old man.
Oh, it's too bad.
Perhaps some other time.
Sure.
Frightful bother, but that telephone, well, it was rather urgent. Mary, it was the matter we spoke of earlier.
Oh, yes.
Do forgive us, Rogers.
Oh, it's all right. Forget it. Maybe we can get together tomorrow.
Yes, rather. Come along, my dear.
Goodbye.
I'll see you later.
Oh, please forget what I said before. I was only trying to be romantic.
Oh, sure. I know. You've been reading too much Eric Ambler and John Buchan, Spies and stuff.
Goodbye, Mr. Rogers.
Goodbye. So, they were on the move. Mont had said that they didn't have the plans yet, which could mean that Mr. Smith and his girlfriend were expecting to get them tonight. I followed them out to the lobby, watched them go upstairs, then sat and waited. They came out of the elevator together and left the Grand Hotel. I followed. It wasn't hard. They headed straight for the Nyon Railroad station.
Hey, monsieur?
Say, a couple of friends of mine are taking the train tonight. They just bought tickets. A tall Englishman and a pretty girl.
Yes, of course, to Basel. Wagon lit number 6. You are seeing them off?
No. I'm going with them. I stayed out of sight behind the baggage carts, waiting for the train to pull in. Mr. Smith, Mary Donnelly walked up and down the platform. Just a couple of nice tourists seeing the sights of Europe. Then a man came along. Smith shook hands with him. They went on walking. As they passed me, I got my first good look at the stranger. There's something familiar. Something. It took a few seconds to register.
The man we are looking for calls himself Smith. He may be English, but we don't think so. About 6 feet, 180 pounds. Dark, small triangular scar on his upper lip.
Then I remembered. This man on the platform fitted the description the French intelligence office had given me in Paris, even to the triangular scar on his lip. I had found myself another Mr. Smith.
Escape under the direction of Norman MacDonald returns in just a moment. And now, back to Escape.
I sat in my compartment and tried to figure on my next move. It was a dead certainty that Smiths 1 and 2 were in possession of the rocket-based plans. The fact that they were headed for Basel told me that. Just across the Swiss border was Lörrach in Germany. That's a matter of 6 or 7 miles from Basel, and once inside Germany, it would be easy going for them to points east. I had to stop them before we got to Basel. But I was on a Swiss train, and the Swiss are the most neutral people in the world. They can get real tough about their neutrality. I knew I couldn't get anywhere trying to hide, so I went to the lounge car to let them know I was aboard. Mary Donnelly was sitting in an armchair looking out into the darkness. Hi.
What are you doing here?
Going to Basel?
But
I know. Let's say I'm romantic. It would have been very dull in Nyon without you there.
I don't believe you.
Where's Mr. Smith?
Let me alone.
Well, they didn't teach you much about manners at Bennington, did they?
Please.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you'd be glad to see me.
Listen, please. If they know you're here, they'll...
They'll what?
Don't you understand? Mr. Smith isn't what you think.
Really?
You must believe me. It's serious. They'll think you're following them.
I am.
You...
Well, I'm following you, too.
Oh, you fool. Why can't you...
Well, Mr. Rogers. Mary, you didn't...
What a surprise, Mr. Smith?
Quite. I'd like you to meet Mr. Tall Chief. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Tall Chief?
How do you do?
Why don't we all have a drink to celebrate? I mean, we only just said goodbye to Mr. Rogers and Neon.
Yes, a happy reunion, eh? You didn't say you were going to Basel, Mr. Rogers?
No, I didn't, did I?
Well, I'll order at the bar. Is Johnny Walker all right?
Fine.
I'll go with you. I like my drinks just so. That's the trouble in these parties.
Nice fellows. You know, when you're traveling, you really...
You're an American agent, aren't you?
No.
You are.
No. Just working for a country like you.
They know it, too.
I didn't think my being here would fool them for long.
They'll kill you, you know.
Oh, in a Swiss train? That'd take some explaining. If it were Czech or Hungarian...
They'll do it. It'll be an accident.
Like the others? Like the tobacconist at Devon?
How did you...
I was there in the back room.
And you knew who I was all the time.
I knew what you are, too. What's the matter? You homesick?
Oh, shut up.
Where are you going?
I don't know anywhere. I can't stand it.
You might try jumping off the train. It'll be quicker than a long trial. I thought she was going to faint, but she got hold of herself and ran down the car. I sat back and waited for the drink. It was going to be quite a game from here on. They knew, and I knew. And the question now seemed to be who carried the stolen plans, Smith, Tall Chief, Was Tall Chief really Smith? It was beginning to sound like a Who's On First routine when the Scotch and soda arrived.
Well, here we are.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Where's Miss Donnelly?
Oh, I don't think she felt too well. Must have gone to her compartment.
Rather sudden, wasn't it?
Must have been.
Look here. Why don't we all go to my compartment?
That's wonderful, Tall Chief. We can play some cards. I imagine that poker's your game, eh, Mr. Rogers?
It's a good game, but not tonight.
Oh, but you must. I mean, well, we can hardly take no for an answer.
No. I don't feel like it. Compartments are stuffy. I stay out of them as much as possible.
This won't do at all. I mean, 3 is such a good game.
Sorry.
Mr. Rogers, do you know what this is in my pocket?
A pipe?
Mm-hmm. Try again.
Gun?
Well done, Mr. Rogers. Come along.
Aren't you afraid it might go off? Make a lot of noise. The conductor down there might wonder.
Come on, Smith. We'll pop in on the girl and then play some euchre.
Yes, right you are. Perhaps Mr. Rogers will join us later.
I'm sure he will.
I'd won that round. They tried to bluff me and they lost out. But that still hadn't got me closer to what I was after. So I finished my drink, had another, then I went to Mary Donnelly's compartment.
Yes?
Rogers.
I don't want to talk to you.
I'll bet you don't. Open up or I'll break the door in.
Mr. Smith is in the next compartment.
Then we'll keep it quiet. Can he get in? Is there an adjoining door?
Yes, but it's locked.
What's the matter? Won't you trust him?
They're angry with me. They think I had something to do with your being here.
That's tough.
You don't know. You don't know what they're like.
I've got a rough idea. So did Mont.
I couldn't help it. I didn't know Mr. Smith was going to kill him.
Why did you go to Devon?
He said he wanted some cigarettes, a special brand. They didn't have them in Neon.
Go on.
Later, Mr. Smith told me they found out there was a French agent in Devon who knew about us. He said he had to kill him. We were so close to getting the plans, nothing could interfere.
Which one is the real Mr. Smith? Tall Chief?
I don't know.
Are there others?
Yes. It's a code name.
Okay. Doesn't matter then. Who's got the plans?
I don't know.
Where are you crossing into Germany? Lorach?
I didn't want to go. I didn't know what they were like.
Well, now you know.
It was like a game at home in college. We used to sit up drinking Cokes and tearing up democracy. I didn't know.
Sure, honey. You didn't know they play real rough. Bullets and everything.
Go. Please don't. I was wrong. I was wrong.
You sure were.
Listen, I'll help you. I will.
You expect me to believe that?
Yes. I don't know what I can do, but trust me. I'll help you get the plans back.
You know what it means if they find out?
I know. I want to help you.
It's not me you're helping. It's a lot of other people you don't even know. Okay. Come on. Smith's compartment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take a chance on you. And if you double-cross me... Well...
Hi, hello, Mr. Rogers and Mary.
Hello.
You're feeling better, hmm? Come in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, both of you.
What?
Get back to the wall over there. Go on.
Oh, now look
Let's
here, old
cut
boy.
that. You can do better in your own language. Get back. Now, I want those plans.
Guns make noise, Mr. Rogers.
Not with a silencer, brother. You should know. Hand them over.
I'm sorry.
All right, Mary Donnelly, or whatever your name is. If you're going to make a sucker out of me, now's the time. Here, hold the gun on them. I'm going to tear this place apart, and if they move, shoot.
Yes.
Mary, quick, give me the gun.
No. I'll kill you if you don't stand still.
That's what I wanted to know. While she stood there holding the gun, I ripped the place up and down. Their suitcases, chairs, light fixtures, carpeting, everything. Anywhere that a microfilm or shred of paper could be hidden, but it wasn't there. I searched the two men, and I searched them thoroughly, but there was nothing. If one of them or both had memorized the rocket-based system, I was sunk. And they wouldn't talk, so there was nothing to do but wait. We waited. Waited the whole night as the train crawled northward, sitting, watching each other. The girl sat staring out the window. Tall Chief read a newspaper and then handed it over to Smith. I held the gun, and we waited.
We'll be in Basel in 3 minutes, Mr. Rogers.
Isn't this rather ridiculous, Mr. Rogers? Obviously you've beaten. Why don't you go back to your own compartment? We change at Basel for Laura?
If I have to, Mr. Smith, I'll kill you as the train stops. I'm going to get those plans.
My dear fellow, if you kill us, do you think for 1 minute that another won't get through with the plans?
I don't think so. You've got them somewhere, and you know you can't get another copy. It was a shot in the dark, but as soon as I said it, I was sure I'd hit something. They were getting nervous. The tall chief's eyes started to twitch. I kept up the pressure by tightening my finger on the trigger. Mary Donnelly just stared at them. Once the train stopped, I was finished. Either I shot them down or gave up. The train was beginning to slow down when I saw the headline on the newspaper lying at my feet. It was only a second, but it was enough. Mary, hold the gun.
What is it?
Right under my nose. I've got it. English paper dated January 13th, night edition.
Well, that was last night.
That's right. Don't you move, boys. That is a neat trick. Your paper, I'll bet, Tall Chief.
What of it?
Nothing much, except the paper came out last night at 7 o'clock in London, and you got on this train at 7 in Switzerland. That'd be some delivery service, huh? Let's see. What? The whole thing. 2 columns. Not even in code. What nerve. A nice printing job, too. Yes, sir! She'd taken her eyes off them just long enough. Tall Chief was wrestling the gun away, and I was going down with Smith on top. I managed to roll out from under just as the gun went off. Then I got my arm around Smith's neck and held him against me as a shield, my back to the wall.
Now, Mr. Rogers, let go of him. You're finished, and you know it.
Sure. You can have him. I'll take the gun. All right, open the door, Mr. Tall Chief. You've got some explaining to do. There was nothing to do for Mary Donnelly. She'd been hit when the gun went off. I'd like to have told her that everything was okay, but... well, I guess she knew it. I'd fix it so that in the report her family would never know. That's the least I could do. The Swiss authorities in Basel were tough. They had Smith and Tall Chief for murder. Me? Well, I was an innocent bystander. They let me go. I went back to Paris with a newspaper under my arm. My job was finished when I turned it over to the country that hired me.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you A Bullet for Mr. Smith by Anthony Ellis. John Daner was starred as Alan Rogers, with Gene Bates as Mary Donnelly and Ben Wright as Mr. Smith. Featured in the cast were Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Edgar Barrier, and Jack Crucian. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Del Castillo.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Steve. How was the flight back from Switzerland?
Smooth as silk. Just got in.
Glad you liked it, because you're taking the next plane for Cairo.
Cairo? You mean today? Look, I don't even have a clean shirt left.
You can dunk it in the Nile when you get there. Oh, Rose.
Yes, Commissioner.
How are you doing on Steve's plane ticket?
I was able to get him space on the next plane. Takes off in an hour.
Good.
Oh, great. I haven't had a date for a week, and now you want to fix me up with a mummy.
Steve,
Remember Sheik Haroun?
Sure, he's an old friend of mine. He should be.
What do you mean?
About 5 years ago, I taught him to play poker, and he cleaned me.
Well, as you know, the Sheik controls a territory on the edge of the Sahara. He has a walled city there.
Yeah, I was there once. Quite a joint.
We think there's uranium ore in his territory.
Oh. You don't think the Sheik's making himself an A-bomb, do you?
No, but we do know that 6 months ago we concluded an agreement permitting representatives of several countries to explore and develop the area. That agreement expires next Wednesday, and the Sheik has suddenly refused to renew it, or even see our representatives.
Sound like someone upped the ante, huh?
Yes. Apparently these other interests have the inside track with him right now. We want you to change all that.
Oh, great. Sounds like a cinch. Where is the Sheik now? In his walled city?
No. According to our information, he's staying on his houseboat in the Nile at Cairo right now. Steve, get to the Sheik. What you say to him is up to you, but it's vital that our agreement with him be renewed. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve?
Yeah, I know. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Yeah, this assignment's really a cinch. All I have to do is stick my nose into a hornet's nest of more power politics and change the whole course of events, just by reminding the leader of 30,000 fanatical tribesmen that he and I used to be pals. So I slip a copy of How to Win Friends and Influence People into my suitcase and head for Cairo. It's Friday when I get there. I check in at the Delta Hotel, and then I head for the Sheik's houseboat on the Nile.
Stop where you are, Effendi.
Huh?
You cannot come aboard this boat.
Who are you?
One of the Sheik's guards.
Look, tell the Sheik that Steve Mitchell is here.
The Sheik will see no one.
Who's that guy up on the deck?
That is Ahmed, the Sheik's confidential secretary.
Look, Ahmed.
I warn you, do not set foot on this boat, or it will be the guard's unpleasant duty to shoot you.
Guard!
Oh, good afternoon, Mikan.
Has the Sheik changed his mind about seeing me?
No, I'm afraid not, Mikan.
But surely he will see me.
I am sorry, but I have my orders. The Sheik will see no one. Now, please leave, both of you, at once.
Very well. Okay, but I'll be back.
I would not advise it, Effendi.
Well, looks like you didn't have any better luck than I did. Say, your face seems familiar.
I am Mikan. I was once the chief's trusted lieutenant.
I thought I recognized you. I'm Steve Mitchell.
Steve Mitchell, of course. It has been a long time.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on anyway?
I wish I knew Mitchell. Up until last week, I enjoyed the Sheik's complete confidence. But suddenly, everything has changed.
Shake up in the tribe, huh?
Now he will not even see me. Something must have turned him against me.
Something or someone. I must have turned him against just about everybody. How about that secretary, Ahmed?
I have been wondering about him. He's been acting strangely the last few days. I've asked him several times to get me an audience with the Sheik, but he seems very evasive.
I wonder if somebody's paying him to be evasive.
I do not know.
Look, you know the lay of the land around here a lot better than I do. Maybe you can help me.
I would be glad to if I thought I could, but it is very discouraging.
Yeah, but somehow I've got to see the Sheik.
Very well, Mitchell. I will try to help you. Meet me at the Sphinx Club at 8 tonight. Perhaps I will have thought of a plan by then.
I get back to my hotel just in time to see a figure that looks like Ahmed scooting through the lobby. In my room, there's a bowl of fruit on the table with a note, compliments of the management. I pick out an apple and start for the window, thinking about the whole deal. Then, suddenly, I quit thinking and start listening. A sound is pecking away at my ears. A faint sound, but it keeps up. Then it registers. I whirl around. It's coming from across the room, the table, the bowl of fruit. I grab the bowl, run to the window, open it, and then I heave it out in the garden below. The concussion knocks me back. I can hear a couple of windows breaking. I run downstairs to the lobby. The clerk is waving his hands in the air.
What happened? That explosion.
That explosion was meant for me. A little thin-faced man scooted out of here a minute ago.
Yes, he took a taxi.
Oh. Is this hotel the driver's regular stand?
Why, yes, it is.
Look, I've got to meet a guy at the Sphinx Club in a few minutes. When that cab driver returns, send him over there.
Ah, well, Welcome to my humble Sphinx Club, sir. You're just in time for the entertainment.
I am looking for a guy named Mikan.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mitchell,
as a special
over
added
here.
attraction.
Hello, Mikan.
Please sit down.
Thanks. I almost didn't make it tonight. Looks like Ahmed planted a bomb in my room.
What? What Mitchell did?
Look, you found out anything yet?
Only that the Sheik is no longer on his houseboat.
That doesn't do us much good. Huh? Hey, who's that guy out there talking about Hollywood?
His name is Eddie Martel, a very clever entertainer. Listen to him. I think you will find him amusing.
I'd like to give you my humble impression of a few American movie stars, so let's see if you can recognize them. Now, can I have your attention, please? All of you at the back of the room there? All right. Now, how about this impression?
Now, listen, baby. I don't want to have any trouble with you. We do it my way or we don't do it at all.
Hey, he's
really
not bad.
He seems to be very popular here.
That's right. Let's try this one now. Yeah.
Now, see here. You can't talk like that to a man of the old surgeon. I won't stand for it. You hear? I won't stand for it.
Barrymore Fitzgerald.
Yeah. Oh, you're really baksheesh tonight. All right, here's one more. All right, try to catch this one out.
If I were king, Olive, if I were king, what treasures I would bring.
Van Johnson!
Van Johnson? Oh, who was it? Who was it said Van Johnson? All right, waiter, take that man and his table and put him on the Nile, will you? Well, I think that's about all for now. Thank you very much. I'll be back for the midnight show with more of them, and I'll see you later, huh?
Well, looks like he's heading for our table.
Hi, chum. You know, I can spot an American a mile away, and I always have to stop and say hello.
Have a seat.
Thanks. Eddie Martel's the name.
Steve Mitchell. This is Mikan.
Hi.
Allow me to compliment you on your act, Mr. Martel.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Just a knack. If you got it, you can impersonate almost anybody. Now, take you, for instance, Mr. Mitchell. I haven't heard much of your voice, but...
I think this might sound something like it, huh?
Is that close?
Not bad.
Mitchell Effendi. Steve Mitchell.
Over here.
There is a telephone call for you.
For me? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. If you will come with me.
Okay. Excuse me, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Of course.
Where is the phone?
In the back room. Mitchell Effendi, a cab driver came in here a minute ago. He said you wanted to see him.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Here we are. There is the phone over on the table. I will send the cab driver back when you are through with your call.
Okay, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Steve Mitchell.
Sheik Haroun. Hey, where are you?
Here in Cairo.
Look, I've been trying to see you.
I know. I have been kept informed as to your movements.
That mining agreement expired.
I am well aware of that, but I have no intention of renewing it. I intend to make other arrangements.
Look, won't you at least let me talk to you about it?
It will do no good, Mitchell. And let me advise you for the last time to let the matter drop. If you do not, if you persist in interfering, then I cannot be responsible for the consequences.
Look, forget that I once saved your life. Just remember, I taught you to play poker. Now at least you owe me a chance to
Goodbye,
talk.
Mitchell. Later tonight, I'm returning to my walled city.
Wait a minute. Oh, great.
Mr. Mitchell, sir?
Huh? Oh, are you the cab driver?
Yes, sir. The hotel clerk said you wished to see me.
Yeah. You picked up a little thin-faced guy named Ahmed in front of the hotel about an hour ago. Where'd you take him?
I have written the address on this piece of paper, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, this is for your trouble.
Thank you, sir.
After I close here, I'll be heading for the States again, I guess.
I imagine it will seem good to get back home. Oh, Mitchell.
Hey, Martel.
Huh?
How'd you like to make a few extra bucks?
You kidding? Is it honest, and who cares?
I think I might have a little job for you in a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. See you in my dressing room, okay?
That's a deal.
What is this all about, Mitchell?
Look, Mikan, that phone call just now was from the Sheik.
What? Where is he?
Somewhere in Cairo, but he's leaving for his walled city. That means we've got to act tonight.
But I still do not understand what you wish with this Eddie Martel.
Look, he's an impersonator. He could imitate my voice on the phone.
Imitate your voice?
That's right. I want Martel to call Ahmed Make believe he's me and tell Ahmed I know he planted that bomb and I'm on my way over to settle things with him.
But what will that accomplish?
Well, I'm going to be right across the street from Ahmed's place when he gets that call. If he's working under the Sheik's orders, he'll probably get panicky and run to the Sheik. I'll follow him. If he's working for somebody else, he'll probably run there. I'll still follow him.
I see. Well, I hope it works. In the meantime, Mitchell, I will continue my efforts to see the Sheik.
Okay. If you do locate him, tell him I know I'm trying to fill an inside straight, but I think he owes me at least a chance to draw to it.
I do not think I understand your message, Mitchell.
Maybe not, but I think the Sheik will. Well, I'll see you later, Mikan. So I make the deal with Eddie Martel to call Ahmed at 9. I pay the guy across the street $5 to let me roost on his roof. It's a good spot. I can look right into Ahmed's room. At 5 to 9, a girl comes in. She's wearing a red dancing skirt. She and Ahmed seem to be talking about something pretty important. 9 o'clock comes. 9:15. Still no phone call. I wait until 9:30, and by then I'm sure something has gone wrong with my plan. I go back to the Sphinx Club and head for Eddie Martel's dressing room. There's a man standing in front of the door.
What do you want?
I want to see Eddie Martel. Why?
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell. Now, look, if it's okay with you, I want to see Eddie Martel. Is he in the dressing room?
Yes. And it is quite all right with me if you wish to see him, Mr. Mitchell. There he is.
Oh, brother.
Not a very pretty sight, is it?
Well, I guess he won't be impersonating anybody from now on.
Now, please tell me why you wish to see Eddie Martel.
What is it to you?
Oh, allow me. I am Lieutenant Abura of the Cairo Police.
Well, Lieutenant, as long as we're laying credentials on the table, here are mine.
I see. Why are you in Cairo, Mr. Mitchell?
I've been trying to see Sheik Haroun.
You think the Sheik is involved in this killing?
It looks like it. His boy Ahmed planted a bomb in my room.
I see. Mitchell, you are aware of Sheik Haroun's power. Are you prepared to confront him with an accusation?
No. I'm just trying to confront him, period.
Without more evidence, I cannot help you.
All right. I think I know where I can get the evidence. The hard way. The Sheik's secretary, Ahmed.
Come, then. Let us pay him a visit.
Really hot tonight, Lieutenant.
Yes, and the air is quite still. These weather conditions usually signify the start of the Khamsin.
Khamsin? What's that?
A blinding sandstorm from the Sahara.
Oh, fine. That's about all I need right now, a nice sandstorm. Well, here we are. This is Ahmed's rooming house. His room is right here in front.
Mitchell,
yeah?
We will enter without knocking. I suggest you be prepared for anything.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Look, there on the floor.
Yes. This is Ahmed.
It was Ahmed before he collected that slug. Well, Lieutenant, now do we see the Sheik?
Yes. Where is he?
Somewhere in Cairo. Mikan may be able to help us.
Mikan?
Yeah, he was the Sheik's second in command. He's checking some places the Sheik might be here in town. Hey, wait a minute. There's one other.
Who is that?
The dancing girl in the red skirt who came to see Ahmed while I was watching his room. I've got to find her.
Mitchell, do you realize how many dancing girls there are in Cairo?
Sure. Be like trying to find one tree in a forest, I suppose. But that's all I've got to go on right now. Oh, I'll check with you later, Lieutenant. For the next 3 hours, I cover every cafe, bar, and dive I can find. I see a lot of dancing girls, all shapes and sizes. Quite a few are wearing red skirts, but none of them's the one I'm looking for. The sandstorm has started by now, and it's really a beaut. Fine, I give up and head back to my hotel room. I open the door, and there's the person I'd just been turning Cairo upside down to find, the girl in the red dancing skirt. The gun looked very businesslike, but she was trembling.
Close the door, Mitchell.
Okay. So I'm next. First Ahmed, now me.
I was Ahmed's sweetheart.
You took a pretty funny way of showing it.
I did not kill Ahmed. You did.
Hey, look. This is a neat cover-up, if it works. I saw you go to his room a little earlier this evening.
He was alive when I left.
What makes you think I killed him?
I knew he was trying to see you.
I thought he was trying not to see me. That's why he planted that bomb in my room.
Ahmed did not put any bomb in your room. He wanted to tell you that the Sheik was gone.
The Sheik is gone? But what did he... Hold it.
What?
The picture on the wall behind you is moving. Hey, a gun barrel. Get down. The slugs tear into the rug beside us. I dive out into the hall and head for the next room. The door's locked. By the time I batter it down, the room's empty. I hear someone pounding down the fire escape. I stick my head out the window, and the wind promptly blows a cupful of sand into each eye. Can't even open them for a minute, let alone see who the sniper is. I go back to my own room. The girl is gone. Oh, now I'm right back where I started from with a handful of nothing. I call Lieutenant Abura. He and his boys give the room next door a thorough going over. I'm waiting for him in his office when he finishes.
Mitchell, I thought you said the Sheik was a friend of yours.
I did. Why?
We went over the hotel room next to yours very thoroughly. The one from which you were shot at.
Mm-hmm.
There were several cigarette butts and a half-empty glass of water.
So the sniper had been waiting there for me. Well, what's that got to do with the Sheik?
The fingerprints on that glass were his.
What? Are you sure?
Of course I am sure. Several years ago, during a political uprising, the Sheik was a guest of ours, temporarily. We got his fingerprints then. They matched the ones on the glass.
Well, after this, I'll pick my friends more carefully.
Mitchell, I will tell you frankly, I do not know quite what to do about this. Even though the Sheik's fingerprints are on that glass, it would be a very delicate and dangerous thing to go out to his walled city and formally accuse him of an attempt on your life. His tribesmen are fanatically loyal to him. Excuse me.
Sure.
Lieutenant Abura speaking. What? Oh, just a minute. It is for you, Mitchell.
Oh. Hello.
This is me, Khan, Mitchell. I have been trying to get in touch with you.
Yeah?
They told me at your hotel that you were at police headquarters.
Anything new?
I covered all the places I thought the Sheik might be. About 2 hours ago, I saw him come out of one of them.
Did you get a chance to talk to him?
Only as he was getting in his car to return to his city. He would not listen to me. He said your mission was hopeless.
What did he say when you gave him my message about drawing to an inside straight?
Nothing. I'm afraid he did not understand it.
I see. Well, thanks for the try, Mikan. Lieutenant, I just had a thought. I know it's a tough proposition to get into that walled city if you're not welcome, but what happens in a sandstorm like this?
Why, during the come scene, everyone remains indoors under cover. Only a fool would venture out into it.
That's what I mean. Let you and me be a couple of fools.
Oh, but Mitchell.
How could we get there?
By the jeep, I suppose.
Could you dig up some goggles?
Yes, I suppose so, but look.
Look, you know, I think I understand now what Ahmed was talking about. It seems like a wild guess, but it's the only answer that makes sense. But to make sure, we're going to have to pay a visit to the Sheik in his walled city.
There, the wall's just ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, come on. I hate to think of what this sand would be doing to our eyes if we didn't have these goggles.
So do I. Well, the gate is closed. There's no sentry on duty. Feels you were right about the sandstorm, Mitchell. City may be unguarded.
Yeah, come on, let's find a place to climb this wall. It's too high to jump, about 12 feet.
Mitchell, many things about this I do not understand.
Me too. But I think it's beginning to fall into place. Hey, wait. There are a few missing rocks in the wall here. Maybe I can get enough for a handhold. I'll give it a try.
Mitchell, be careful. If the guard sees you on the wall, he will shoot instantly.
Yeah, I know. Here's another hole.
Can you reach the top with your hand?
Yeah. I got a hold of it now. As soon as I pull myself up, I'll give you a hand. There.
Tell him what he's like, Mitchell.
No. Come on, Lieutenant. Climb up a little. I'll give you a hand.
All right.
Hey, I got a hold.
Yes.
Can you reach my hand?
Yes.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. We'll drop down just inside the wall here. I'll go first. Come ahead.
Very well. This wall shelters us from the wind a little.
Yeah. Now, look. There's a secret entrance to the Sheik's chambers. He showed it to me when I was here 5 years ago.
Where is it?
Right around the corner of that building over there, I think. Now, we'll be crossing about 20 feet of open space, but we've got to take a chance. You ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
have been seen.
Yeah. Get behind the corner of the building here. Come on. Here we are. Now you press one of these rocks, and it's supposed to open the door.
Hurry, Mitchell, hurry.
I've got it. Quick. Get inside. Okay, pull the door shut behind you.
I cannot see a thing.
Turn on your flashlight. Good. Now, up this flight of stairs.
This leads to the Sheik's chambers?
Yeah.
That guard who saw us, he will...
We're taking a chance that he doesn't know about that secret entrance. Okay. This door takes us right into the Sheik's room. Now, get ready for anything, Lieutenant.
Mitchell, the room is empty.
No, I don't think it is. Mikon should be here.
You're very clever, Mitchell. Stand quite still, both of you.
Hello, Mikon.
You're a very persistent man, Mitchell.
Not quite as persistent as you are, I guess.
How did you know?
If you'd known anything about poker, I might never have caught on. But when you told me the Sheik didn't understand my message about drawing to an inside straight...
That does not matter now, Mitchell.
It all fell into place after that.
But, Mitchell, where is the Sheik?
I think I know that, too.
But he talked to you at the Sphinx Club.
No, that was the impersonator, Eddie Martell. I thought I was going to use him, but Mikon beat me to it.
But the Sheik's fingerprints in the hotel room.
I guess it wasn't too hard to place a glass with those fingerprints there. Huh, Mikon?
We're wasting time. The point is, both of you know too much to live. Before keep your hands in sight.
Watch out, Lieutenant.
I warned you!
Abora crashes into the table and knocks the lamp to the floor. The room is in darkness now.
And now, Mitchell, I have a different fate in store for you.
I jumped just in time. I knew about the trap door and the pit full of lime. The Sheik had shown them to me once.
So, you escaped the pit, but you cannot get out of this room.
Why don't you call for help, Mikon? Or maybe you don't want any of the tribe to know what's in that pit.
You are quite right, Mitchell. This is a matter to be settled between the two of us.
I start circling in the dark. I know Mikon's across the pit, but he doesn't know which side I'm on. Then a finger of light stabs at him from the floor. Abura was still alive. And it turned on his flashlight. Mikon shoots out the light, but in the second it is on, I located him. He is standing on the other side of the pit with his back to it. That's the one direction he isn't expecting me to come from. The pit's about 10 feet across, but I know it's my only chance. I get a running start and dive across the pit at Mikon.
Mitchell!
Lost your gun, huh?
I do not need it. There's enough strength in my arm. What are you doing?
Just a hammerlock, buddy. Now we'll see how you like the pit.
No, Mitchell, the pit. No. Please, Mitchell, do not drop me.
Don't worry, Mikon. I got a hold of you by one hand. I want to keep you nice and alive.
Do not let go of me. Do not let go.
Mitchell.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Breaking down the door.
Good.
Joseph, bring in the light, quickly.
It is a guard.
Keep him covered for a minute, Lieutenant.
Yes. Stand back, both of you.
What is the matter?
God, get me out of here.
If he takes one step towards me, I'll drop you, Mikon.
No, God, stay where you are. Mitchell, I'm slipping.
You'll slip more than that if I let go of your arm.
Hang on to me.
Sure. Just tell these guards what you did with the Sheik.
No, guards, do not listen to him. Pull me out.
Okay, Mikon. I'll just let go of you and then...
No.
Go on, open up, spill it.
What is this about the Sheik? You told us he was ill, Mikon.
Start talking and you'll be right down there with him.
The Sheik is dead.
Dead? Keep talking.
I killed him.
What?
Okay, guard, help me pull him out. You got a hold of him?
Yes.
Here we go.
God, listen to me. It was not the truth. What I just said, I did not...
He's all yours, guard. And if you'll check the bottom of that pit, I think you'll find what's left of the Sheik.
No.
Come, Mikon.
Let me go.
Joseph, help me with him.
What I tell you, it is true. I understand.
How are you doing, Lieutenant?
Oh, I will be all right. It is a shoulder wound.
Good.
And you?
Oh, I'm okay, except my right arm feels about 3 inches longer than my left.
Mitchell, why did Mikon kill the Sheik?
He knew the Sheik was going to renew our mining agreement. But Mikon had sold out to the other interests, so he killed the Sheik.
But this business of making it look like the Sheik was still alive.
Sure, until after the mining agreement had been signed with the boys who were paying Mikan off. And he could announce that Sheik had met with an accident, and as second in command, Mikan would take over the tribe.
What will happen now?
Well, when the Sheik's boys find out that Mikan killed their leader, in order to change that agreement, I think they could be talked into preserving the status quo. You know, that's funny.
What is?
Well, you've heard the old saying, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
How do you mean?
Well, Mikan knew more about poker than he realized. He knew how to bluff, and that's a large part of the game. But if you're going to play a game, you better know all about it. Mikan should have known what an inside straight was.
I see. Just what is an inside straight?
Huh? You mean you don't know anything about poker either?
No, not a thing.
Ah, that's very interesting. Come on. You start the school as soon as we get back to Cairo. It may be that I've found me a pigeon.
Pigeon?
That's an American term meaning... Well, I think I'll let you find out what it means soon enough. Come on.
Very well. We will play you a game, but just one favor.
Sure, anything.
Dealer's choice, deuces wild, my deck, and no limit.
Oh, great. My pigeon has turned into a buzzard.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment.
This is Mr. Moto. Mr. I.A. Moto.
NBC presents the world's greatest international secret agent, Mr. I.A. Moto, the popular Japanese character created by Pulitzer Prize winner John P. Marquand. Coupling his firm belief in the principles of freedom with his acute ability to perceive an enemy, Mr. Moto wages a ruthless war against all men who would secretly extinguish the light of liberty with the foul breath of tyranny. Tonight's story, a thrilling tale of escape, starring Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto.
Assignment Escape began in the seething politics of Italy. Vincenzo Di Pietro, leader of the Italian Christian Democrat Party and all his life a violent anti-communist, was making a speech in Rome. On the outskirts of the enormous crowd gathered in the Piazza Gregorio to hear him were two Americans, Frank Falvo, a New York reporter on vacation, and his wife, Julie. Quite unwittingly, they became a part of the thunderbolt unleashed that fateful Saturday in the Eternal City.
Gosh, Julie, what a crowd. I tell you, Rome's the most exciting city in Europe.
Oh, Frank, isn't that Di Pietro now?
Well, yeah. Now you would hear our real speech if you knew Italian.
Your mother's going to teach me.
Golly, they're crazy about it. Julie, this speech will set communism in Italy back 10 years.
Frank, look.
What?
That man over there.
Where?
He's got a gun. He's going to shoot.
Assassination. The bullet ricocheted and echoed through every capital in the world. Just as statesmen everywhere recalled with terror the murder of the Archduke Francis Ferdinand in 1914, which exploded World War I, so it was with this. 2 days later, an already alarmed Washington became electrified. An intelligence agent attached to our embassy in Rome wired the fantastic news that a New York newspaperman named Frank Falvo had not only disappeared, but had been accused of the Di Pietro assassination by the Italian pro-communist press. While Italian-American relations tottered, I flew to Rome. 18 hours later, I was in the Hotel Quirinale with Frank Falvo's wife, Julie.
Mr. Moto, they've kidnapped Frank. And they've come right out and said he killed Pietro. Mr. Moto, what's going on? What does this thing mean?
I am afraid, Mrs. Falvo, that it means a great deal.
And these policemen. They knock at the door and force their way in and search the room. This morning they found the gun. The one that killed Pietro.
A gun?
In Frank's suitcase. One of them must have put it there when I wasn't watching.
Have you anything with which I could identify your husband?
One snapshot. I just got it back this morning from the developing place. The police took everything else. Passports, everything.
May I have the snapshot?
That's it on the dresser.
Oh, yes.
It's not very good. He didn't know I was taking it, and he had his arm raised.
Yes, I see.
He was pointing at the top of the statue in St. Peter's Square. Mr. Moto, I'm not used to this sort of thing. I can't stand it.
Tell me exactly what happened last Saturday.
It happened so quickly. After the shot, 3 men stepped out of nowhere.
Yes?
2 of them grabbed Frank and forced him into a car. The other one held his hand over my mouth until the car got away. The whole thing's completely insane. Why would they pick on Frank?
Why did you come to Rome, Mrs. Falvo?
Why does anybody come to Rome? We wanted to see it, and we wanted to visit Frank's mother.
His mother?
Frank was born in Rome.
Oh.
His father sent him to America to school when he was 18. Frank liked the States and stayed there. Took out his papers and got his citizenship. He hadn't seen his mother since.
I see. Mrs. Falvo, are you religious?
Well, I suppose so. As religious as anybody these days.
Then I suggest you pray. God has often proved mankind's most powerful ally. Julie Falvo had posed the question, why? Why would an American sports writer be made the scapegoat in an assassination plot riddled with Italian politics? There seemed no reason. He was neither important nor influential. Why Frank Falvo? Where had it started? With whom had it begun? For the moment, there seemed no answer.
Signora Falvo, I understand your son is coming to Rome next month.
Si, Signor Battisti. You are the old friend, so you will forgive me if I am like the bird with the excitement. My boy is of the big importance in America. Every day, for all the newspapers he writes. Every day, the pages and the pages.
A syndicated column, isn't it?
Scusate?
In a lot of papers at once.
See, in all of them at once. All over. Even the Presidente, he asks my boy the permission. And the money. Madonna mia, the money. To his old mama, he has brought the honor and the riches.
No, Signora, your name did that long ago.
See, in 1826, a Falvo married the Emperor of Brazil, and by a cousin we relate to the Medicis. But never a Falvo like my filio Francesco. And his wife, she is an angel of virtue, with the beauty of a Madonna.
I am sure she is. And now, I'm sorry to rush, but I have an appointment.
I have been tiresome to you with my foolish boasting. But my boy makes his old mama to weep with the pride.
It has been very interesting and most pleasant. Will you excuse me?
Oh, but of course. Marco! If you will forgive me, Signor Battisti, my feet, they are not so young. Marco will show you out.
Of course. Don't apologize. And thank you for receiving me.
Signora?
Signor Battisti is leaving, Marco. Grazie, Signor, for coming.
It was an honor.
I have the party for my boy Frank. You will come, Signor, yes?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Goodbye. Thank you, Marco. Marco.
Si, senor?
The Falvo boy will do perfectly.
Oh, I'm going to tell you he's a perfect. I'm going to tell you before.
The old lady doesn't suspect you?
She's the old fool. She's a know-nothing.
Related to the Medicis. Old Roman family. Ardent Christian Democrats. The boy is an American citizen and coming to Rome. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
The question why kept whirling in my brain. It was a question which had no answer. Lieutenant Grant of our intelligence in Rome placed himself at my disposal. He informed me in my hotel room that he, too, was baffled.
There's nothing new, Mr. Moto. The whole thing's a mess.
It will get even messier, Lieutenant Grant, if Frank Falvo signs a confession.
But why would they pick him?
The same tired-out tactics. The same old propaganda. Down with capitalist America. Foment dissension, excite the people. Prove that America is a country who sends gangsters abroad to murder and kill.
Yes, I know. It's the same old stuff. Oh, incidentally, I got a note today.
A note?
Yes. Here it is.
Thank you. If you want more information about Falvo, meet me tonight, 314 Piazza Barberini at 10. Marco Giolitti. Who is he?
He's the old lady's combination major domo, butler, and cook.
The Signora Falvos?
Yes. She lives in a broken-down house in the Via Latina.
You will keep this appointment?
Why not? Marco's harmless.
While you are talking with this Marco, I shall call on Mama Falvo. Something must be made to happen quickly. And, Lieutenant Grant.
Yes, Mr. Moto?
I know you are tired, but when you go to 314 Piazza Barberini, see that your weariness does not replace your wariness.
Marco, it's after 10. Where is he?
Signor Battisti, the Lieutenant Grant will come, I know.
If we don't get a confession from Falvo in 2 days, it will embarrass me. The Di Pietro murder is already off the front pages. This whole thing was my idea. I wish it to work.
No, that is him.
You stay here, and don't panic. I've done this sort of thing before.
I'm looking for a man named Marco Giolitti. Does he live here?
No, he works here. Are you Lieutenant Grant?
That's right.
Marco's expecting you. Won't you come in?
Thanks. Hey, this is quite a place. What's Marco doing? Holding down 2 jobs at once? He must have plenty of... A gun? What is this?
Oh! Marco, come here quickly. Don't stand there gawking at him. You've seen dead men before. Take his body to the catacombs and cut off Falvo's food while you're at it.
Si, senor.
And tomorrow, we will deal with Mr. Moto.
Senor Falvo will tell him to leave town tonight. Maybe he's go.
Because an old woman asks him to? No, Marco. There are better ways.
But he's a dangerous man.
So am I. The idea's been turning over in my mind all day. Moto has never seen Frank Falvo. There are no photographs of him in Rome.
Oh, no, senor, it is impossible.
Why not? I'll take Falvo's clothes.
You'll be caught.
His cuffs, his tie. I'm about the same size. I'll tell Mr. Moto that Lieutenant Grant is a prisoner in the catacombs. I'll suggest that we rescue him. You be there waiting for us.
Signor Moto, you must leave Rome.
Signora Falvo, someone ordered you to say that, didn't they?
To say what?
To tell me to leave Rome.
No, Mr. Moto, no.
They are making you help them, aren't they? They are threatening you. They are threatening to kill Frank unless you cooperate. Please, Signora Falvo, tell me the truth. Don't you understand what will happen if Frank confesses to this murder?
I know nothing about a confession. My Frank is all I live for. Please, Mr. Moto, you go now. Per favore, leave Rome.
Signora, where did that come from?
What?
That mud. There, on the floor.
I don't know from where comes that dirt. You leave Rome, Mr. Moto, please.
Signora, this little piece of mud has ended our conversation.
I don't understand.
And still moist, too.
Mr. Moto, please, per favore, leave Rome tonight. If you don't, they kill my boy. I can tell you no more than that. I cannot.
You do not have to. This little piece of tufa granulare has told me everything.
Oh, Madonna mia, have mercy. They will kill him. Oh, Madonna.
Si, senora. They will.
Marco, tell me, where's my boy?
What did he say about the dirt?
Marco, how you get home so quick? How? You say you have appointment in the Piazza Barberini at 10. Now it's only 11. How you get home so quick?
Medicis, Emperor of Brazil. Sure. With that face of a pig. You say one word and you are dead. You and your boy. Dead.
Mr. Moto, I don't understand. What is Mama Falvo hiding? How can a piece of mud be so significant?
Mrs. Falvo, this piece of mud is tufa granulare. I am an amateur geologist, and I recognized it instantly. It is a rather rare type of clay, found only at certain depths.
What do you mean?
Come, Mrs. Falvo, surely you've guessed. The catacombs. The catacombs of Rome.
The catacombs?
They were excavated centuries ago, when pagan Rome persecuted the followers of Christ.
You think Frank...
I think he is a prisoner somewhere in the catacombs.
Mr. Moto.
I found this in his mother's house. When I picked it up, it was still quite moist. Somewhere near her house, there is an entrance to the catacombs.
But I thought all the entrances were guarded.
All the known entrances.
Mr. Moto, can't we call in the police? Can't we get 20 or 30 men and simply march in and...
No, I have a better plan. Frank's mother will certainly tell whoever it is she is afraid of that I was in her house. She will tell the men who are threatening her that I found the tufa granular.
But...
Unless I am very, very mistaken, they will realize I am on the verge of discovering where Frank is hidden. I believe that in the morning, they will get in touch with me.
Mr. Moto, please, find Frank for me. I can't stand it anymore.
Mrs. Falvo, I promise you that your husband will be safely back with you in 24 hours. There are many miles of catacombs beneath the eternal city. I had in my possession one tiny bit of earth. Where did it fit? I prayed to my ancestors for guidance along the paths trod by the early Christian martyrs when they fought for their faith against the pagan might of the Caesars. In the morning, I tried Lieutenant Grant's hotel, but he did not answer. At noon, I telephoned the American embassy. He was not there either. I began to get apprehensive. And then, at 3 o'clock, a knock on my door. One moment, Lieutenant Grant. Oh,
Mr. Moto, I'm Frank Falvo. Let me in quickly.
Frank Falvo?
Let me in. They're following me. I didn't think I'd make it.
You are Mr. Falvo. I don't know what to say.
They got Grant. They're holding him prisoner in the catacombs near my mother's house.
Grant?
Yes. They faked an appointment with him last night at 10 in the Piazza Barberini.
Yes, that is true.
If we hurry, we can rescue him. He's not guarded.
No?
They're out looking for me. It's more important to them that Grant is. I've got taxi waiting downstairs. Hurry, Mr. Moto. We haven't a moment to lose.
Mr. Falvo, have you seen your wife?
I telephoned her. She doesn't mind waiting a little longer. We've got to get to Grant first. I tell you, it's a nightmare. There are rats down there, millions of them. You can hear them gnawing. It's wet and dank and horrible. Stop here, driver.
Si, senor.
I was sure of it. Close to your mother's house.
Yes. An entrance to the catacomb through an abandoned well. They've been using my mother's house as a base of operations. It's all right. I've got the fare. Here, driver.
Grazie, senor.
Wait till he gets away. Now, this way.
The Christians of ancient Rome are great planners.
They had to be. Never knew they'd get thrown to the lions. They made secret entrances to the catacombs all over Rome. This is the well here. There are steps down.
We should have a flashlight.
There's a lantern at the bottom of the well. Climb over and be careful.
Right behind you. There.
The steps are wet. Be careful.
Isn't it ironic, Mr. Falvo, that the persecuted of old should have left such hiding places for the persecutors of today?
Yes, it is. There's water here at the bottom. Be careful. Here's the lantern. Have you a match?
Yes. There. Now what?
Will you carry the lantern? My right arm's stiff. I was wounded in the war.
Oh?
Hold it high. That's it. Now, there's a stone door fitted in the side of the well. Ah, here it is. There. Go ahead, Mr. Moto. All right?
Yes.
Now, I'll close this door. Someone might look over the top of the well and see it. There.
Which way?
This way. The left.
Ah, the catacomb of Collister.
Here.
It goes down many levels.
Oh, we only go to the first. Grant an cubicula along here.
It has the odor of death.
2 million corpses, it should have. What? What was that?
A cat.
Oh, must have gotten in another way. Hurry, Mr. Moto. I want to get back to Julie as soon as I can.
Is she a communist, too?
Moto, have you gone crazy?
If you move so much as an eyebrow, I'll shoot you. The real Frank Falvo could have carried this lantern. I saw a photograph of him with his arm raised, pointing.
Any time a pint-sized little Jap Parker. Marco, are you there?
Yes, senor.
Come here quickly.
I've been waiting the whole day. I'm going to think you no come.
This is Mr. Moto, such as he is. Throw him in with Falvo and Grant.
Where is this? What happened?
You're Moto, aren't you?
And you are the real Frank Falvo.
Yes.
What is that hideous noise?
Rats. Thousands and thousands of them. I kept the candle lighted so they'd stay away from his body.
Whose body?
He's right behind you.
Lieutenant Grant.
They brought him in last night. Pulled that coffin halfway out of its niche and stuffed him in it.
There's no way out?
None.
You're sure?
It's hopeless.
Oh, I am afraid I have been very, very stupid.
The whole world's stupid. We ignore these people.
We do not ignore them.
Putting them in jail for 5 years is ignoring them. They ought to be shot.
Please, please. Hysteria will not help.
Well, it's easy for you to talk. I've been in here for God knows how long, and those rats. Get away! Get away!
Please, Frank. Please, try to keep up. Now, please, please. I know you have suffered, and I know our situation is difficult.
I'm sorry.
That's better.
But it's so horrible. It's so fat. So filthy.
Ah. So my little feline friend has been captured also.
It slipped past when they threw you in here.
Here, kitty. Kitty, kitty. Come here. Come.
But at work and the rats, there's enough of them around.
Unfortunately, the cat is hungry.
Hungry? What do you mean?
That's why it's not interested in the rats.
What are you talking about? Cats eat rats?
No, Frank, they do not.
Since when?
It is a popular misconception. Cats will not eat either mice or rats.
Oh, this is no place to argue about it, but you're wrong.
I agree that it is no place to argue, but I am not wrong. A cat will kill a mouse or a rat purely for pleasure, and only if it is well fed and energetic.
Now, look, Moto, every grocery store owner in America will tell you that a cat will...
Kill mice, yes, not eat them. A cat has to be half mad and completely wild to eat a mouse or a rat. Now, let us think quietly. Blow out the candle. We may need it later. Frank, how long have I been here?
Oh, 3 or 4 hours. I can't keep track of the time. All I can think of is those rats. Get away! I got it. Mr. Moto, I can't stand much more of this. I can't.
Frank, please. Please, try to hang on to yourself. Light the candle, quickly. Hurry.
You should save it.
Light it, I said.
Since when are you in charge here?
Will you do as I tell you?
All right.
I knew it. Look.
What?
Here, kitty. Kitty.
Why, it's killed a rat.
Yes, here, kitty. Ah, nice, kitty. Yes, Frank, yes. Somehow this cat has gotten out, been fed, and come back. It wouldn't chase the rats before. Now it has killed one. Somehow it has been fed. There is an exit somewhere. Wait. That sarcophagus with poor Grant's body. Was it out of its chamber before?
Well, no, it wasn't. They pulled the marble marker off.
Yes.
Dragged the coffin out and stuffed Grant's body in this afternoon.
Hold the candle in the hollow. Over Grant's body.
Okay.
Further in.
How's that?
A little more. That's it. Yes, there is a small hole. These burial chambers were built to hold as many as 3 or 4 sarcophagi. About 9 feet beyond the end of this one is an exit.
Where would it lead?
Grab one end of the sarcophagus.
Okay, sure.
Now, pull.
Weighs a ton.
Yes.
Mr. Moto, listen. Someone's coming.
Frank, don't give in. Don't sign that confession.
Don't worry.
Well, my 2 favorite prisoners.
Battisti will get you for this. America's about fed up with the way Europe's been treating her nationals.
Mr. Falvo, we are getting tired. I wish a signed confession from Mr. Falvo by tomorrow morning.
I'm telling you I won't sign.
Then, Mr. Falvo, in the morning we shall be forced to remove your clothes and coat you liberally with honey. You will both be chained to the wall, and there will be plenty of light so Mr. Moto may watch. And remember, Mr. Falvo, that rats are very fond of honey.
Moto, they'll do it.
The sarcophagus. Quickly.
They will. They're monsters.
You pull, I'll push. Now.
It's moving.
Yes. A little more.
It's coming.
Frank, watch out. The whole thing's crumbling. Watch out. Are you all right?
Yes. Come on.
Frank, wait. Wait, the cat.
Moto, for Pete's sake, that noise will have him down here in 30 seconds.
Here, Kitty.
Leave it. It's only
Kitty,
a cat.
It saved our lives.
Moto, come on.
It's hurt. Here, Kitty.
Moto, you're crazy. They'll get us.
Frank, it is one of God's creatures, and it saved our lives. Come on, Kitty. Come on. Good. All right, Frank.
We've broken through to one of the galleries. Now, which way? Which way should we go?
There. To the left. Daylight. That is how the cat got in.
Listen. They're coming back.
Keep perfectly still. Don't move. Press yourself against the wall.
Let's make a dash for it.
Keep still. Blow out that candle. Please, my little friend. You have saved us once. You can save us again by keeping quiet.
Marco, you are a fool. There are always rocks collapsing in the catacombs.
What is that? What is what? Want to hear something?
Well, let's go to the cell and make sure they're still there. I've never heard anybody so much fun about two rocks caving in.
Now, Frank, quickly, towards the daylight.
We're going to make it.
Yes, and we're going to convict Marco and Battisti of murder.
We're out.
Yes, Frank. We're out in God's sunshine.
There's my mother's house. We've come up on the opposite side.
We have made it into the light. Yes. Yes, all 3 of us.
You have just heard Mr. I.A. Moto, the world's greatest international secret agent, in a story of escape. James Monks starred as Mr. Moto. The script was written by Jim Haynes, directed by Harry W. Junkin, and produced by Carol Irwin. The cast included Joyce Gordon, Adelaide Klein, Joe Helgeson, Ralph Camargo, Merrill E. Joels, and Brad Barker. The music was transcribed. This is Fred Collins speaking, and here with a preview of next week's story is Mr. I.A. Moto.
Thank you. Next week, the story of a sacred band of gold. A story of mystery and intrigue concerning a Burmese religious relic known as the Wheel of Life. And now, may the tender arms of sleep enfold you as gently as the moonlight creeps from flower to sleeping flower. And may the new dawn, blessed with God's good light, renew and prove your faith that right and right alone is might.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you another modern story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I repeat a statement I have made many times. Today, spies and information peddlers are a great menace to the peace of the world. It is the story of an information peddler I bring to you now. This man, whom I have called only by his first name, was doubly despicable, since he posed as a servant of his country and a patriot. My friend John Holbrook will introduce the story.
Thank you, K7. Recently, K7 told the story of how Secret Agent M first encountered Yvonne, the girl who became his assistant. Now we bring you the story of the second time M and Yvonne worked together. M was investigating a case which involved the leakage of diplomatic secrets. His findings took him to a continental city. He'd been there but a few hours when he was approached in his hotel lobby.
Monsieur the agent, do you remember me?
Yes, of course I do. You are...
Please, it is enough that you know me. Do not call me by my name here in this place.
As you wish.
We can talk better over there across the room. You will listen to me?
Of course I will.
Then follow. You see, it is better here. I am glad that you do not hold old scores against me, monsieur. I am in trouble. I need your help.
I'll be glad to give it if I can.
During the war, I was a
politician.
That is a kind way to put it, but it is true. Now I serve my country here. I am in the diplomatic service.
So I understand.
Certain code books were placed in my keeping. They have disappeared.
I see.
Unless I get them back, I will be ruined, monsieur.
How long have these code books been missing?
How long? That is hard to say. You see, I did not have to use them often. Only today I noticed they were gone.
And I arrived only today.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Nothing. It's a coincidence, that's all. Sander, I may be busy for a few days. However, I'll keep your code books in mind, and if I hear anything,
Thank you, monsieur. I knew you would help me. I cannot afford another scandal, monsieur. Thank you.
Later that evening, M telegraphed Yvonne. He wrote the message out, then studied it.
You asked to assist me. Have case on which you can help. Come here at once. Register at hotel and wait for message from me. Expenses enclosed. Yes, that should bring him. Send this immediately. Also this money.
At once, monsieur.
Thank you. Let's see. The cable office is to my right. Yes, there it is. I must contact Case 7 at once.
Two days later, Yvonne arrived. She registered at the hotel, went to her rooms, and waited. A few hours later, M knocked on her door.
Who is it?
Let me in, Yvonne.
M, I wondered when you would come.
Quick, close the door.
I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for calling me.
I promised I would. Yvonne, I need your assistance. You will be especially valuable to me here because you're unknown. Now, I can't remain with you long, so I'll outline our case at once.
Sit down, then. Now, I'm ready.
Briefly, here are the facts. Diplomatic and military information has been leaking out. The results of certain tests, valuable information, has been decoded from wireless messages and sold.
How could that be, M? Unless the spies possess the code books.
They do possess them, Yvonne. The books have been reported stolen. They were in the hands of a minor diplomatic representative.
Then why have the codes not been changed?
That has also been done. The information continues to leak out.
Then it is not going to be easy, is it, M?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Unless you are successful.
Tell me what I'm to do.
I was coming to that. On my first day here, the man who has reported the loss of the code book said to me, "Do not call me by name here in this place." We were downstairs in the hotel lobby at the time. What do you make of that, Yvonne?
That someone here might recognize you?
Exactly. You'll do, Yvonne. He was afraid that either he or I or both of us would be seen. Evidently, this hotel is the headquarters. Of course, it may be some of those involved lived here.
What is your plan, M?
It may not sound like much of one, but all I want you to do is have dinner alone each evening in the dining room.
Is that all?
That is all. I want you to always sit alone, and at the same table. Oh, yes, there's one thing more. I have arranged that you will receive some mail. It will come to you from another country. You are never to stop at the desk for that mail, Yvonne. When you're in the dining room, ask the head waiter to bring it to you.
That is all I am to do?
Nearly all. After opening your mail, burn it at your table. And if anyone should ask who you are, merely say that you're a patriot. Tell them that you think only of your country's welfare.
I am to be a sort of trap, is that it?
Yes, Yvonne, you are right. You will be a trap. A very beautiful trap.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I must leave you. Good luck, Yvonne. And watch the blind man who stands in the street outside the hotel door. The one to whom you gave a coin this morning. Goodbye. I may contact you later.
Yvonne followed M's simple instructions. Each night she dined alone, and each night she received a letter which bore an important seal. M seemed to have disappeared completely.
Good evening, mademoiselle. You will want your same table?
Yes, of course.
This way. I have reserved it for you. May I take your wrap?
Thank you.
Here is your mail, mademoiselle. I took the liberty of getting.
Put it down. I will read it later.
Yes, mademoiselle. Is there anything else I can get for you?
My dinner, of course.
I was not thinking of that. Only that you are always alone. You are not expecting anyone, or perhaps a message?
No. Evidently there was no one here who was interested in me. You see, I am a patriot. I am interested in nothing but the welfare of my country.
You serve your country, mademoiselle?
In a small way. Sometimes I hear useful information.
Your country, is it interested in air defense?
Of course.
Then perhaps I can help you. If you would receive a message in your room.
I shall look forward to its coming. You will accept this? It is a 100-franc note.
Oh, mademoiselle is generous.
When I am given information that interests me, I pay well for it. Now, my dinner.
At once, mademoiselle.
Was the trap working? Yvonne finished her dinner and decided to take a short walk. The head waiter escorted her to the hotel's door.
There is a wind, mademoiselle. Now, let me hold your wrap.
I'm not going far. Wait, my bag. I can see the blind man through the window. I must get a coin for him.
I have not seen him there before.
I'm ready. Good night.
Good night, mademoiselle. Tomorrow you will receive a note. Follow its instructions carefully.
I will. It is cold for you to be standing in the street, monsieur. I will put a coin in your cup. Perhaps you can go home now.
The next day, Yvonne received a note. She was instructed to telephone to a certain number. She made the call immediately.
Hello? Hello?
You are interested in my offer, mademoiselle?
Yes, I'm very much interested. Who are you?
That does not matter. Tonight I will send a car for you.
At what time?
9 o'clock. Be ready.
I'll wait in front of the hotel.
Until tonight, mademoiselle.
That evening, the car arrived, and Yvonne was driven away. Outside the city, it stopped for another passenger. Then it drove into the night.
Tests are being conducted at sea, mademoiselle. A robot plane, controlled by radio, flies over a target and drops bombs. It could fly over a city.
You have complete information as to how it operates?
The tests have been going on for a week. Every message between the technical staff conducting the tests and the military officers ashore has been decoded. The information is here in this envelope.
Then I will buy it. How much do you want?
200,000 francs, mademoiselle.
Oh, it is a lot of money. I have not that much with me. You will have to drive me back to my hotel.
To the hotel? Very well. But I must warn you, mademoiselle. If you try anything... Go back to the hotel, driver.
Oui, monsieur.
It is not far. The officers of your army will gain much information from these notes, mademoiselle. If war should come...
Do you think there will be war?
Someday. Who knows when?
You have not told me your name.
Does it matter? I have the information you need. I will let you inspect it before you pay me.
But what if I should want to contact you again?
You need only contact the head waiter.
That is useful information, monsieur.
It is a simple method. But here's the hotel. Remember my warning.
I'll be gone only a few moments.
I will wait here, mademoiselle. You will be watched.
Oh, monsieur, have you a coin? It is for the blind man.
Of course, mademoiselle. Here is one.
Thank you. Good evening, monsieur. Here is your coin. He has the papers with him in the car, M.
Ivan, wait for me inside.
Ah, mademoiselle, you have returned.
Yes, your dining room is deserted.
Yes, it is past the dinner hour.
Then step inside. I want to talk to you.
Here will be all right. Yeah. You wanted to say something?
Wait.
Mademoiselle, is this a trick? I have a pistol.
Look before you attempt anything.
The blind man.
And Sandor is with him.
Stand over there, Sandor. Take my gun, Ivan. Keep them both covered. I want to have a look at these papers.
You cannot do this. I have a perfect right to those papers. They tell about tests conducted by my government.
Is everything there, M?
Everything. Sandor, you're under arrest.
You cannot prove anything. I have a right to the papers.
Perhaps you would have had a right to them if they dealt with real tests, Sandor. As it is, they trap you. Your government is not testing a robot aeroplane.
Huh. What do you mean?
An old friend of yours, K7, arranged these messages. They were part of a trap. This information is all false. Sent out to prove that you are a spy.
I had nothing to do with it.
He lies, M. Sandor told me that they work together.
We'll have no trouble proving that, Ivan. These two have sold out their country for the last time. The authorities will be here for them in a minute.
And then will you put away your dark glasses and your tin cup? I want to have dinner, and with you. I'm tired of dining alone.
Such men as Sandor are dangerous to their own countries and to the peace of the world. Special agents hate them, for we know their menace. We have seen the horror of one war, and if it is within our power, we will help prevent another. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Highest flying super fighter in all the world. And during the following program, Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation, will bring you the inside story about this great new plane. Lockheed presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The makers of Lockheed Airplanes present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X.
Listen to this, Chief. London, February the 13th, Associated Press. The Moscow radio quoted Stockholm reports tonight that the mayor of Berlin, Ludwig Stieg, had been shot to death for cowardice.
Yeah, Ken. One report says that he tried to leave Berlin, but was recognized, arrested, and executed.
Yeah. The tougher the going, the tougher Himmler and company will have to get, even with their own bigwigs.
That's okay with me, Ken. They're just doing some of the dirty work we'd have to do.
Right, Nancy. But unfortunately, some of them are going to slip through. Some of the worst.
For instance, Chief?
Well, for instance, we've got a tip that Schweitzer's going to try to get out.
Schweitzer?
Yep. Reichsbank, economic minister.
Why, he probably has more vital information in his head than any other man in Germany. Can't let him get away, Chief.
Yep. If he gets out, it's just too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad somebody can't go into Berlin and help him escape.
Great idea, Ken.
Kind of ridiculous, too.
Oh, I was just speculating.
It's out of our jurisdiction, too. Anybody who did it would have to be in a zone.
Yeah. Yes, well, Nancy, let's go. See you later, Chief.
Okay, Ken. I'll have something else for you to do in a few days. Bye, Nancy.
Bye, Chief. Oh, and don't strain yourself looking for another assignment for Ken. Berlin, huh?
Well, you heard the Chief. It's out of our jurisdiction.
Well, don't let it get you down. What would you like to do today, darling?
Oh, I don't know. How about dropping in on Harold Annis?
All right. Haven't seen Hal for ages. Oh, what's he doing now?
Nothing much. Colonel with the ATC.
Yes. Oh, that's what... Wait a minute. What did you say?
Yes, darling. Colonel Harold Annis of the Air Transport Command. Tell me, Hal, how close do your planes go to Germany?
Russian. That's close enough, Ken.
Uh-huh. Could you arrange a passage for a passenger?
Well, yeah, I suppose I could.
Hal, do you mind if Ken kisses me right in front of you?
This I've got to see.
Just something to remember you by, Ken. Well... Oh, darling. Darling, when you kiss me like that, I go on a plane trip myself to the stars.
You like flying for the ATC, Captain?
Sure, Mr. Thurston. Why, during the last couple of weeks, I've been in Cairo, Sydney, Burma, London, Paris, Saipan, and Long Beach, California.
And next stop, Moscow.
Yep. I'll just have time to say hello to Uncle Joe and go on to Cousin Chung in Chungking.
Transport from New York arriving at ramp 2. Planes leaving ramp 7 for Leningrad, Stockholm, London. Ramp number 11 for Budapest.
Товарищ!
Hi, Pagan!
Я приветствую вас от имени любимицы всех советских республик Москвы, красавицы, дорогой товарищ Thurston.
Meaning?
Hello. And welcome to Moscow, товарищ.
Well said, Mr. Zellsmith. Did you get my message?
Mr. X, I saw, I came, I conquest.
Bravo.
I have been busy mapping out some new strategies for the Red Army. But I was able to steal a precious moment to keep this appointment with you.
Oh, so you even steal moments, eh, Pagan?
Ah, but Mr. X, a moment with you may lead to a fortune.
Look, Pagan, you once told me you were a charter member of some band of roving rogues. What were they called?
Oh, you mean the Continental Guild of Mercenaries?
That's it. You still a member?
Well, I haven't paid my dues lately, but I still have my connection.
Good. We can use your fellow guildsmen.
How?
We have a job to do which, incidentally, should cover your delinquent dues and then some.
That interests me profoundly, Mr. Thurston. But what do I do?
Have you ever made a parachute jump?
Who? Me? Geronimo!
Great, Pagan. That would make anybody jump.
Then let's go.
All right.
But where are we going?
Just to Berlin.
Oh, fine. I always...
There you are, Mr. Thurston. If you drop now, you'll land in the forest.
Thank you, Major Malinoff. Pretty smart of you to pick a place where we wouldn't have to dodge enemy flak.
In this new plane, we could dodge anything. You better hurry and jump, or Marshal Zhukov will be in Berlin before you are.
Okay. You ready, Pagan?
Don't you think, well, maybe perhaps we can wait a little while?
Just close your eyes and jump.
You first, my dear Thurston.
After you, Pagan.
But I insist.
Okay, but Major, you'll take care of my friend, won't you?
To your entire satisfaction, Mr. Thurston. Good luck, Tavarish.
Good luck to you. So long.
He did it. He did it.
It's very simple. Now watch. I will show you a little trick. With a flick of my finger, my beautiful plane rolls over on its side, so... Good luck, Tavarish.
From here on, we'd better go separately, Pagan.
My miserable life is on your head, Mr. X.
Don't worry about my head. Just use yours. Mix in with the refugees on the road. Now, here's our plan. I'm going to make a little call on Schweitzer.
Not old money bags?
Yeah. The head man of the Reichsbank.
Oh, Are we going to rob the bank?
We've got something more important to do. But first, we've got to decide on a meeting place.
Now, let's see. Putzi.
Putzi?
Haven't I told you about Putzi? A 32nd cousin.
Oh?
A Zelschmidt's black sheep on the Bulgarian side.
Where does he live?
Due to the misfortunes of his ill-starred career, he's living at 57 Sauerbratenstrasse. But what are you going to do, Mr. X?
Pagan, you've inspired me.
I have? How much is it worth to me?
You know, I've studied your duplicities for a long time, and at last I found a good use for them. I'm going to double-cross a crook to bait a trap for the crook.
Herr Schweitzer.
Herr Schweitzer.
How did you get in? I don't know you. Who are you?
Herr Schweitzer, you're planning to try to get out of Germany.
Who are you?
Oh, call me X.
X? What is this? Some joke?
These are hardly times for joking, are they? As I was saying, you want to get out of Germany.
But
it seems impossible, doesn't it?
Get out of here.
Look here, Herr Schweitzer. You're a shrewd man. A wise man who would like to save his own skin.
Don't move, whoever you are.
I don't think you want to shoot me, Herr Schweitzer, because, you see, I can get you out of Germany.
You? Just what makes you think you... The shelter! Quick!
The Americans are dropping their calling cards again.
Oh, the swine! Come on! Hurry! Now, we'll be safe here.
Not a very happy life, is it, Herr Schweitzer?
It will be over soon.
Oh, Father, here you are. I'm glad. I wondered where you... Oh, a visitor?
Yes, an uninvited visitor. He calls himself X.
I see.
I'm offering your father a chance to get out of Germany.
Oh? And what do you say to that, Father?
Oh, don't take him too seriously, Elena, my dear. He's very amusing. Go on, X.
Let's be frank. Rather punctuates the defeat to come, doesn't it?
Well, go on with what you're saying.
Yes, but defeat may not be the end of everything. Failure can sometimes be turned into profit. To speak your language, Herr Schweitzer.
What do you expect to get for all this?
A small measure of what you expect. A future made out of catastrophe.
And all this, of course, is based on the assumption that Germany has lost the war.
That's your assumption, isn't it? I know you played along with the Nazis because you thought it was good business. That doesn't sound like good business, does it, Herr Schweitzer?
Huh?
To stay here means utter ruin for you. It means the end of business. So, of course, you'll be interested in my proposal.
Supposing I were interested, how could I trust someone I don't know, nor have ever heard of?
You haven't been able to trust those you do know, so I wouldn't expect you to trust me, except that I shall profit as well as you if you get out.
Get out to where?
A plane will be waiting on the other side of the border.
What border?
We'll come to that later.
What border?
It doesn't matter. France, Italy, Yugoslavia.
What about Bremner, this Gestapo? You must think they are fools.
Not for a minute. But there are some things that even Bremner can't stop. What do you say, Herr Schweitzer?
I shall report you to the Gestapo.
Won't Bremner be a little curious about the fact that you've been approached with this kind of proposition? Bremner's a suspicious man, you know. In case you shouldn't report me to him, you'll meet me at 6 o'clock this evening?
You are very bold, aren't you?
Maybe just foolish. I've offered your father a deal. I don't know whether you'll buy. May I expect to see you this evening, Herr Schweitzer?
Perhaps.
57 Sauerbratenstrasse.
But, Mr. X, what makes you so sure Herr Schweitzer is coming?
If he weren't coming, I'd have been arrested long ago. Pagan, can we trust this cousin Putsy of yours?
Mr. Thurston, of course not. He doesn't even trust himself. That's why he will be so useful.
A true Zelsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But it's already 5 minutes past 6 and no Herr Schweitzer.
It's worth waiting more than 5 minutes for Schweitzer, Pagan.
Cousin Pagan. Shh. I'm busy. Putsy, later.
But I have to talk to you. Small Taylor's just turned up.
Well, all right. Excuse me, Mr. X. Don't mind Putsy. He's not very bright.
I know. He's only a 32nd cousin.
Thank you.
But don't stay too long. We'll be shoving off as soon as Schweitzer gets here.
If he gets here, Mr. X.
You lose, Pagan. Herr Schweitzer keeps his appointments.
Cousin Pagan, it is imperative.
Be right back, Mr. X.
Coming, coming. Oh.
Yeah, Mr. X. The Gestapo.
You are under arrest as a spy.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Now to return to Lockheed's Man Called X, who has managed to get into Berlin, where he has been trying to kidnap one of the highest officials in all Nazism by helping him escape from Germany. But his plans have apparently blown up in his face, for he is now a prisoner of the Gestapo. At the moment, we find Mr. X in his cell, somewhat the worse for the customary treatment by the Gestapo.
Well, what are you going to use this time? Lashes or lighted cigarettes? I don't know. Why don't you put on the light? You usually like to see your handiwork. Well, say something.
You should never have come to see my father.
Elena.
You remember my name.
It isn't all I remember, Miss Schweitzer.
But I don't even know yours.
How did you get in here?
The way people usually get into places.
The Nazis have their little weakness, too. Why did you come?
I couldn't help it. I had to see you again. But I feel foolish having to call you just X.
My name's Ken.
Ken. Oh. Why were you trying to help my father?
For the reason I told him. For profit.
But you look like a man of ideals, Ken.
And you look like one of those ideals, Elena.
Well,
It's very sweet of you to come to see me. That's taking chances, you know.
I told you I had to. Did they hurt you?
What do you think?
Oh, Ken.
My mother used to tell me that a kiss would take away a hurt. She was right.
That isn't why I kissed you.
Elena, you tell me something?
Yes?
Did your father call the Gestapo?
No. No, I did.
That's what I thought.
I still don't know who you are. You're still X, but you're a traitor to the Fuhrer. You would have made my father a traitor. I would kill him first.
And me.
Oh, the Gestapo will make you wish I had killed you.
So this is the woman of the future. The Fräulein modeled after her Fuhrer. The essence of Nazi superiority.
Heil Hitler.
Fräulein Schweitzer.
I have been expecting you, Herr Bremner. Our friend here is quite susceptible to lovemaking, but he says nothing.
Perhaps lovemaking isn't the right method.
Then I bow out in your favor, Herr Bremner.
Leaving so soon, Miss Schweitzer. Auf Wiedersehen, Elena.
Not auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Lovely specimen of your womanhood, Herr Bremner.
We shall not talk of women, Mr. X.
Is there a better subject?
There is a more important one. Who are you?
You seem to know.
Who are you?
Have a smoke?
Who brought you those?
Your Gestapo, of course.
What do you mean?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Herr Bremner. You know as well as I do. You can buy anything. In fact, your Gestapo has a very well-organized black market.
Shut up. That's enough, Hans. Go on, Mr. X.
I've always thought of the Gestapo as an invincible, incorruptible machine. It's very interesting when you see it from the inside.
Are so?
Everyone a prisoner of everyone else. All linked together in a chain. But the chain is held together only by fear. Fear of each other.
Stop. You will not tell us who you are. But we do not need to know. We know enough. You are a spy. And spies are shot.
And when do you plan to give my little party?
In the morning, Mr. X. Also, what mit?
Herr Bremner, back so soon. Have you changed your shooting schedule?
Mr. X, you are an intelligent man. You could be very useful if you would talk.
Apparently I've talked too much.
I know, of course, about your attempt at negotiations with Herr Schweitzer.
Of course, his adoring daughter told you.
You were very sure you could get him out of Germany, weren't you?
Yes.
I see, but unfortunately, you will be shot in the morning.
Yes, unfortunately.
And you still won't talk? Mr. X?
Yeah?
Mr. X, can you get me out of Germany?
Frida, here comes the slaughter wagon once again.
It's as sure as the sun comes up.
Not one of Herr Bremner's victims, eh?
I wonder who it is this time. Driver, is it another field marshal you're burying?
Sorry to disappoint you, old woman. All I've got today is an American spy.
American? Come along, Frida.
A very bad character. Mr. X. Mr. X, are you dead or alive?
I'm pinching myself, Pagan. Bremner promised to put blanks in the guns, but I still have to sweat it out before that war.
But how could you know he would really use blanks?
Only because he was saving his own skin with them, or so he thought. Have Putzi and his mercenaries paved a road out for us and our celebrated companions?
A regular fortune it cost, Mr. X. The road is paved with gold and silver.
Yes, Pagan. But there's a rainbow at the end of it.
It's very hot in this ridiculous clothing.
Ah, but Herr Bremner, who would suspect that two fat old ladies in black would be those well-known gentlemen, Bremner and Schweitzer?
I must admit, Mr. X, the costumes have served their purpose.
The idea came from Pagan, the fount of all chicanery.
Thank you, Mr. X.
Here we are. Here is the border.
Doesn't seem much different, does it? Except that the air smells free.
Nobody but me, gross Uncle Heinrich, knows this pass.
Good for you, Uncle. Mr. X has your bonus for you like I promised.
That's right, Uncle. Here you are.
Danke, schön.
Are you sure nobody but you knows this way out, old man?
Nobody. I've lived here for 70. No, what are you?
Uncle Heinrich!
Well, Bremner, why did you shoot the old man?
You think I'm a fool, Mr. X? Nobody will know how I left Germany. Or that I have left Germany.
Oh?
Nobody.
No blanks in the gun now, huh? You're sure you're safe now, so suddenly you're a brave man.
You've been a very convenient guide, Mr. X, but only one of us will cross the border alive.
You wouldn't dare kill me, Bremner.
You, Schweitzer, who think only of money and... Who's there?
Captain Pagan!
Ah, Putzi, you're a regular Marine. What is it?
The American flyer. He's coming.
Good. Americana.
As I promised you, gentlemen, there's a plane waiting. A plane which will take you for a nice long ride to America.
You'll never get me to...
Nice work, Mr. X. Here, I have his gun.
Come on, Bremner, get up. Schwein. Oh, I'm getting awfully tired of that word. But perhaps pigs know no other language. What are you trembling for, Bremner? And you, Schweitzer? You afraid? Did you really think you'd get away? How could you get away from yourselves? Maybe you've forgotten that. He that fleeth from the fear shall fall into the pit. And he that getteth up out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. Maybe you've forgotten that for the creators of destruction and disaster, there is no way out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last program in the present series. So I'd like to say a very sincere thanks to the men of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation who have given every possible assistance in making this show as good a show as we could make it. And, of course, my thanks to my favorite company of artists and technicians. Felix Mills, our superlative music master. Milton Merlin, author of tonight's exploit and most of the stories in this series. Francis Farrago, writer. Thor LaCroix, our excellent engineer. Floyd and Monty, our sound effects wizards. John McIntyre, our grand announcer. And the cast. Gigi Pearson, who plays the charming Nancy Bessington. Leon Belasco, who is my rascally shadow, Pay Gonzell-Smith. And as that fine actress as Bea Benaderet, Lucille Meredith, and Jeanette Nolan. Frank Graham, Theodore Von Eltz, Will Wright, Joe Granby, Charlie Lung, Bob Bruce, Vic Rodman, Ed MacDonald, and my many other friends in the cast. Well, naturally, I've saved my final salute for Jack Johnstone, our producer and director whose magic wand has safely and brilliantly guided the man called X through his many adventures. And to you, my most highly esteemed audience, my profoundest thanks of all. So until we meet again on the air, good night.
Herbert Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The words traitor and spy are easily applied. Very often, however, events shape destinies. One man's bravery is another man's cowardice. To label a man is to tell what is outside. However, what is inside, what motivates even a hero to change color, is both the tragedy and the mystery of the ensuing hour.
Mr. Stansbury, I have here a secret proclamation sent to me by General Washington of the American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from our ally, France, for that campaign.
You said 8,000?
The British wanted specifics. Well, specifics is what I'm giving you.
Benedict, that information is secret. Are you sure that you should divulge...
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back.
Our mystery drama, The Spy and the Traitor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. He was 39 years old, a war hero, a loner, daring to do battle against odds and without orders, feared by the enemy and disliked by his soldiers. Were they jealous? Was there a place in revolutionary America for a brilliant general who had the reputation of being a one-man army? He was wounded in battle, decorated, and sent home at 39. He was engaged to marry a girl of 17. His name was Benedict Arnold.
They all hate me. The Army, Congress, everyone.
Oh, not hate, Benedict. They're envious of you. Who in his right mind wouldn't be? You're the best general old George ever had.
The best? You may be right, Peg. I have a feeling for fighting. I've had it since I was 13 in the French and Indian Wars. George Washington. A bullet never whistled past him till he was 21.
I know General Washington appreciates your worth.
I'm not so sure, Peggy. I wish he would speed up this ridiculous court-martial so that I could clear myself.
Then I don't want to hear any more about it. Don't fuss so.
Waiting. How I loathe it. And not having any command.
Benedict Arnold, will you stop that?
I've been put on the shelf, that's what it is.
Ben, I'm going to change the subject, and I want you to pay full attention. You know we've been invited to the Meshianza fancy dress ball, and I want your advice. Do you think I would look well dressed like a Turkish lady? Ben? Dan, are you listening to me?
5 new major generals, and I was passed over.
Dan, if you're going to go on and on over that stupid court-martial, when everyone knows you'll be cleared, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Who is it?
Your father.
Oh, please come in, Father. I'm so upset.
I'm afraid I am also.
General Arnold was just here, and we parted under not too friendly terms.
Margaret, I have something to say to you.
He's so preoccupied with that dreary old court-martial. All he thinks of is clearing himself so he can get a command and go back out there and get shot at. His leg is already terribly hurt. Every time I see him limping, it makes me cry.
Margaret, you know that ball you and your sisters are making such a fuss over?
I should think so. It's the most important social event in Philadelphia. Fuss indeed.
Will you please listen to me?
Yes, Father.
I have decided that in these times it would be unseemly for the Shippen family to spend their efforts on something as flippant as a fancy dress ball.
Father?
I myself have tried to remain neutral, but if my family takes part in such foolishness, we shall certainly be accused of making a mockery of the rebel cause.
Father, I have to go to that ball. Major John Andre has asked me to. It's important.
Think, child. You are engaged to General Arnold, an American general. Not so very long ago, his superior, General Washington, asked 2,000 men to freeze and die at Valley Forge. You cannot be seen dancing with the British here in Philadelphia while widows are weeping over the graves of their soldier husbands.
Oh, no.
We have no money. No money coming in. As you know, when this city fell to the British, I decided not to help either side, to wait it out. These are not times to indulge in lavish entertainments.
It's this awful war. I wish that darned old George Washington had never gotten it into his head that we should be separated from Great Britain. It makes me so angry.
Margaret, please keep that sentiment to yourself. We may be forced to swear allegiance to the American flag. Besides, there's much merit in their point of view.
You may think so, Father, but I shall never. I hate this stupid revolution and what it's done to people of culture and breeding.
Miss Peggy Shippen, I believe?
Major John Andre, an honor.
What an exquisite gown.
Thank you.
I hadn't expected you at the ball.
Why not, Major Andre?
Well, a little bird told me your father doesn't approve of such blatant luxury.
The little bird was right. Father does not.
But you are here anyway.
Let us say when Peggy Shippen wishes her own way, she usually gets it.
Usually?
Always.
Do you suppose your fiancé, General Arnold, will mind if I ask you to dance?
The General would mind very much if you did not. A dance or two will make his absence more bearable for me.
Isn't it extraordinary? Here we are of the same heritage and background, General Arnold and myself. Yet one is a loyalist, the other a rebel.
Major Andre, may I ask you to help me forget the war for one evening?
Oh, it shall be a pleasure.
Tell me, did you bring your scissors, Major?
My scissors? Oh, why, yes, I did. How did you know about that?
Your little bird. I understand you are quite accomplished in cutting out silhouettes of the ladies you dance with. I hope you'll do mine.
I should be honored.
Gracious! Is that a country dance the orchestra is playing?
Why, yes, it is.
Do I dare dance a country dance?
My dear Miss Shippen, it is we who must set the fashion for others to follow.
But a country dance is so daring. Imagine moving about to music held in the arms of a man not your husband, in public.
Shall we give it a try?
Let's. Oh, I can't wait. I am absolutely exhausted. 4 whole country dances.
Miss Shippen.
Peggy.
Oh, good. Then I can be John to you. Peggy, a glass of punch?
Oh, yes. I need something to revive me. Doesn't this awful revolution seem far away to you, John?
One for you and one for me. To your health.
Thank you.
No, the war is very close to me, especially since my promotion to Deputy Adjutant General.
I am impressed. You have new duties?
Chiefly that of intelligence, the gathering of information.
You mean spying?
I've said too much already. Now, if you'll allow me, sit there like that, in profile, and I'll take out my black paper and do your silhouette.
Only in exchange.
Exchange?
May I see the scissors?
Here, Peggy, what are you doing?
Snip, snip. A fair trade. A lock of your hair for my face on paper.
I must say, Peggy, for a young lady of your young years, I would say you are one of the most dangerous I have ever met.
Because I cut off a lock of your hair as a keepsake?
Now, stop blinking your eyes and hold still. The nose. I would say you have all the earmarks of a headhunter.
You flatter me.
And if I know anything about that type of lady, one lock of hair won't satisfy you. You won't rest until you have my entire head.
Ben? Husband? Please come to bed.
I'm coming, Peg, dear.
Do you know what day it is today?
Of course I know. The 8th, Tuesday.
Is that all?
1779.
Oh, Ben, today is our anniversary.
It is. Yes.
1 month married today.
Yes.
What is it, Ben? Don't I please you?
Of course you do, Peg. It's obviously I who doesn't please you. I don't know what you see in me. Crippled.
I won't have you talking that way.
You should have married a younger man like John Andre.
Will you stop that? I love you. I know what is troubling you, and it's nothing to do with our marriage. It's a wonderful marriage. Perfect. It's old George, isn't it? And the Philadelphia Congress. It's really shocking. You're the country's hero, and you're being treated like I don't know what.
I wonder, Peggy, if we can ever be happy in a land filled with upstarts and envy.
Why do we have to?
Are you saying, why do we have to remain loyal to the American cause?
Yes, I am. I think they're treating you shamefully. You never got your full commission. That ridiculous court-martial is put off from month to month, so you can't even face your accusers and clear your name. If you were a ranking officer in the British Army, you can be sure they would never treat a great man like that.
No, they wouldn't.
It must be a peculiar American trait to heap honors upon a man, and when he has served his country well, then to drag him down.
Peggy, are you saying we should consider going over to the British?
What do you think?
I wonder how one would go about it.
John Andre might have an idea. He's in intelligence. And because we know him as a friend, he'd keep it a secret.
Yes, John Andre. I remember being a little jealous of him and his attentions to you, Peg. Little did I think someday I might need him. Yes?
Is this the Penn Mansion?
Yes.
General Benedict Arnold?
Yes.
Sainsbury's the name. I've been informed you are a gentleman interested in the finer things of life, and I have brought with me from Philadelphia some articles of rare distinction which I believe you will appreciate. May I come in?
All right. Do so.
Are we alone?
My wife is upstairs, and of course the servants are about.
Yes, I brought with me some exquisite Staffordshire and creamware.
My wife attends to the household effects.
Is there any place we can talk, General, without being overheard by the servants?
Oh, I see. Perhaps in the garden.
In the garden. Splendid.
Yes, beautiful spot you have here, General. Is that West Point directly south?
Why, yes, it is. My wife and I have only recently purchased this property.
Yes, I'd like to see a bit more of the Penn Mansion grounds, if I may. And if you'll come with me outside to my carriage, I have some extraordinary samples fit for a connoisseur. It's an opportunity I don't think you would like to pass up.
Is this strange man selling porcelain or Great Britain? It's one thing to think about changing one's allegiance, another to take action. But when one is faced with a wall of delays, making it impossible to clear oneself, when one is suspended from rank and duty without a trial, perhaps that first step is not such a big one. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. It is not the act, but what compels the act. Why does a man cheat at cards, lose a job, even kill another? How often have we been told the fault lies not in our stars, but in ourselves? Here we have a man of great courage, a winner of battles, a gainer of medals, who is about to desert his country. Well, let us see if we can pluck out the heart of this man's mystery. Word has gone out to Major Andre that Benedict Arnold wished to defect. Now the British reply has come knocking at his door.
I have brought with me a personal message from Major Andre.
Proceed.
You sent him a note asking to be assured the British were not planning to give up the war. The answer to your question is assurances are given.
Good.
You asked for suitable pay from the British as inducement.
No, not inducement. Compensation.
Major Andre agrees in principle that you should be compensated, but does not agree to the specific sum you requested.
Oh?
He directs me to tell you the amount will depend upon what services you render to the British.
And what about my question? Should I openly go over to the British side now?
The Major says no, not now. To continue as you are. Serve us in secret.
Has the Major asked for an immediate answer?
I've brought along a dictionary identical to one at British headquarters. Your reply is to be written each word corresponding with the page and line in this dictionary.
I understand. My correspondence is entirely numbers.
The Major suggests your wife write an innocent letter addressed to one of her Philadelphia friends.
She write?
Something innocuous, inquiring as to what's doing in society, the fancy dress balls, whatever. And you are to write your coded, numbered message in invisible ink between the lines.
I don't care for it, Stansbury. Involving an innocent lady friend of my wife's.
The letter will be intercepted, General. It will never reach the party. I suggest you put your thoughts down on paper. I'll return to Penn Mansion in an hour for your answer.
Answer? What answer?
For the name of the person to whom your messages for Major Andre will be addressed.
I cannot promise you that. I shall have to consult my wife.
A messenger? When was he here?
He has just left.
What did John say to your proposal? Tell me. Tell me.
The British don't want me to publicly change sides.
But why not? I don't understand.
They want me to secure a command I can betray. But how can I? Washington is holding off giving me a post until this wretched court-martial is over, and there's no date set for it to begin.
What about the money?
Nothing definite. Oh, yes, they'd be delighted for me to tell them of troop movements, secret dispatches, etc. Anything I wish, but Andre refuses to name any specific amount.
But you ask for so little, 10,000 pounds.
We'll write back to John Andre. Peggy, draft up some letter about hats or gowns or whatever. I'll make notes on my views and perhaps, yes, give them some incidental intelligence just to whet their appetite.
This messenger who's coming back, is our letter to be given to him?
No, we're to tell him who in Philadelphia we're writing to.
I'll write directly to John himself. Why not?
You must be out of your mind. Write directly to Andre. Why, you might as well take your carriage and drive to British headquarters or shout our intentions from the housetops. This must be done in secret.
All right, then. I'll address the letter to my father.
Now you're talking sensibly.
I hope something comes of this. How are you going to send your part of the letter, Ben?
Using this dictionary as a code book and writing between the lines of your letter in invisible ink.
I see the dictionary, but where's the ink?
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? How they ever expect to win this war. That fool agent never gave me any ink.
Dear Father, I am well and happy, and to be the wife of this great man has filled my heart and my days. Would you be good enough to forward this letter to our dear friend, Major
John Andre? I have asked him the next time he goes to New York, would he buy me material for a pale pink dress of Mantua, decorated with broad ribbon of the same color. John Andre will know.
Same color. John Andre will know, as we spoke of such material when last we danced at the Meschianza Fancy Dress Ball. Also satin for matching shoes and one pair of ladies' neat spurs. Love to Mama and the girls, your daughter, Margaret. Williams, bring me a candle and that dictionary in the far left-hand corner of the bookcase, and then leave me. I'm not to be disturbed. Good. It's all decoded now. Now let me see. As my life and everything is at stake, I shall expect a certainty as to what amount you will pay me. Herewith some current intelligence. General Washington is going to the Hudson. C has given up. C, Congress has given up C-Ton, Charleston. Congress has given up Charleston. They are in want of arms, men, ammunition to defend it.
Your garden is quite as lovely as I remember it, General Arnold.
You will forgive me if I don't get up. I've had these chairs placed out here at various intervals so I could rest.
Oh, forgive me. May I bring you a cushion from my carriage to make your back more comfortable?
I shall feel more at ease, Stansbury, if you bring me favorable news from the Major. He's received our letters.
Yes, and has entrusted me with the answer. We are to drop the dictionary code. He now fears that the correspondence may fall into the wrong hands and your cooperation is too valuable to risk.
Then he agrees?
To an extent.
To the extent of £10,000 in my terms?
No. The Major cannot see any payments to yourselves until you have made a real and generous effort. He suggests you make a little exertion.
Are those his words?
Verbatim. And procure an accurate plan of West Point, boats guarding the Hudson River, etc., etc., and also the American Army's battle orders.
Andre doesn't realize the problems. No, I don't like this method of communication. Letters, codes, second-hand replies by agents. You will forgive me, Stansbury. Most unsatisfactory.
Which brings me to my next point, General. The Major says if you could enable him to see you, he is convinced a personal conversation would satisfy the both of you entirely.
No. To meet him face to face, yes. Tell the Major I am of like mind. I shall arrange it.
What time is it, Father?
A little after the noon hour.
I'm beside myself with worry. How long does a court-martial take?
I don't know, Margaret.
Benedict has been dragged into this hearing by enemies, but I know he'll come through it with flying colors. Just you wait and see.
Yes, I have no doubt of it.
Father, I wish you could be more charitable.
No, come along, Margaret. How can you say that? You no longer were able to afford the Penn Mansion. Who put this house at your disposal?
Father, I didn't mean that.
I told you both it's yours to keep it. I want you to have some place where you can be happy with no worries of mortgages or unpaid bills.
We shall have money, you'll see. The Philadelphia Congress owes Ben £5,000 a month for the 9 months he had to keep his establishment as commandant of Philadelphia. That's him. He's back. Ben? Ben, we're here in the drawing room by the fire.
Another brandy, General?
No, thank you, Mr. Shippen. One was enough to help me recover.
Do you feel up to telling us now the outcome of the court-martial? Are you well enough?
My dearest, I never felt better. At least this trial has taught me who my friends are.
Who spoke up for you?
No one. Not a soul. I had no friends.
But you were acquitted.
Do you remember the story of King Solomon, who, when asked to decide which lady was the true mother of a baby, ordered the infant cut in half and half given to each woman?
Yes. Yes, and the true mother rejected that. She would rather have her child alive, even in another woman's hands.
I feel exactly like a mother whose child has been returned to her cut in half. The verdict was half for me and half against, but like King Solomon's child, my reputation is dead. I was exonerated of some charges, but found guilty elsewhere. Nothing specific. Words like improper conduct, imprudent, were thrown at me like dice.
But how could they do that, General? Were they not dealing in facts, specific accusations?
When you are disliked, Mr. Shippen, anyone can dig into the articles of war and come up with some catch-all to hang you.
Oh, my darling, how wicked of them.
They wanted my blood, and they found the catch article, all right. One that forbids, without being specific, mind you, anything an officer might do to, quote, the prejudice of good order or military discipline. The hardest blow of all was the sentence.
But if they acquitted you...
I am to receive a reprimand in writing from General Washington. Now, Mr. Shippen, I am very tired. I did not sleep at all last night. It was good of you to visit and be here when I returned. Now, if you would be so kind as to leave my wife and myself. I had to talk to you alone, Peggy.
Any word as to your meeting with Major Andre?
Not when I left the house this morning, but I've been gathering some important news for him. Peggy, we must face the truth. America has turned its back on me. Had I ever any doubts about joining the British, they are dispelled now. Yes?
Father, I thought you had gone home. Were you... have you been standing outside the door all this while?
No, I was waiting for my carriage when a gentleman came to the door and asked to see you, General. I thought perhaps I should announce him.
Who is it, Father?
His name is Stansbury.
Who was that gentleman who just left?
My father.
General, I wonder. That is, if Mrs. Arnold does not mind, if you and I...
Mrs. Arnold and I are in this together. She will remain by my side. Before you say anything, Mr. Stansbury, to show my cooperation, I'll give you some information.
Why, excellent.
I have here a proclamation sent to me in secret by General Washington. The American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from France for that campaign.
Well, that is new.
Major Andre wanted my specifics, did he?
Benedict.
What is it?
You are sure?
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back. Where was I? Yes. Our invasion. The American invasion of Canada. 6 French ships of the line, several frigates, and a number of transports carrying the 8,000 are expected at Newport, Rhode Island in 3 weeks. You may tell Major Andre I shall see Washington myself, and I guarantee I shall be offered the command of West Point. Tell him also, when I meet with the Major face to face, he will have from me a complete report on how that garrison can be taken by the British.
A sad day for patriots. The man was noble, but with his last attempt he wiped it out, betrayed his country, and his name remains to the ensuing age abhorred. William Shakespeare's prophetic words written 100 years before Benedict Arnold's betrayal. I shall be back shortly with Act 3. It is night. Benedict Arnold, his wounded leg propped up beside him, is being rowed to a secret rendezvous near Dobbs Ferry. 30 months of glory, of battle scars and battle honors, and 30 more months of suspicion, disgrace, and despair lie behind him. There is no turning back now. Under the false flag of truce, the British major and the American general, the spy and the traitor, are about to meet.
Arnold? Andre? I've been waiting for you. When did you arrive?
A few hours ago. Down there. Look over the cliff. Can you make out her mast? No, don't get up. I know your foot is a great bother.
I waited till it was dark. So you came by ship?
Yes, the Vulture. Are you alone, Benedict?
Yes, John, you?
I left Stansbury on the beach below.
A useful man.
He knows this whole area on both sides of the Hudson like the back of his hand. How is Peggy?
Oh, this adventure doesn't sit well with her.
I understand you have a baby. Congratulations.
A boy. That doesn't make the strain on Peg any easier. But she insists on knowing everything I do every step of the way.
I'm sorry the court-martial did not go well for you, Benedict.
It was the next to last straw.
Was there a last straw?
Oh, yes. Old George himself had to write to me my actions were improper. But I made him eat his words, which he yet doesn't realize.
I don't quite understand.
It was simple. I made him ashamed that he had to reprimand me. So from there, it was only a step to get him to agree I should be the commander of West Point. Yes, old George will learn how foolish it is not to be loyal to Benedict Arnold.
That's good news. When do you take command?
Soon. But I haven't been twiddling my thumbs, waiting. Now, I have brought with me, John, a detailed drawing of the fortifications. Drew it myself. Here, put it in your pocket. Now, here are my recommendations how best to storm them.
Oh, I wish I could take a look at these.
We can't light any lanterns here. My guess is, John, if you were to attack West Point before Albany could send reinforcements, the garrison would be yours.
Oh, if we had it, our guns trained on the river and inland, why, all New England could be cut off from the rest of the colonies. Men, supplies, everything.
And what's that worth to you and your generals?
You said 10,000 pounds when last we talked.
The price has gone up to 20.
Yes, but not for a pile of stones and burnt-out cannon. Add 3,000 prisoners and all the stores, then we would be agreeable.
Is that an owl or a signal?
It may be Stansbury signaling.
Let's hope it's not trouble.
Major Andre.
Hey, Stansbury, what is it?
The boatman, sir. The one who rowed us from the Vulture. I took a tour of the beach to keep my eyes open for the enemy patrol, and when I returned, the boatman was gone.
I didn't believe him. He told me if the hour grew late, he wouldn't be able to row me back, but I didn't believe him.
Will he come back for us in the morning, sir?
One would hope so, but who knows? All right, Stansbury, back to your watch down at the river's edge. I'll call you when I need you.
Yes, sir. But don't worry, sir. I'll keep my eyes open.
It's not a pleasant sensation being in enemy territory. What if there's no boatman in the morning? What then?
Your agent, Stansbury, has a house nearby, doesn't he? About a mile upriver?
Yes, he has.
Then that's where you and I shall spend the night. It'll give us more time for me to explain the drawings and specifications. John, wake up. I'll have Stansbury make us some coffee. Stansbury? Stansbury?
Oh, I could have sworn I didn't sleep a wink.
He's not here. And his cot hasn't been slept in.
If I know him, he's waiting on the shore for that boatman.
I want to give you these papers as well before I forget. The ordnance at West Point, guns available, number of men protecting each fort. Then, here, secret plans of the artillery commander in case of attack. Here, Washington's own top-secret military plans. I'd say I could guarantee you at least 3,000 prisoners.
If so, the 20,000 pounds are yours.
I knew you would see it my way.
Expensive soldiers.
I don't haggle.
The price has gone up in 17 centuries.
I don't follow you.
One used to be able to buy a man's freedom for 30 pieces of silver.
John, I don't care for that. If you British have any second thoughts about doing business with me, please come out and say so. I'm not in the least ashamed of what I'm doing.
Neither am I, Benedict. It was thoughtless. It was a thoughtless remark. Put it down to my fears of how I can get safely back to Philadelphia.
General!
Come in, Stansbury.
I've been on the beach since 5 this morning.
The boatman didn't return?
No, he didn't. But even if he had, there's no warship to take you on.
What? The Vulture is gone?
One of the local farmers told me he saw it pull anchor and disappear last night.
Well, how am I going to get back to our lines undetected?
I'd say it's time to consider escape plan number 2. Stansbury, I want you to show the Major the way overland. Stay with him.
Of course I will. I've done it many times.
On horseback, in my British uniform? You want me to be shot?
I'll give you letters of passage. They'll have to let you through the lines.
I can give you a long cloak instead of your jacket, sir. Then your breeches and boots won't be seen.
Capital. Believe me, John, it's quite safe.
To spend the rest of the war in a prison camp. Unthinkable.
Were it not for my bad leg, I'd accompany you myself. There's no danger, John. Look, if I had any doubts, would I even consider you carrying these incriminating documents?
You're certain?
I risk everything also, John. The papers you carry could send me to the gallows.
Oh, my darling, I am so happy that you've returned safely. I worried so. Did everything go as you planned?
Not quite, Peggy. But I feel sure Major Andre will get back safely.
All morning I've been walking about this house and thinking, soon I shall be with my own people. The kind of people I deserve to associate with. Not the American riffraff. In a few days, West Point will be delivered. In just a few days.
Perhaps a bit longer than that, but it will be.
The baby. I must go to him.
Peggy, would you remember one thing?
There are 1,000 things about you I can never forget, Ben. What one thing?
Last night, when I was returning home, riding alone, I prayed that whatever might happen to me, you would always remember our happy days together.
How you talk. Our happiest days are yet to come.
Yes, coming. Stansbury, back so soon? What are you doing here this time of night?
Let me in, quickly.
Do you realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
All is lost, General.
What do you mean?
They captured us, Major Andre and myself. I managed to escape.
Oh, good Lord.
What is it? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to intrude at this late hour, Mrs. Arnold, but...
John Andre has been captured.
No.
Go ahead, Stansbury. Tell me how, when, and where.
We had come as far as Tarrytown, sir. The British outpost at White Plains, only 15 miles away, when 3 men, armed, stopped us. The Major handed them the General's pass, your pass, sir. I don't think the men could read it. Then he shouted, "You said you were a British officer. Where is your money?" "I have none," said Major Andre. They didn't believe him. "You are a British officer and no money. Search him." They did. They stripped him.
Oh, how dreadful.
The moment I saw them ahead on the road, barring the way, I said to the Major, "Let's climb up to the right. We'll be hidden in the forest." He would have none of it, but rode straight into their arms. I hid myself and observed the entire capture. Then they found the papers. General, your plans for the taking of West Point.
All is over. All is lost.
The other 2 stood around while the biggest tried to make out what the papers meant. And then, at last, he said, "This man is a spy."
Oh, no.
Please, Peggy, don't go on so.
Ben, they'll find out. They will accuse you, crucify you. You will be called a traitor. You must save yourself. You must go. Now, tonight. Not lose an instant.
General Washington, sir, I had much time to reflect since my escape and the sentencing of Major John Andre. I know the world will accuse me for what I have done as wrong. Believe me, sir, I have ever acted from a principle of love of my country. Too often have I, in the past, experienced the ingratitude of my country. I ask not, therefore, for any favor for myself, only that you extend your hand, sir, to protect Mrs. Arnold. I beg she may be permitted to return to her father in Philadelphia. I am alone to blame. No one must share my grief other than myself. Your faithful servant, Benedict Arnold.
What news, jailer?
General Washington has approved the sentence that you're to be executed as a spy, Major Andre.
I foresaw my fate.
Is there anything else, Major?
I am the victim of misfortune, not guilt. When is the hour?
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I do have one last request. May I be executed as a professional soldier?
Sir?
To die like a gentleman and a soldier. Shot, not hanged as a peasant and a spy. I am, after all, still the Adjutant General of the British Army.
Hanged? They hanged that great man like a common criminal?
Margaret, you must calm yourself.
I have no one. You know that, no one. Benedict has deserted me. I'm all alone with my baby.
Please, please.
I haven't a friend left in the world. Do you know that? I did have a friend once. A good, kindly, good friend. Yes, I did. Look, sir, he was my only true friend. This was his.
That lock of hair?
A long time ago, at my very first ball, John Andre gave me this lock of his hair. He let me cut it from his head. Do you know what he said to me, sir?
Margaret.
He said, Peggy, I know you. You won't be satisfied with one lock of my hair. You won't rest until you have my entire head. Oh, dear Lord, what have I done?
Peggy Shippen Arnold, once an innocent and lovely belle of the ball. Did anyone grieve for her? John Andre, once a man of charm and talent, who mourned for him? The British Army did, and a memorial to him stands to this day in Westminster Abbey. Benedict Arnold, for him no one shed a tear. Once a hero, but forever is he remembered in history as a traitor. I shall return shortly with a few more thoughts on this tragedy. As we look back today at the sad tale of spy and traitor, let us remember there were also very many patriots. One of them, in uniform with Washington, said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women." Said by Tom Paine in 1776. Today, we can say it no better. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Catherine Byers, Howard Ross, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mel, are you in there? Mel?
Hi.
Oh, well, there you are.
Hold tight.
I was reading. I'll put on the light for you.
Oh, it's all right. I know where it is.
No, you don't. I moved it. Here.
I don't think I'll ever get used to it. The way you read in the
Dark or light makes no difference when you're blind.
Of course.
Did you bring it?
Yes.
Oh, let's have it. Thanks. Can you put it on for me?
Well, it's a cassette. Do I switch anything?
Yeah, this thing here.
I haven't heard it. I don't know how much he says.
I'll only need a word or two.
Oh, listen.
My name is Adam Kane. I'm 5'7". I've got blue eyes and I was born in London.
That's great. That's all I need.
You sure that's enough now?
Martha or sister dear, I'll know that voice again, anywhere.
Springbok Radio presents Adam Kane.
Soundwave. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
We haven't heard all of it yet.
I can't wait.
Oh, come over here and sit down, Adam. I can't bear it when you wander around like that.
It's the pigeons.
I don't care what it is. You can look at the pigeons when I finish the briefing.
The CIA is using a blind courier.
More or less.
And you want me to make contact with this man and pick up what he's couriering?
Exactly.
It's out of an horror comic, it must be.
On the contrary, Adam, it's a very real and dangerous situation. I'm sorry we're involved, but we are. And we have to do our bit. All of us.
A blind courier. Yeah. It just about adds up, doesn't it? That's what's happening to America. And what are they using for strong arm cover then? The Chelsea junior netball team?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Adam, this is serious. Mel Rosen is no ordinary man. Blind or not, he's a mathematical genius. He was chosen for this exercise because, firstly, he won't be suspected. And secondly, well, he was the only man who could have assessed the material on the spot, known what to bring and what to leave.
Well, he couldn't have taken the microfilm himself.
No, of course not. His sister did that.
Sister?
Of course, Didn't I mention the sister?
There's a lot of things you haven't mentioned.
Then we'd better start all over again, just to be absolutely sure.
You got the time on you?
Well, it's just gone 5:30. Now, the whole thing started when... Adam, where are you going?
I just remembered. I promised the bloke I'd be home by 5:45. I'm going to be late.
Adam, don't you dare! Adam! He'll be the death of me. I know he will.
He could talk. The number of times he nearly been the death of me. Blind couriers, mathematical geniuses or not, were not in my book of safe people to be with. So, I went home. No, I wasn't lying about the bloke I promised to be home for either. I'd done it that very morning on the number 27 to Curzon Street. Adam Kane, I said to myself, tonight I promise you I'll be home by 5:45. It's a pity Viv knew my address.
Thought you'd briefed him.
There was a little problem. He knows most of it.
Yeah, and I don't think he's home.
He'd better be home. Adam, don't close the door!
The neighbours, you bark. You'll get me thrown out.
Then let us inside.
Who's he?
Jim Smallwood with the Americans.
Oh, you mean the CIA?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Adam.
My little joke. Come on in.
Thanks a lot.
Help yourselves. You fancy a drink?
You got scotch?
Yeah. Small sherry, Viv.
Dry as you've got, That'll be lovely.
My pleasure.
I must say, you guys have a pretty hairy idea of security.
Well, what do you mean? Here's a scotch.
Oh, thank you. Anything going on about the agency out there in the hallway?
Who's out there to hear? Anyway, if someone did hear, they'd think it was a joke. We're like that in England. We got a sense of humour.
Careful, Adam. Oh, thank you.
Dry enough?
Lovely.
Now, can we get down to business? It's getting late.
Good idea. I'm sorry we had to come here, Adam. You didn't leave me much choice.
The blind courier.
Well, he's not exactly a courier.
No?
No, he's a math expert. Sent him over to the International Symposium on Cybernetics in Moscow. We were given a tip from our Moscow man. One of their cybernetic experts had something to sell. We were in the market. We had to make sure the stuff was good. So Mel Rosen went and had a look, liked what he saw, and he bought it for us.
What he saw?
Oh, figuratively speaking, of course. He doesn't need eyes, most of the time. When he does, his sister travels with him. She's also a mathematician, only not a genius. But she understands her brother.
I get it. A seeing eye bird.
Yeah.
Only one thing I don't get.
What's that?
Why me? If he's got what he went to get, why must I collect it from him?
Can't he take it home?
Yeah, well, that's the problem. The Russians know it's missing, see? They've a pretty good idea that Rosen has it. We want it from him before he loses it.
And so they daren't risk an American connection. He wouldn't last a day. KGB are watching Rosen like a hawk.
Lovely. It gets better and better. Where is he?
And that's the easy part, Adam. He's right here, in London.
Well?
What's the matter?
I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
I'm sorry now that you agreed to this whole monstrous business. They could have sent someone else.
I had to do it.
Yeah, I know. To prove that you could. But you've done that already. You're the best brain in the country. You didn't have to be a hero as well.
Well, perhaps not. I don't know. I liked the idea at the time.
And now? With the KGB in the room next door?
I'm sorry. Sorry that you're involved, that's all. I'm safe enough. They can't hurt me, not here in London.
Well, I hope he hurries, that's all.
Adam Kane. I liked his voice. Let's hear it again. I've got to be sure.
My name is Adam Kane. I'm 5'7". I've got blue eyes and I was born in London. That's all there is to tell, really.
It's daft.
How do you mean?
I mean the voice bit. There's got to be another signal just to be safe. Well, they could plant someone.
It won't matter then, will it? We want the stuff from him. You don't give him anything. If they've planted someone, then it'll be too late. It'll mean they got Rosen.
You don't get me, mate.
Well, then explain.
Simple. This bloke Rosen is blind, right? He's never seen me. He knows nothing about me but me voice. A voice is only heard on a tape recorder.
Right on.
What's to stop them from planting someone who sounds like me?
Oh, they need to tape your voice. Analyze it. Get someone to copy it so well that even you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Does that sound possible?
I don't know.
You don't know this boy Rosen, Kane. He's fantastic. He can take a sound to pieces in his mind. Over the radio, telephone, tape recorder, makes no difference. He can't be fooled. Safer than any recognition signal. It's a code they can break, believe me.
I'd like to, old son. I really would.
But you don't.
Fancy another scotch?
Come in. I'd like to see your identification, please. Merely a formality. You certainly look like the man I've been inspecting. Must be sure. Yeah, seeming all right.
Good.
Come in and sit down. Over there near the light where I can see you. Not that I don't trust you. It's by far the most comfortable chair. I hate hotel rooms, don't you?
Depends.
Yeah, of course it does. Now, I'm told that you have a remarkable talent, Mr.
Henry. It's enough.
Henry. They tell me you work magic.
Do they indeed?
I'd like a demonstration. No, not me. I'm no judge of my own voice. And now you listen to this. My name is Adam Kane. I'm 5'7". I've got blue eyes and I was born in London. That's all there is to tell, really. What do you think?
Is that all?
Isn't it enough?
I'll need to practice, of course.
There isn't time, I'm afraid. You want to hear it again?
Not really. How does this sound to you? My name is Adam Kane. I'm 5'7". I have blue eyes. It's quite an easy one, really. How much is it worth? That the place?
Hotel Dudley, you know?
No, never been near it.
It's a pity. Helps to know the layout of a place.
I take it you know what room he's in?
Oh, yeah, no sweat. 105 on the first floor.
And the bogeyman are next door?
The KGB. Yeah, blast them.
Well, why don't you just let us pick them up? Save a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but that'll admit we've stolen their math, won't it? We can't do that. It's not in the rules.
I didn't know we played to the rules.
See, it's not a game. We want that microfilm away from him without them suspecting, you see? That way, we let them pick him up, shake him down. He'll be clean, and they can't prove a thing. He comes home safe, and we have the goodies. Simple. No trouble, no international incident. The détente stays undented.
You know something, Smallwood?
What's that?
You've got a nasty mind.
Well?
I don't like it.
Why on earth not, Adam?
Because it's too bleak and simple, that's why. It's so simple, it's full of holes. Like my dad's nightshirt.
Seems pretty watertight to me.
Why? But why me? Why anybody here in London? Why not send a courier from their embassy? And why did the KGB let him get as far as London before they made a move? None of it makes sense to me.
But you'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Good.
I'm on my way.
Mel?
He's early.
We don't know it's him. It could be...
Yeah, the goon's next door.
Do you want me to...
No, I'll go.
Mel, be careful.
Okay, Buster. Yeah?
You Mel Rosen?
That's right.
My name's Adam Kane. I've been doing this too long. It's got a bit stale. The danger is always there. The tension and the worry. So that after a bit, the danger gets stale. That's when I worry. When I stop being frightened, I lose the edge. I miss things that should stick out a mile. If I hadn't been stale that day, I probably wouldn't have gone to the Hotel Dudley, and certainly not through the front way.
Huh?
You Mel Rosen?
Who are you?
Don't you know?
Adam Kane. Come along in. I've been expecting you.
So?
Over there.
It's dark in here.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. You're supposed to be blind, aren't you?
Not supposed, Mr. Kane.
Well, I can't stay. I've got to...
Now! Well done, Jonathan. Now, for heaven's sake, let me turn the lights on. This place is like a tomb.
Yeah, sticking out the mile it was. A simple case of counting. Like the fingers of one hand. 105. That was the room number. Only I didn't notice that they went 102, 103, 105. I didn't wonder what had happened to 104. I didn't think in my tiny, suspicious mind that someone had been busy with a screwdriver.
You'd better come on in.
So?
You had no trouble?
No trouble. Now, if you'll hand over...
Just a minute. Martha, this is Adam Kane.
Hello there.
My sister, Martha.
Very nice. The microfilm.
Of course.
It's in the bathroom. Come with me, Mel. We'll get it together.
The bathroom? But... Oh, yeah. Wait here, will you?
Hurry it along, mate. I haven't got all night.
Yeah, it won't take a minute. Lead the way, sis. What the devil's wrong? You know the stuff isn't...
In the bathroom? Yeah, I know. Mel, he's wrong.
What do you mean?
That isn't him. That isn't Adam Kane.
How do you know? You haven't seen him. The voice is right. I don't make that sort of mistake.
I know the voice sounds right, and I don't have your ability, but I can see him. He's wrong.
Why?
He's nearly 6 foot tall, and he has brown eyes.
He's taking his time, isn't he?
I don't know. He's got to be careful.
It's the KGB in the room next door that I'm worried about.
Yeah, me too.
Should let me do something about them, something official. It'd be easy enough. A simple detention until the operation was over.
No. I told you. They don't know we're picking up the drop, and they mustn't know. After that, we're in the clear. Uncle Sam's in the clear.
And the boy? Mel Rosen? What happens to him and his sister? The KGB aren't there for a picnic. They'll get rather nasty when they find out what they've lost.
I don't see that at all. Can't get too rough here in London. Besides, once they've collected the drop, you can put protection on Rosen and his sister. That way it won't be obvious.
What's the time, Smallwood?
It's 20 after.
20 past. He's been gone 15 minutes. That's too long.
You want I should take a look-see?
I don't know. You're in charge of this operation, I suppose?
Yeah. I'll take a look-see. You better call that protection to stand by, just in case.
Very well. I wish you'd have let me done it ages ago.
It won't be long.
Smallwood.
Yeah?
You're quite sure those men are from the KGB, aren't you?
How about that? When the dark clouds blew away and the silver lining began to peek through, I was in a bathroom, handcuffed to a wash basin. The floor was hard and cold, and I had the mum and dad of headaches. But I was thinking fast. Blimey. That was bad. Careful now. A number. Yeah. 105 on the door, but... Yeah, they changed the number. This is 104 with a KGB are. Shame you're a bleeding genius. They're going to have a right giggle about this when you get home. If you get home. Hello there. Shop?
Oh, good. You're awake.
Who are you?
Well, I'm not Mel Rosen, but you probably gathered that already.
Yeah, you're KGB.
If you insist.
What happens now?
Absolutely nothing.
Eh?
You stay exactly where you are. You can't get away from there without the keys. We'll be far away when the hotel staff find you. You won't be terribly comfortable, but I can't do anything about that.
Tell me something.
Yeah, what?
You won't get what you're after next door, so why are you looking so happy?
You'd be surprised, Mr. Kane. You're surprised I know your name. I'm also in possession of this.
My name is Adam Kane. I'm 5'7". I've got blue eyes and...
Rather interesting, wouldn't you say?
Oh, blimey.
It wasn't difficult to train an expert in dialects to assume your rather a unique voice. He's next door at the moment. That's why we had to detain you. He should be back any moment.
What happens to the blind boy and his sister?
Absolutely nothing. They'll go on thinking they've passed the microfilm to the right man.
You've forgotten one little thing.
I don't think so.
The Braille ID card.
The what?
I had to give him a Braille ID card.
You're lying.
See for yourself. It's in the inside pocket of my jacket.
Card? He said nothing about a card? Which pocket? I can't.
You should have watched the hand without the cuffs, silly man. Now, somewhere, you've got to have the keys for these bracelets. Come out there. You're taking too long.
Mel, what are we going to do?
I don't know. He might be okay.
He isn't. I'm sure he isn't.
Well, we gotta fool him somehow. Give him something else. Let him think it's the microfilm. He won't know where I've hidden the real stuff.
Think it'll work?
You coming out, or do I break the door down?
It'll have to, won't it?
Here, the toothpaste tube. Tell him it's in there. He won't have time to look.
Okay. Hold it. We're coming.
Yeah, about time. Come on, hurry up. Right.
Sorry it was so long. Here.
What's this?
The microfilm. It's hidden in the toothpaste.
You'd better be right, youngster.
What the... Who are you?
Mel, I told you.
You're not Adam Kane.
Be careful. He's got a gun.
Quite right. You two will say exactly as you...
What's happening?
Someone else. Someone in the doorway. He hit him over the head.
Who are you?
Help me get this bloke inside and out of the rain. Now, close the door.
Who are you? You sound like...
Yeah, that's right, kid. My name's Adam Kane.
Jonathan, wake up.
Come on, will you?
Smallwood,
What happened?
He hit me. He got away.
Great heavens. Where's Henry?
I don't know. He went next door. Doesn't come back.
You stand?
Yeah, I think so.
No, you're hopeless. Wait here. Let's see what's going on next door.
Is he the right one, Martha?
Well, he looks right this time.
Yeah, I'm me. I'm no one else. You two all right?
Well, so far, he didn't hurt us.
That toothpaste tube. Is that the goodies?
No.
Be careful, Martha.
He's all right this time, Mel. He really is.
No, I fooled him with that. I've got the microfilm on me. You want me to hand it over?
No, it's too late for that. You two better come with me. We're getting out of here. Hey, what are you doing with his gun?
I'm bringing it with me. I'll feel safer.
Yeah, well, as long as you don't point it at me.
What about him?
He stays there. The coppers can clear up the mess. Come on.
No, you don't. Back inside there, all of you.
Oh, blimey.
Oh, Mr. Kane?
Don't ask me, love.
Inside.
Careful, Mel.
Right, Rosa. You hand over that film now, to me. Sorry, Kane.
Don't apologize, mate. What are you, a double?
No, I work for myself, as of now. Rosen, I have a gun. Unless you hand me the films right here. The films there in your dark glasses. Then I shall shoot you and take them.
Now throw your glasses to me.
I will not.
It's too late to argue, Rosen. This is where I shoot.
Oh, Mel, are you all right?
I thought I was dead.
You're not, but he is. Your sister just shot him.
I think I'm going to faint.
And no, you're not, love. You're going downstairs. There's a car parked out there. Tell the bloke in the car to send up some stretchers. Come over here, love. Stop worrying.
It's just that, well, I don't like leaving Mel.
He's safe enough. Bib's got some lovely music to play him. He likes music, doesn't he?
Yes. Please, Adam, I still don't understand who those people were. The ones who wanted the microfilm, they weren't Russians.
No, they weren't. They were Americans like you. Jonathan Field. He's in computers. He wanted the Russian material for himself. It was worth a fortune.
And the one with the gun? The one I shot?
CIA. Jim Smallwood. He set the whole deal up for himself. You don't know who to trust these days, do you?
I'd like to think I can trust you, Adam.
You'll never know until you try, love.
My Name is Adam Kane is written by Dale Cutts and directed by Margaret Heel.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure, Norwegian Incident, is suggested by an actual incident recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
It was quite a jump from being an associate professor at Wisconsin to the red dust of Camp Rooker. But like most of the guys, I just got used to it. I got used to the clothes, the food. If they let me lie in it a while longer, I might even have gotten used to that army cot.
Hey, Anderson. You awake? Come on, get up.
That's what I like about the army. Everybody's so considerate.
Come on. The captain wants to see you. Hey, you too, Perillo. Snap to it and get your clothes on.
Hey, what's it all about?
How should I know? Ask Private Perillo. He's the guy with all the answers.
What'd you do now, Pete?
Nothing.
The captain wants to see us at this time of the night. You must have pulled a beauty.
Oh, you're nuts. The captain's a pal of mine. Probably wants to know if I'm awake.
Gentlemen, what I'm about to say is confidential. Just between the three of us. If you refuse my offer, it will not be counted against you, nor will it go onto your record.
I understand, sir.
The Office of Strategic Services has requested both of you.
Well, I accept. I've always dreamt of having an office job with a pretty whack for a secretary.
And I'm afraid you don't understand. Have a cigarette?
Huh? Oh, thanks.
You see, the job of the OSS is to disrupt enemy activity in every way possible. And one of their most effective methods is to drop men behind enemy lines.
Who, me?
May I ask why I've been requested, sir?
Well, I understand, Corporal Anderson, your parents come from Norway, and that you speak the language.
Yes, sir. I've spent most of my last 10 summers in Norway.
But, why me? I have a tough time with English.
You were a sandhog.
Well, yes, sir. In civvies, I was a demolition expert. So naturally, the Army put me in the infantry. Sir?
Yes. Now, this job is strictly volunteer. If you want me to leave you alone for a few minutes...
That won't be necessary, Captain.
I should have wised up when you give me the cigarette, Captain. Every time I get something for nothing from an officer, I end up in trouble.
Basic training turned out to be a maypole dance compared to the grind that the OSS put us through. Since we've been kids, the word sportsmanship had been drilled into us. Well, the OSS kicked it out. The other team was playing dirty pool, and we had to go by their rules. The jagged edge of a bottle, stiff fingers in the eye, a knee in the groin, the flat of a hand across the neck became close friends of ours. We slept on the flight across the Atlantic and finally arrived in London.
Gentlemen, I will outline your mission to you. As you may have surmised, you're going to Norway. Will you step over to this map, please? What are you saying? Shut up. A PT boat will take you out tonight. Tonight? In about 2 hours. You will land at this point. You know the territory, Corporal?
Yes, sir. My family came from a village not far from there.
We're going to study these aerial photographs later. There's plenty of cover. Now, here is your mission. This red line, from the north to the south, the main line of supply. At this point, there's a bridge, which you are to blow up. Well, that shouldn't be tough. Blowing it up, no. However, 500 yards from the bridge, right here, there's a German company barracks. The bridge is well protected. It's up to you to figure out a way to dynamite it.
Well, how about our Norwegian contact? Who's going to meet us?
Well, when you hit the shore, take cover. At precisely 11 o'clock, a man will be strolling down the beach. Stop him, ask him how the fishing is. He'll answer, not too good in winter. From then on, you're in his hands. You, Anderson, are his nephew, and you, Furillo, are his cousin.
Yeah, but I can't speak Norwegian.
You will not say anything at any time. You will be known as the Dumb One.
What?
The reason you're called the Dumb One goes back to a childhood disease.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Goodbye, gentlemen, and good luck.
They flew us to the north of England, hustled us on a boat, and tore off for the coast of Norway. I briefed Pete on the terrain, everything I knew about the bridge. We studied the photographs and rehearsed the parts we were to play. The clothes we were given smelled of fish. They'd been made in Oslo, worn by a Norwegian, and probably picked up in a hock shop in the Bowery. Well, we felt the boat slow down, and Pete and I went topside to get our first glimpse of Norway.
Well, this is as close as we can get, gentlemen. Now, one of my men will row you the rest of the way and return with the boat.
That's just dandy. How do we get back?
According to my orders, you have 5 days to do your job. On the 5th and 6th nights, we will return at 0200.
5th and 6th nights?
You will signal us from the beach with a flashlight. You know the signal. We can stay no longer than 10 minutes.
Well, supposing we can't make it on time. What then?
I hope you can.
Where's the dynamite?
You're standing right next to it.
Those barrels are full of fish.
Yes, the top 2 layers. The rest of the fish have been gutted and filled with plastic containers of dynamite. In case you are stopped, don't worry about the fish. They were caught here last night, packed in ice and flown to England. And they're still nice and fresh.
Well, if we don't blow up the bridge, we can at least open up a fish store. Let's go.
We didn't look back as we rowed to the shore. We listened to the waves hitting the beach. We listened to the stillness that seemed to surround all of Norway. We beached the boat, piled our dynamite behind some bushes, and waited.
What time is it, Andy?
It's about 5 minutes past 11.
Aunt Joe was supposed to be here at 11.
He'll get here.
Supposing he don't make it. Then what?
I've got enough rations for 5 days. We'll figure out something.
You know, they shoot guys who don't wear a uniform behind the enemy lines.
What's the matter? You scared?
Yeah. So what?
So am I.
What time is it now?
Can't be more than 10 after. You ought to... Hold it a minute. Coming down the shore.
Yeah, I see him.
You stay back in these bushes and keep me covered. I'll work his back toward you. If I get in any trouble, you know what to do.
Yeah, I studied real hard. Luck.
Thanks.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Nice night.
Dark, but pleasant. Tell me, how is the fishing around here?
Not too good in winter.
You can come out, Pete.
It is good to see you. My name is Jensen.
My name is Anderson. This is my partner, Pete Furillo.
Welcome to Norway, Mr. Anderson, and to you, Captain Furillo.
Say, I'm going to like this country. The promotions come real quick.
I understand you're to lead us to a place where we can hide.
Yeah, that is true. My home is safe. For the past 10 days, my nephews have been visiting me. Every night they come down to fish and returned with 2 barrels. We won't have too much trouble.
What kind of trouble do you expect?
On the road back, we must pass a German sentry. 2 of them, to be exact. However, you look like my nephews a little...
Won't you run into trouble having 4 nephews walking around?
No, the other 2 left by sea before you arrived. They also left their wagon so that we can carry your catch.
Say, Pop, ain't you awful old to be mixed up in this sort of thing?
What else can an old man do?
I've been told that the underground's very well organized in this district. Who's the leader?
I am.
lights in the houses we passed. There were no people on the roads. This was occupied territory. Fear and hate filled the air. This was Norway with no songs, unless you can make music out of the heavy tread of a German soldier. We pulled the wagon up the road for about 4 miles without saying a word. Then we saw the roadblock.
Up ahead, the German sentry.
Does he understand Norwegian?
Yeah. We took him in after the last war. We brought him up and he promised to come back. They all kept their promise.
Nice guys to have around. Pete?
Your friend plays his part well. Remember, you have traveled this road for over a week. If the sentry is familiar, don't be surprised.
Hold your breath, Pete. And remember which fish swallowed the 45.
What? It is you, Herr Janssen.
Yes.
Dark night tonight.
Yeah, mein Herr.
How was the catch?
We had a good catch.
Well, here, let me take a look. I'd like to know what they'll be serving us tomorrow. Out of my way, dumb one.
I wouldn't mess with the fish.
And why not?
The smell. It will stick to your uniform, and then the girls will object.
You are smart for a Norwegian. Janssen, when am I going to get another bottle of that brandy?
Tomorrow night I will bring it myself.
Dumb one, why aren't you wearing the pants with the patch? Where did you get the new sweater?
Oh, I am having them cleaned for him.
I'll bet he is going to see his girl.
Yeah.
Imagine the dumb one with a girl. He wouldn't know what to say.
It is very funny, mein Herr.
Of course it is. Move along, Janssen. The stink of fish is beginning to hang in the air. Go along now.
Yeah.
Hey, dumb one. Maybe you will introduce me to your girl. I'll bet she looks like a fish.
That guy's got a great sense of humor.
We made a move for the barrel of fish. I thought we were done.
It was close.
Close for him, too.
Yeah.
Say, Pop, you and that German sentry were real chummy. Ain't that kind of dangerous for the head of the underground?
Yeah, for the head of the underground, but I'm also the local grizzly.
Reached his house without any trouble. It had been 2 very long days, and we were beat. I managed to get my shoes off before I collapsed. And then the sun broke in through the window, and I got up. Pete and I went down for breakfast. There wasn't much to eat, so we broke out our rations and treated Jensen and his housekeeper to some real special delicacies. Dried egg and chocolate.
Oh, that was good. Real good.
Don't let the army hear you say that. Huh? They've dried everything up but steak.
Mr. Jensen, are we going to have any unexpected visitors?
I do not think so. The Germans very seldom come to my home. Oh, occasionally an officer will drop in, but not often. How many men will you need?
I hope we won't need any. Tonight, Pete and I will take a look at the bridge. How close can we get?
That depends.
On what?
On how much of a chance you want to take.
We've got to get right on it if possible. When we place the dynamite, it must be done fast. We can't afford to grope.
Well, you can walk across.
Just like that?
If the sentry doesn't stop you, I would suggest that you ask his permission.
Is he serious, Andy?
Very. See, if we get caught sneaking across, we're liable to be shot. If we can fool the guard at the bridge, we walk across.
And supposing we don't fool the sentry?
You get shot.
There it is, up ahead.
Yeah. Look at that Heine pacing back and forth.
Wait a second. Whatever you do, don't say a word. Even if he sticks that bayonet into you. Don't say one word.
I hope you and that guy hit it off real well.
Jensen gave me a good story. It should work. Come on. Good evening, Lieutenant.
I am a corporal. Not that I wouldn't make a better officer than most of them. What do you want?
We would like to cross the bridge.
Hi.
Mr. Janssen is our uncle. We have a message to deliver about a party for the Germans who are barracked here.
For the officers, I suppose. Let me see your papers. You too.
He is dumb. He cannot speak.
He can hear, can't he? Papers. I think all Norwegians are dumb.
The party is to be for the enlisted men.
Oh. Of course, you understand I was not referring to Herr Janssen. He is a smart man. He knows which side his bread is buttered. Here are your papers. Go on now. Don't loiter on the bridge.
Thank you. Keep your eyes open, Pete. You can only make this trip once.
Yeah.
How does it look to you?
We can do it. Only it'll take us at least an hour to set the stuff.
An hour? It's an awful long time.
This is an awful big bridge.
You're going to have to do a good job the first time.
I see you got back. Did you have any trouble?
No trouble. I told him that you were going to throw a party for the enlisted men. He was quite pleased.
Mr. Furlow, you think you can do the job?
I can do it all right if I have the time.
It is very important to us. This is their main line of supply from the north. It will cripple them for months.
What happens after we do this?
There will be reprisals. A few more will die.
Huh. That's a tough shake.
Yeah. There are times when it is better to die. When do you tend to blow up the bridge?
Day after tomorrow. The boat will be there to pick us up. If we blow the bridge at 12, we'll still have 2 hours.
Yeah, more than enough time.
Hey, ain't it gonna look bad for you? Your nephew's disappearing the night the bridge goes?
Yeah, my real nephews will come back on time.
We better get some sleep. Now, look, I'd appreciate if you'd have the underground give me a timesheet on the German guards.
Yes, sir, yeah.
How many, when they change, where everybody is within a mile.
I will have everything tomorrow afternoon.
Well, come on, Andy, let's turn in. If I knew that being a spy was going to be so easy, I'd have bucked for it long ago.
Yeah, things are going easy, all right. Too easy.
Hey, where you been, Andy? I've been waiting an hour. We got a rendezvous to make, remember?
We aren't blowing the bridge tonight, Pete.
Well, don't you think you ought to let me in on your plans? It's my neck, too.
It's an opportunity we can't afford to pass up.
Look, Professor, in this game we play for all the marbles, huh? So stop talking in riddles.
According to Janssen, a troop train will be passing through here tomorrow night. The Nazis are moving south, and we can put a real crimp in their plans.
Keep talking.
Not only do we blow the bridge, but we blow up a loaded troop train.
Hey, ain't that shaving it a bit thin? Tomorrow night's the last night we can make that boat, remember?
It's up to you, Pete.
Stop making me the heavy. I'm willing to do it your way, only I want to know what I'm getting into.
That's all there is to it.
Well, just one more question. Have you figured out how we get to the beach after the blow-up?
Through the woods. They're not crawling with Nazis.
Now, wait a minute. The commander of that boat said he'd only wait 10 minutes. And supposing the woods are crawling with Nazis?
Well, we take the big gamble and try to float down the river to the sea. Hope we make it, that's all.
Yeah. Well, okay, I vote your way. Since we're here, we might as well do it upright.
It's a wonderful opportunity, Pete. Even if it is a big gamble.
I don't mind a gamble. I just hope the dice ain't loaded.
We sat for hours and watched the darkness. At 11, we looked at our watches, thought about the PT boat anchored offshore. There were a lot of ifs in our plans. If the moon didn't shine, if the Germans didn't wise up, if the train wasn't late, if the guards weren't doubled. We spent a long night and a long, long day waiting for it to get dark again, when Janssen burst into the room.
You will have to change your plans.
We can't. We're set to leave in 30 minutes.
Downstairs, a Gestapo major.
What?
Somebody talk.
I don't know. He says he's looking for someone.
That's just dandy.
He was here some weeks ago. He met both of you. I mean my real nephews.
Come on, stop thinking, Andy. We can't walk past him with our arms full of dynamite.
Can't you get rid of him?
No. When he is in this district, he spends the night here. He sent me for you.
Oh, great.
I think you can fool him, Anderson. You resemble my nephew Arne closely, but then he's dumb one, I don't know.
Yeah? Well, he better be fooled, because I'll be carrying a 45 under my shirt.
Come on, Pete. If we can bluff this through, we've got a chance.
Jansen, bottle of brandy. Oh, there you are. Didn't see you standing in the doorway. But I can see the bottle. Bring it here.
Right away, Major.
And Anna, come in. I want to talk to you.
Ja, mein Herr.
I understand Norway is playing host to a couple of American spies.
What? That is impossible, mein Herr.
Impossible, but true. However, I shall catch them and teach them a lesson.
Do you know what they look like, mein Herr?
Of course I do not know what they look like, you stupid lout. You think they go around singing Yankee Doodle Dandy?
Oh, no, mein Herr.
More brandy. This bottle's empty.
I will get some.
No. Send the dumb one. Go ahead, go. That's odd. I could have sworn last time I was here he was stoop-shouldered. Hey, dumb one!
First the brandy.
Well, of course, the brandy. That's what brings me back to this miserable place.
Well, I am glad something brings you back.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. You probably hate me.
Oh, mein Herr, you do me an injustice.
Oh, of course. You are one of our dear quislings. How about you, Arna? How much do you hate me?
No, mein Herr.
No, mein Herr. Yes. You were almost as dumb as the other one. Where is he?
He's right here with the brandy.
Oh. Give it to me, dumb one. Oh. He opened it for me. Oh, nice. Thank you, dumb one. Anna, come here. Take off my boots.
Ja, mein Herr.
You ought to lick them. I could send you to... What's happened to your hair? Jansen, I thought your nephew... What was that?
Oh, the dumb one, he dropped the tray.
Clumsy fool. Brandy should be drunk from a bottle. This is brandy, Jansen. It has been long. Here.
Huh? I don't understand it. He could drink 2 gallons and not even get a little drunk.
Well, he's good and plastered now.
He'll be out for at least 10 hours.
I don't understand it.
Well, I don't know what the Norwegian word is, but in Brooklyn we call it a Mickey.
Just over this ridge.
Well, late, Andy. That train is doing less than an hour.
Well, you'll just have to work faster, that's all. Hold it.
What now?
I got guards in the woods.
Yeah, I see them. It's going to be tough to get around them and slip under the bridge.
That would take us over an hour. We'd miss the boat. We'll have to walk the road right to the bridge.
What about the sentry?
Have to get rid of him. And pray that we have time to set the dynamite before they discover it.
So we hit them together?
You walk about a pace behind me. I've got to get close enough to use a knife.
It's got to be the first time, so don't miss.
Hut! Good evening.
Oh, it's you. Don't you pay any attention to the curfew? What has he got in the package? Come here, let me...
For a college man, you sure learned a lot of things.
Now, look, you'll have to set the dynamite alone. I'll slip on his coat and stay here. Pretend I'm the sentry.
I'll send it as quick as I can. Lock.
Thanks. Andy, you finished?
Yeah. I wish I had more time, but I think this'll do it.
Let's start moving.
We can't.
What do you mean we can't?
I didn't time fuse it.
What?
We had to stay and set it off.
Why?
Look, supposing the train is late. The time fuse would miss. We stayed this long. We might as well finish the job, huh?
Where's your detonator?
About 100 yards back.
Lead the way.
Okay. I didn't have time to bury the wire.
Hope nobody trips over it.
This bridge looks like a Christmas tree, you know? More wires than American TNT.
Well, all we can do now is wait.
Yeah. Gee, wish I could smoke a cigarette.
So do I.
Might as well get comfortable. How much time we got to get to that boat, huh?
Less than 50 minutes.
Huh. Too late to go through the woods?
Too late.
Well, so is the river.
It's going to be tough. Half a railroad will be drifting with us.
Don't worry about that later. We're going to be sitting ducks when that bridge goes. It'll be like noon.
Attention! A guard has been killed!
Ah, looks like they found our friend, huh?
It's really going to get crowded here in about...
Attention!
Hey, here comes a commuter special.
That's our target.
Look at it snake along.
It's getting closer. Wait till it hits the middle and then push the plunger.
You'll take the whole bridge, you know.
Make sure you get the car.
I know what to do.
I'll tell you what to do. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now!
Pretty, ain't it?
Hurry up, Jab. You did fine.
You should have seen what I did for graduation.
Down the slope and into the river.
Yeah, right behind you, pal.
Here's our private car. Grab a hold of that beam. Got it. Why, those fires make a beautiful sight.
I'm too busy to be a nature lover.
Don't let go. The current will drag you right down.
I'm holding. But hey, the water's cold.
This will take us close to the rendezvous.
It's real cold. Hey, Andy.
Yeah?
When we get back to camp, remind me to tell you about a dame I know in Brooklyn.
What about her?
She gave me the air for a lifeguard. Because I couldn't swim.
The blowing up of the railroad bridge in Norway cut a German lifeline and paralyzed their Norwegian forces for months. Besides the loss of military strength and the troop train, much-needed ore and food was kept out of Germany. This was another blow struck toward the final invasion. And once more the report of an OSS agent closed with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Andy was Joseph Julian. Pete was played by Ralph Bell. Jansen, Raymond Edward Johnson. The German major was Barry Kroger. The guard, Jerry Jarrett. The sentry, Frank Behrens. The American captain was played by Carl Weber. The script for today's Cloak and Dagger adventure was written by David Harmon. The music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by Chet Hill and Dick Gillespie. Today's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program is produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
Calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the international intrigue. Another counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now it's proved. Pepsi's best. Because Pepsi, and only Pepsi, gives you more bounce to the ounce. More real value. And quick food energy ounce for ounce than any other leading cola drink. No other leading cola can say that. Proven highest quality. And homogenized for finer, smoother flavor. More bounce to the ounce. That's Pepsi. Listen later in this program for a sensational special offer. Meanwhile, remember, get more bounce to the ounce. Get delicious, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And now, to Counterspy.
Early one evening, in the Glass and Steel Railroad terminal in the lovely Swiss city of Lucerne, a train chugged busily to a stop at the platform. Among the crowd waiting at the platform was a tall, swarthy man in a dark gray chauffeur's uniform. Half hidden behind a post, his eyes scanned the faces of the disembarking passengers. As a dignified gray-haired man stepped from the train, the chauffeur smoothed down his uniform and approached the gray-haired man deferentially.
Dr. Brewster, the American scientist?
Yes?
The car you ordered is over here, sir. Just a few steps.
Good. Tell me, this cottage up the valley I'm going to, is it quiet, secluded, well hidden?
Oh, yes, Dr. Brewster. Once you are there, you will believe yourself to be in another world.
Driver, you're slowing down. Are we near the cottage already?
No, Dr. Brewster, but the young lady up ahead on the road seems to be having difficulty with her car. I thought I might see if I could help her.
Old world courtesy, of course.
Of course. Mademoiselle, can I be of some assistance?
For starters, something seems to be wrong.
Allow me. Everything is going well, Carol. Have you contacted the agents of the nations that might be interested?
Yes, Peddler. They are eager to see you, particularly that young one, Victor Modesto.
I'll be ready to talk to them in 48 hours. Dr. Brewster and I should have reached an understanding by then.
Very well. 48 hours.
There you are, mademoiselle. It was just a loose bolt.
Thank you.
I fixed it now so that nothing can go wrong.
Karen, as many times as I've been here, I never cease being amazed.
Really, Victor?
To think that this chateau, the most impressive in all Lucerne, in all Switzerland, belongs to such a scoundrel as Belair.
If you feel that way, why do business with him?
Unfortunately, my profession compels me to deal with swine.
Such as I?
You are the exception, Karen.
Not be too sure, Victor. Shall we go in?
Tell me, what is it Belair has to sell this time?
I act only as his messenger. He does not share his secrets with me.
What does he share?
His leisure hours.
Oh, it sounds delightful, Karen.
That depends.
Ah, Karen, you're brought here.
Yes, Belair.
Hello, Belair.
So formal, Victor. We know each other better than that.
I'm afraid we do.
Karen.
Yes, Belair?
They are performing a particularly fine ballet at the Opera House tonight. I thought we might go there and follow it with a late supper and a little gambling at the casino.
As you wish.
Then, hadn't you better return to your hotel so you can change and perform whatever mysterious rites you must to keep yourself so attractive?
Oh, of course. Goodbye, Monsieur Modesto.
I may see you at the casino later, Karen.
Come, Victor, my study. It is the only place in this chateau I permit business to be transacted. A moment. I close the doors. Drink, Victor? Brandy? Aquavit? Vodka? Or did you pick up a taste for scotch during your years as diplomatic attaché in the United States?
I never drink while on duty, Belair. You have something to sell. What is it?
That is why I'm so fond of you, Victor. So correct and so direct. Why did such a prim young man as you ever enter his country's espionage service?
For a reason you would not understand, Belair. Patriotism.
I not understand patriotism? Don't be ridiculous, Victor. I make my living from selling secrets to patriots so that they may kill other patriots.
It is a matter of honor I prefer not to discuss with one such as you.
Oh, so righteous.
Get to the point, Belair.
Not only do you speak English like an American, but you do business the same way with the same directness. Very well. I offer you a most valuable article. In fact, to your country, to any country, it is priceless.
Be more specific.
I will when we have talked price.
Oh? What did you figure?
$1 million American. That is the starting price for this knowledge.
Starting price? What does that mean?
There are other nations besides yours who could use this information, and I'm not particular.
You are making this offer to others, too.
You are the fourth representative of as many nations that I have talked to.
Have you no sense of honor, Belair?
I have a good sense of business. 4 possible buyers mean a better price than just one possible buyer would.
And that is the lowest price you will consider?
Yes, but I'm sure there will be higher ones. So return to the aged diplomats at your embassy. Let their watery blood run thicker at the thought of what I offer. The secret of American know-how in the field of modern miracles.
This information, Belair, is it on film? On paper? What is it?
It is imprinted on a human mind. You see, I'm selling not secrets and papers, but a human being. A man. The most experienced atomic scientist in the United States.
Clear Channel 12. Clear Channel 12.
Channel 12 clear. Use.
Counterspy Headquarters, Washington. Flaherty, Chief of Communications speaking. Code 72 revised.
Code 72 revised.
Are you ready, Code Division?
Go ahead, Flaherty. Go ahead, Q8. To David Harding, Chief of Counterspies from Archer Codes Division. Here follows decoded message from Switzerland, Q8. Man named Belair, leading espionage operator living in Switzerland, claims to hold American scientist informed all phases of American atomic progress. Belair, acting as agent for scientist to sell his services and knowledge to highest bidder among spy services here. End of message.
Thank you, Archer.
Dave, that message means big trouble.
Maybe, Peter.
Maybe, with someone selling us out on our atomic secrets? If they fell into the wrong hands.
As long as they're secret, anyone's hands are the wrong hands.
Who could that scientist be?
I have no idea. But I think this is important enough for you and me to move to the actual point of operation.
Switzerland?
Call the airfield, Peters, and have our C-54 made ready for transatlantic flight. And take care of all the necessary clearance routine.
Right, Dave.
Not so fast, Peter.
Oh? Sorry.
We'll be operating in alien territory without our usual facilities. You better have one of our portable laboratories transferred to the plane.
Flying lab. Good idea.
Now you can put on speed, Peters.
Right, I'll call you as soon as everything's set.
If I'm not here, try the communication room. I want to get right to the business of ferreting out the identity of that scientist in Switzerland.
Good evening, Karen.
Ah, Belair.
I've known you only 4 months, my dear, but you continually amaze me.
Good.
You grow lovelier each day. Make me wonder more about your life before we met.
Belair, did you finish your business with Victor this afternoon?
Yes. He made an attractive offer. How does fortune favor you at the gambling tables tonight?
She smiled pleasingly since I have adopted this charming gentleman as a lucky piece.
Oh?
Belair, let me present Monsieur Fulda.
Fulda? I've heard that name, monsieur.
And I the name of Belair.
It is not strange, since we are in allied fields.
But it is strange we have never met before.
I have dealt with representatives of your government.
Yes, they submit very flattering reports on you.
Gentlemen, am I to be completely ignored?
Karen, I am sorry. But it is not every evening one meets such a notable foreign agent as Monsieur Fulda.
I return the compliment, Belair.
You will be here in Lucerne for some time, Fulda?
Quite some time. Lisbon, where I've been until now, is not quite the beehive of information it once was.
You may find Lucerne has taken its place.
Gentlemen, this was to be an evening of pleasure.
I am sorry, my dear.
I apologize, too, Karen. However, if Belair has something of interest to me, perhaps we can arrange an appointment.
I was just going to suggest that. You will bring your credentials?
Naturally.
Then come to my chateau tomorrow at 4.
Where is your chateau, Belair?
I will send Karen for
you. My good fortune continues.
And mine has stopped with all this talk. Can we return to the table?
With pleasure, my dear. Some success at gambling might well be a forecast of larger stakes yet to be won.
How are we doing on time, Peters?
Pretty good, Dave. If the weather holds, we should be in Lucerne by early evening.
Conway in Washington to C-54H. Conway to
Washington calling, Dave.
C-54H.
Yes, I'll take it. C-54H to Washington, receiving clear. Go ahead, Conway.
We've checked passport records, Mr. Harding. 5 atomic scientists have European travel permits.
What countries are they in now?
Sweden, France, Switzerland, and Italy. I've wired the counterspy attachés in the various cities to verify their presence.
Good. Radio photo us complete identification on the men involved. That's all. Peters, let's see if we can raise Agent Q8 in Switzerland on the code transmitter, so our arrival won't be too unexpected. We may get more news of the man Belair.
Find my chateau attractive, Monsieur Fulda?
Very much so, Monsieur Belair. But to business. These offers you've had from other nations, what is the highest?
$2.5 million, Fulda. But I want more.
Shall we say $250,000 more?
Fulda, let's not quibble over $250,000. It's only the money of the taxpayers of your nation. Let's say a round sum. $3 million.
Of course, I would first have to know who the atomic scientist is and have material proof that you can deliver him.
Naturally.
And if he is not as important as you say, I withdraw the offer.
The gentleman of whom I speak is Dr. Simon Brewster.
Brewster?
In some respects, the foremost atomic research physicist in all America.
It's incredible. It's unbelievable. Why should Dr. Brewster betray his country?
Men betray only institutions that have been unjust to them. Dr. Brewster feels the injustice of the rewards he received from the United States.
I'll have you material proof I can submit to my government.
You shall see him this evening. From a distance. He does not wish to be bothered until the transaction is complete.
My eyes could be deceived.
You shall have his fingerprints.
They could be obtained fraudulently in many ways.
I'm so glad I'm not dealing with a fool. The final identification will be a plaster cast of his teeth. You can compare that with a dental chart.
Where would I get such a chart?
Surely your agents in America could obtain it.
That would take time, Belair.
I'm in no hurry. Neither is the Dr. Brewster. He withdrew from the atomic project a few months ago. He's enjoying his rest.
What about that glimpse of him you promised me?
He's at a cottage in the mountains. He can leave immediately. Good. Fulda, I'm afraid I must be melodramatic and ask you to submit to a blindfold as we approach the cottage.
I understand.
All right, Monsieur Belair.
Victor.
Back into that room.
Was this a polite way to come calling at my chateau? With a gun in your hands?
You too, monsieur.
Certainly.
Victor, you will give my guest a bad impression of my friends.
Belair, I want to know the name of the scientist we talk about.
The price you offered was not high enough. This gentleman's was.
You take my price for my bullet. I do not bargain for my country's welfare.
How can one do business on such a basis? You see what I must put up with, Fuller?
A gun can be very persuasive, Belair.
But such evidence of bad faith. Victor, I think you better drop your gun, or Karen will shoot you in the back through the door from the garden behind you.
That trick would not fool a child.
It is not a trick, Victor, and you are not a child.
What? Drop it.
Let me go, Belair.
You see, Fulda? These patriotic fools. Always violence.
I see something else, too. Mademoiselle Karen is much more than decorative.
Much more. Shall we go?
What about Victor?
When he regains consciousness, Karen, slap him on the wrist and send him on his way. He will undoubtedly kill himself for failing in his duty to his country, unless he has more sense than I give him credit for. Once again, Fulda. Shall we go?
On a small side street in Lucerne, Switzerland, Counterspy Harry Peters stops at the doorway of a watchmaker's shop. He looks at the window display briefly, glances up and down the street, and then, certain that no one has followed him, he enters the shop.
Quite a collection of clocks you've got here.
I only wish they were mine. The shopkeeper has stepped out for a moment.
Oh?
Okay, Peters, it's safe to talk.
You're sure? Mr. Fulda?
Positive, and skip the folder.
Okay, Mallory. Though you do that accent wonderfully.
Practice. The chief's in Switzerland?
Yes. He's staying undercover, living in the plane out at the airport.
It's a good idea. This town's a hotbed of spies. Someone would be sure to recognize him.
That's why he wants fast action on this case, Mallory.
Well, he's got it. Valaire's got hold of something really big.
He told you?
Yes, believing me to be the real Fulda. I know it's risky, but I'd like to report to Mr. Harding direct.
That big?
Yep.
Okay, Mallory. You leave this shop first. I'll cover you. If you're clear, I'll give you a high sign and head for the plane. You can meet us there. Hello, Mallory. Come on the plane. Mr. Harding's waiting. Mr. Harding?
Yeah? Oh, hello, Mallory. Good to see you.
Hello, Mr. Harding.
Peter says you're getting action.
Too much.
You mean Belair suspects you?
On the contrary, posing as Fulda, I've made a deal for the scientist involved. $3 million.
Who is he?
Dr. Simon Brewster.
Brewster? You're kidding.
I've seen him.
What, you talked to him?
No. Belair only let me see him from a distance. He's hiding in a cottage in the mountains. I was blindfolded and taken there.
Brewster, a traitor? I can't believe it.
You saw him from a little distance, Mallory. It could have been an imposter.
It must have been.
I doubt it. Here are his fingerprints. I made Belair get them on this sheet of paper I gave him. And one thing more. This dental cast to check against Brewster's chart. My agents are supposed to obtain it from America.
Yes, we've got it, a radio photo. Peter, check this right away in the laboratory compartment of the plane. Well, Peter?
No doubt about it, Dave. The prints and the dental chart check exactly.
Then it is Brewster.
What do we do now?
Well, there's one point in our favor. Brewster's been off the project for quite a while now, and a lot of new progress has been made. But still, I'd rather gamble $3 million than the atomic information Brewster does have.
I might be able to locate that cottage, Mr. Harding.
No, Mallory, that's too much of a chance to take. No, instead, contact Belair again tomorrow. Make final arrangements to complete the deal. I'll see that the money's transmitted to you from our export bank.
Dave, why don't we at least try to find that cottage?
No, we'll cover Mallory on the money. Because I want him to get Brewster actually into his possession. If there's a slip-up, I'd rather lose the money than the man.
Okay, Mr. Harding. I'll take the money to Belair and his chateau right away. Well, Belair, is my part of the bargain satisfactory?
Perfectly, Fulda. I have not realized how big a package the money would make, even in large denominations.
And now, Dr. Brewster.
Of course. I have him right here for you. Come. This is Dr. Brewster.
You do? Shall we go, Dr. Brewster?
Yes. A drink first, gentlemen. To celebrate the most profitable transaction for all.
Not
but I insist.
Very well.
Your health, Fulda.
Thank you.
And yours too, Dr. Brewster.
Thank you.
Fulda.
Yes?
I am Dr. Brewster's banker. If any attempt should be made to regain this money, part his, part mine, he will lose his power of speech as far as atomic information is concerned. Correct, Dr. Brewster?
Yes. Come along, Dr. Brewster. I want to get you into the jurisdiction of my government as soon as possible. Goodbye, Belair.
Goodbye, Fulda. Karen, are you upstairs?
Yes, Belair?
Then pack up quickly. You must move fast. We're going to take a vacation. A very long one. Worth $3 million.
Sit down, Dr. Brewster.
I don't understand, Mr. Fuller. This plane isn't even warming up.
There's someone I want you to meet. All right, Chief.
Hello, Dr. Brewster.
Hello.
Don't tell me you've forgotten me.
Why, no, you're...
What's the matter?
Hold him, Mallory.
What's the Sam Hill?
His pulse, Mallory. Feel it.
Right. He's dead.
What's the matter, Dave? I heard a scuffle.
Brewster's dead of a heart seizure.
Brewster? I wouldn't bet on that.
What?
This man is not Dr. Simon Brewster. Look at him closely. The features are generally the same, but here, along the chin and the side of the nose. Faint scar tissue. See? Plastic surgery.
An imposter, as we thought.
But the fingerprints, the dental chart, you checked them. They were Brewster's. What's happened to him?
I'm afraid of the answer to that question.
We can get it out of Belair.
I think you're right, Peters. It's time we came out in the open. Mallory, you'll come with me to Belair Chateau.
Right.
And Peters?
Yes?
We'll take the pilot and the co-pilot along for additional support. You'll cover us from outside. Let's get going.
Oh, Fulda.
Yes, Karen. Where's Belair?
Why, I do not...
All right, Carol. Tell him and his companion, too.
Come in, gentlemen.
Ah, why the gun, Belair?
You seem angry, Fulda. You bring strangers to my house. I think it advisable to have a gun.
Very discreet, particularly since I came to take back the money I paid you.
With this other gentleman to assist you?
Yes.
Why? Dr. Simon Brewster is dead.
How unfortunate. But, Fulda, I kept my part of the bargain. I delivered him to you.
I want that money, Belair. My country cannot afford to waste dollars.
Ridiculous. Your country wastes more than any other in the world, doesn't it, Mr. David Harding?
What do you mean?
Don't be foolish, Fulda, whatever your real name is.
It's Mallory, Belair.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Do you think that I, a dealer in espionage, would not recognize the head of the largest counterspy organization in the world? Karen,
Yes, Belair?
relieve them of any weapons they may be carrying.
Certainly.
So, I was dealing with the United States all the time, Mr. Harding.
You didn't suspect it, did you?
Give this agent of yours credit. He was very clever to assume the identity of a known spy.
What about Dr. Brewster?
Of course, you soon realized the man I delivered was an imposter. A fool I hired to impersonate the doctor.
But the real doctor?
Like the fake one. He's dead, too.
Can you prove that, Belair?
That's how I got his dental cast and fingerprints. I thought I could persuade him to talk. Unfortunately, his heart was not as strong as his conviction.
You're lucky with heart trouble, aren't you?
You mean the gentleman who died on your hands?
That wasn't heart trouble, Mallory.
Definitely not. It was poison. The drink he took before you left, Fulda. Mallory. Now, Mr. Harding, I have no doubt you have other agents outside, but I, too, have an ace. There are many exits from the chateau. I shall leave by one and leave you two here, dead.
Your first shot will bring our men in.
And you're not going to fire it, Belair. I have a trump ace to play yet. The agent who informed me of this in the first place.
Oh?
All right, Belair. Drop your gun.
Karen.
Drop it, Belair.
That's right, Belair. Meet Miss Karen Delphus, Counterspy, my trump ace.
But a dead one.
You all right, Karen?
I'm okay, Mr. Harding. He missed by just enough.
I didn't think he'd try that, Mr. Harding.
That's just as well. It'll save a lot of explanation all around. It's all right, Peters. Everything's under control.
Who's the door?
An agent you haven't met. Meet Karen Delphus, code name Q8.
Glad to meet you at last, Mr. Peters.
Glad to meet you.
Mallory, stay here with the body. Call the Swiss police. I want to report everything to Washington. Peters, you can escort Karen to her hotel. She'll probably fly back home with us.
That'll be a pleasure, Dave.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. Let's go.
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station to Counterspy. Listen next Tuesday for the exciting Counterspy case of the Beefy Buyer.
Millions in merchandise vanished into thin air. A master criminal with one tiny failing, and a weakling who turns strong in the face of death. These were some of the memorable facts in an action-packed investigation we're going to dramatize next week. Be sure to be listening for
Case of the Beefy Buyer. on Counterspy.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, recently my old friend, Special Agent B9, sent me the case history of how a master spy was brought into a country. The plot was carefully worked out, and, but for the patriotism of a naturalized citizen, it would have been successful. Had it been, military secrets of great importance would have gone to an enemy nation. As usual, John Holbrook will introduce the story.
Thank you, K7. Special Agent B9 and his young assistant, Rita Drake, have just arrived in a famous seaport city after an ocean crossing. It's the evening of their first night ashore, and we find them dining together at the small, exclusive hotel where Rita is staying.
Well, the food is delicious here, B9. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When I registered, I found a letter from Dad waiting for me.
A letter from your father? Good. Yes, waiter, what is it?
This note was just delivered, monsieur. The man is outside.
Thank you.
I wonder who it's from.
I don't know. We'll soon find out. Well, this is unusual. It's from the old customs man who examined our luggage this morning. I told you he was an old friend of mine.
What does he want?
He's waiting in the lobby, Rita. He says that he must talk to me. It's strange. Waiter.
Yes, monsieur?
Have the man who gave you this letter taken to my rooms and tell him that we will join him in just a few minutes.
A few minutes later, the old customs inspector sat opposite B9 and Rita and told his story.
When I saw you come ashore this morning, Special Agent B9, I knew that you could help me.
I'll do anything I can, Inspector Vasal. Suppose you tell us your story.
I will try to make it short, but it goes back a long time. Did you know that I am a naturalized citizen?
No, I didn't know. Of course, your name...
It tells you the country of my birth. I came here as a young man, B9. This is my country now. My son died for it in the Great War. He was about the age of this young girl.
I'm sorry, Inspector.
I tell you because I want you to know I am a patriot. I have a brother still in my old land. He is younger.
And this story involves him?
Yes. Last week, a man who called himself Yondon came to my home. He told me that another man, a spy named Haglund, would soon come to this country. I am to help him through the customs. And if I don't, my brother in the old country is to be seized.
So they want to use you. Now, what was your answer, Inspector Vasal?
I did not believe such things could happen. I thought it was a bluff. I threw the man Yondon out of my house.
I don't blame you. It doesn't seem possible they could be so mean. When no country...
Hey, wait, mademoiselle. Yesterday, I received this letter. It is from my brother. He needs my help. Read it. He has been seized and placed in a camp. B9, can you help me? Yondon is coming for my answer tomorrow night.
He's coming to your house again tomorrow night?
Yes.
And Miss Drake and I will also be there.
The next night, B9 and Rita waited at Inspector Vasal's home. B9 concealed himself in a position where he could hear everything. The spy arrived about 9 o'clock. He came directly to the point.
I've come for your answer. What is it going to be?
I don't know.
You heard from your brother, didn't you?
Yes, I had a letter from him.
Then you had better make up your mind quickly. Haglund is already on the way here. His ship docks in 3 days. Unless you let him in...
I let him through the customs. I'll do it. On one condition.
What is that condition?
That you furnish proof that my brother has been released and put over the border into another country before Haglund's ship docks.
You think you can bargain for your brother's release?
Otherwise, I will see that your spy Haglund is seized. My brother must be allowed out of his own country and into one where he will be free. He must also be allowed to carry his money and possessions with him.
I'll take your message to our leader. That is all I can do.
Tell him that I mean business. And unless my brother is freed, I will expose the spy. That is all. Good night.
B9 knew that the spy, Haglund's entrance into the country, was important to the nation employing him. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to ensure his landing. He also guessed right in assuming that a bargain could be made. For 2 days later, the old inspector read him a cablegram which he received.
My brother is safe, B9. This cablegram came from him in a neutral country. See, it says, everything all right. I arrived here safely this morning.
All that remains now is for us to capture Haglund. First, however, I want to find out why he's here.
Do you know anything about him?
No, but a friend of mine, K7, is checking on him. I may have some information before the boat docks tomorrow. I'll see you then. Good night, Inspector.
That night, a new element of mystery arose. K7 learned that a famous aviation expert, whose name was really Haglund, was supposed to be aboard the incoming ship. He was coming to purchase military planes for his government. Was he a spy in disguise, or was he the real expert? What was the answer to the riddle? If K7 and B9 could have known what was happening on the darkened deck of the incoming liner, some 300 miles at sea, their problem would have been answered. 2 men walked the deck. One was a spy. The other, the real expert, Haglund.
Pardon, you are Monsieur Haglund, the aviation expert?
Yes, but how did you know that?
It is my business to know. I have a gun, Haglund. Give me your passport and papers.
What are you doing?
Give me your passport and papers.
Yes, but...
Give them to me.
Here, take them. Do not put that gun in my ribs.
Now turn around.
What are you going to do?
From now on, I am Haglund, the aviation expert. I'm going to kill you and throw you overboard.
No, you can't.
Goodbye, Haglund. You are getting off the ship here.
Early the next morning, before the murder was discovered, the spy, posing under the name of the expert Haglund, landed. The old inspector saw him through the customs and learned that he was going to a great airplane plant the next day. This information he gave to B9 a few hours later.
Did you see him when he landed?
Yes, and I recognized him. His every move was being watched. We've found out a great deal since the ship docked, Inspector. He's not only a spy, he's a murderer.
You have found out that?
We suspect it. One passenger was missing, Inspector. Unless K7 and I are wrong, the spy killed Haglund and took his papers. Now, what did you learn?
I followed your instructions. I told him that I would work with him, that I would do anything. And because I put him through the customs, he believed me. He even told me where he was going.
Where is he going?
To the aviation plant. He goes there tomorrow. He will study blueprints, take pictures. Tomorrow night he comes to my house. I am to take his pictures and get them on board an outgoing ship.
So that's his plan. I doubt that he will ever reach your home tomorrow night, Inspector.
But he said he would come, that I was to take the plans.
Yes, but tomorrow morning when he reaches the airplane factory, I'll be waiting for him.
The next morning, Rita and B9 were at the airplane plant early. It was arranged for B9 to take the place of the chief engineer for the day. Rita posed as his secretary. Together, the two made their preparations as they waited for the spy to arrive.
Put the blueprints of the new planes there on the desk, Rita. There. I guess we're ready.
He should be here in a minute, B9.
Yes. You'd better go outside to your desk. Remember, as soon as he arrives, show him in. After he's been with me a minute or two, then ring my telephone.
I'll call you. Good luck.
A few minutes later, the spy arrived and was shown in.
Mr. Hagland is here.
I'm glad to know you, Hagland. That will be all, Miss Drake.
I see you're ready for me. Blueprints.
Yes. Since your government is interested in buying our planes, I thought you would like to study their specifications before we go to the test field.
Yes, that is a good idea. You are thoughtful. These are very interesting.
Let me explain... Oh, pardon me while I answer them. Hello? I'm busy, but... Yes, I'll come out for a minute. Will you excuse me? I've been called out. I'll only be gone 10 minutes or so. It'll give you time to go over the blueprint.
Not at all, not at all. I should be most busy. These prints, they interest me.
I'll hurry back.
Take your time.
It was a trap. Once outside the office, B9 and Rita watched cautiously over a transom. The spy worked fast. He took a small camera from under his coat and photographed one blueprint after another. B9 and Rita watched him work. As he finished, they stepped into the office with leveled revolvers.
All right, Hagland, put up your hands.
What is the meaning of this?
Take his camera, Rita. Give it to her, Hagland.
This is an insult. I will see my country's ambassador.
You have no country. You're a spy.
You cannot prove it. As chief engineer of this
I am
plant,
not chief engineer. I am Special Agent B9. And you are the master spy, Zaro Rodenwald.
What are you going to do with me?
I arrest you for the murder of the aviation engineer, Stefan Hagland.
And I suppose you think that a court will believe that charge?
I think so. We have just found a deckhand who witnessed that murder, Rodenwald. At first he was frightened, but now he's ready to talk. You're under arrest.
The spy Rodenwald was convicted on the civil charge. There are many spies at work today. They seek information of mobilization plans, shipyards and aeroplane factories, coast defenses, munition centers, and details of new guns. They work against the peace of the world, and their activities must be stopped. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Richard Dix, who appears as a United States naval officer who found himself in a remarkable predicament on what should have been an uneventful flight from New York to Philadelphia. As fellow passengers aboard the airliner are Miss Gail Page as a girl named Monica, and Mr. Montague Love, who plays that aged and domineering millionaire Silas Naylor. A story by John Dixon Carr called Death Flies Blind is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion, dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with Death Flies Blind and the performances of Richard Dix, Gail Page, Montague Love, and our other players, we again hope to keep you in suspense. LaGuardia Field, Municipal Airport of New York. LaGuardia Field, vast behind its white buildings. On a gray spring afternoon when rain splashes across the runways, dims the sky, and spatters on the wings of a great silver-painted airliner waiting beyond. Already as the limousine bus from the New York terminus slowly draws up to the waiting shed, you can hear the loudspeaker.
72, New York to Los Angeles.
The big limousine bus, besides its driver, contains only two persons. One is a tall young man in United States naval uniform, with the stripes of a lieutenant commander around his sleeve. The other is a tall and dark-haired girl, her face a little frightened in the gloom.
Flight 72, New York to Los Angeles. Plane ready to take off at gate number 6. Have your tickets ready, please.
Fred, that can't mean us.
Now, take it easy, Monica. We're not too late. They won't go without us.
No, I mean it says New York to Los Angeles.
That's right, Monica.
We're only going to Philadelphia.
You're still right, my dear. I arranged for a special stop at Philadelphia. It won't take long, and then they go on nonstop from there.
Fred, that's just it. Who's going on from there?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
This airport bus must hold 20 people, but there's nobody in it except ourselves and the driver. Who's going on to Los Angeles or anywhere else?
I was going to tell you about that, Monica.
All right, miss. All right, sir. Hop under that shed and out the door on the other side. Oh, got your tickets ready?
Yes, I've got them. All set, Monica?
And rain is certainly coming down. Do they take off when it rains like this?
Oh, miss, a little rain don't bother them. What does bother them is unsettled weather at other places.
You mean it's perfectly safe?
They never take off, miss, unless it is safe. You better hurry up now.
There's the plane, Monica. Shall we run for it?
Fred, I'd rather not run if you don't mind.
Aren't getting nervous, are you?
No. I know it's stupid of me. I've flown before. It's just those few seconds before the takeoff. You're moving and the motors have been idling. All of a sudden they start to roar. The plane races ahead and the roar gets louder and suddenly you think, am I ever going to get down alive?
Now, look here, my dear.
I'm sorry, Fred.
There's nothing to worry about, you know.
Of course not. I'll be good. It's just this dismal day and a ghostly bus without any passengers. And... Fred, look.
Where?
At the plane. They've got all the windows covered inside with little gray curtains.
Oh, that's all right, Monica. It's only a wartime measure.
Wartime measure?
Yes. Just keep those curtains closed for some minutes after taking off and before landing. So no one can make maps or take pictures of our airports.
Anything could happen up there, couldn't it?
No. And what's more, if you're worried about your fellow passengers, look over your shoulder.
Well, there are some people coming through the gate.
Yes, you see the little gray-haired man with the big fellow on each side of him? The secretary dashing around them like a destroyer in a convoy?
You know, I've seen that gray-haired man somewhere before.
You've seen his picture. That's Silas Naylor, the third richest man in the world. Those two big fellows are his bodyguard.
Does he need a bodyguard?
Well, not more than most of us, I imagine.
Fred, I don't like it.
Oh, nonsense, my dear. Come on now, up the steps of the plane. Give your name to the air hostess at the door. That's it.
Good afternoon, miss. May I have your name, please?
I'm Monica Vale. You're the air hostess?
That's right, Miss Vale. Take any seat you like. And you, sir?
Onslow, Lieutenant Commander Fred Onslow.
Oh, yes, Commander. We've had instructions about you. Happy to have you with us, even if it's only as far as Philadelphia.
Thank you.
May I take your overcoat or your briefcase?
Only the overcoat, please. I'll keep the briefcase.
Fred, look there.
What is it now?
That man you called Mr. Naylor's secretary. Light-haired man, rather good-looking. He's sprinting towards this plane as fast as he can run.
Well, he'd better be careful on that slippery surface.
He certainly has.
Look out, man. Look out, man. Watch your step. Look out. Well, are you all right? Here, let me help you up.
I'm all right, thanks. Perfectly all right. Air hostess.
Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Shepard. I'm Mr. Naylor's secretary, and I think there must be some mistake here.
Mistake, sir?
Yes. When Mr. Naylor travels, he's in the habit of booking every seat in the plane to ensure privacy. Yet we seem to have 2 extra passengers.
Well, I'm afraid that's my fault, Mr. Shepard.
Indeed, sir. Then would you and the young lady be good enough to take some later flight?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that.
No, and why not?
Maybe I ought to explain, Mr. Shepard, that Commander Onslow had last-minute orders to join his ship. He and Miss Vale have priority as far as Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? Must we stop there?
Only for a few minutes, Mr. Shepard.
This is outrageous. Mr. Naylor is traveling, in a sense, on government business.
Well, so am I, old man. The Navy often does.
That doesn't alter the principle of the thing. I don't want to seem ungracious, you understand. Mr. Naylor is always glad to help our brave soldiers and sailors.
For the love of Mike. Now, choir will now sing hymn number 242. Now the
But
gorgeous
this
ride
time you've
through-
gone too far. I shall appeal to Mr. Naylor himself. Mr. Naylor? Mr. Naylor?
Yes, Mr. Shepard, I can hear you. What is it?
This naval officer, sir, and the young lady.
Oh, I know, Shepard, I know. Isn't the plane big enough for all of us?
I was only following your orders, Mr. Naylor. You asked for privacy.
All right, Shepard. What I'm asking for now is less noise. The lieutenant commander in the Navy, eh?
That's right, Mr. Naylor.
Off on another fishing trip, I suppose.
That's just exactly right, sir.
Ever have dyspepsia?
No, never.
Well, I have.
$20,000 a year I pay doctors. And what do they give me? This stump. I'm not surprised you got priority, Commander, but I am a little surprised about the girl.
She's my fiancée. Mr. Naylor, Miss Vale.
Meet the rest of my family. These two bruisers here, including the one with the mouth organ, are my bodyguard, Mr. Cohen.
I'm pleased to meet you, Commander.
How do you do?
This is Mr. O'Reilly.
Glad to know you, Commander. How are things going? Hey, Cohen, don't you ever get tired of playing that mouth organ? Stand away from the door. They want to close it.
Will everyone please take your seats and fasten the seatbelts?
Are we ready to take off?
Yes, in just a moment.
Shepard. O'Reilly. Cohen. Come along to the front of the plane.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll sit in the back here, won't we, Fred?
Yes, of course.
Fred, is anything wrong?
No, of course not. Why, what could be wrong?
Then you'd better sit down. We're starting to move.
That's good advice, Commander Onslow. But I must ask you, Miss Vale, not to touch the curtain on the window.
Oh, how soon before we can open the curtain?
As soon as we're well away from New York. You see that illuminated sign, no smoking, fasten seatbelts?
Yes. What about it?
When the lights in the sign go out, you can open the curtains and smoke as much as you like. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly. You needn't try to fool me, Fred Onslow. I saw you.
You saw what?
I saw you pick up that scrap of paper one of those men dropped.
Why, that wasn't anything, Monica.
May I see the paper?
No.
Why not?
Well, because I'd rather you didn't see it, that's all.
There is something wrong, isn't there?
Look, Monica, let me repeat over and over. What could be wrong? Why, there's Silas Naylor, an internationally famous figure, with a group of trusted attendants. Here's an ACA plane as safe and dependable as the old gray mare. All the same,
All the same what?
I wish I hadn't brought you along. I wish there was some kind of an emergency cord, like a train, so that you could stop this plane whenever you had it.
We're on our way.
"15 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. The great silver plane throbs against dead quiet. It's warm and stuffy in the cabin, despite the hissing ventilator. Dim white reading lamps shine down on a double row of cushioned chairs along one side and a single row of cushioned chairs along the other. Ahead, above the closed door to the pilot's control cabin, the red glowing sign still warns against opening those curtains. Aft in the plane sits Commander Onslow, his eyes fixed on the clock under that illuminated sign.
Monica.
Yes? What?
It's not exactly all right.
Fred, why do you say that?
Because we should have been in Philadelphia 5 minutes ago. At least we should have been circling over the field.
And we're not?
No. Well, we're still 10 or 12,000 feet up if the pressure on my eardrums count for anything. And traveling like a bat out of Hades.
Weather's delaying us, I guess, huh?
Maybe it is.
It's awfully bumpy, isn't it?
Yes, a little.
Makes you gasp for breath and your stomach turns. That was a bad one.
Not getting airsick, are you?
I don't think so. I wish I had some of that chewing gum they give you.
Ring for the air hostess. She'll bring you some.
I did ring the bell, Fred, and there's no answer.
Oh, she's busy in the pantry back there, that's all. She didn't hear you. Here, I'll get you some gum.
No, wait, I'll go.
Sure you're all right?
I want a powder my nose anyway. Besides, you're going to have company. Our Mr. Shepard is weaving along this aisle as though he didn't like air pockets either.
Well, thank the Lord one of that party's awake up there. I thought they were all dead.
Don't say that.
Say what?
Dead. A spooky plane with everything so quiet and dead itself. Remember how the pilot walked through a while ago and looked around and walked right back to the control cabin again?
No, I didn't notice him.
Oh, that's what I mean. It was like a ghost. I'll be right back.
Say, Commander Onslow.
Yes, Mr. Shepard?
Mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Go ahead.
Fact is, Commander, I want to apologize.
Oh, that's all right. Forget it.
I'm not such an ill-mannered guy as I must have sounded. It's no joke, you know, taking care of the chief. I've got to go ahead like a cyclone, so that everything would be quiet when he gets there. And it's a great responsibility, too.
I can imagine.
I go on these long trips. There's the chief half asleep, and O'Reilly reading detective magazines, and Cohen with his mouth organ.
Doesn't that mouth organ bother the old boy?
No, he likes it. Especially when Cohen plays the old square dances. Chief's a great man in his way.
I was just wondering about that.
Wondering what?
Is it true? Stop me if I'm talking out of turn.
Go ahead. We can trust the Navy.
Is it true he's offered to design and build, at his own expense, a fleet of underwater cargo boats, submersible freighters, up to 5,000 or 6,000 tons? That'd do away with the submarine menace altogether?
Where did you hear that?
Oh, just rumor. Is it true?
Yes. It's true enough.
You see, Mr. Shepard, I'm one of the few people who believe that that plan is practical. But there must be a lot of people who would like to see Mr. Naylor put out of the way.
There are, Commander. Only they can't get at him.
You're quite sure of that?
Dead sure. Hitler himself isn't better guarded. Why, you could no more shoot or stab or poison the chief than you could... Why, what was that? What happened?
Monica? Is anything wrong
back there? Well, it's all right, sir. It's only a noise in the pantry. We'll see to it.
Monica, pull yourself together. What's wrong?
It's that air hostess, Miss Lee.
Well, what about her?
She's lying back in the pantry among the broken dishes with her head all over blood. Somebody beat her over the head and left her there to die.
Somebody?
Yes.
But nobody's gone back to the pantry. Nobody's gone past us
Except the pilot or co-pilot of this plane, remember?
Excuse me, Mr. Shepard. I'm going to open the curtains on that window.
Do you think it's wise, Commander? We were told not to.
No, we were told a lot of things. I'll just take the responsibility of... Good Lord! There, Monica. Mr. Naylor!
Yes, son? What's up?
Draw the curtain on your window and take a look down. If O'Reilly and Cohen have got guns, they better keep them handy.
Is that so now? Why?
Because we're not flying west. We're over the Atlantic Ocean now and headed straight out to sea.
Gray water, thin clouds. We must be miles and miles away from land.
We are miles away from land. Does anybody here know anything about first aid?
I do, Commander. I studied medicine in the old days.
Then you better go back and look after the hostess. We'll join Mr. Naylor. Steady, Monica.
Well, I'm all right. Just this horrible blind feeling, that's all.
Air pocket, look out.
See here, Commander. We're over the ocean. What the devil's going on here, eh?
You're being kidnapped, Mr. Naylor. That's my guess.
Kidnapped, did you say?
Ah, come off it, Commander. We ain't as dumb as that.
The pilot and the co-pilot of this plane are fakes. They've replaced the real officer. On a dark day like this, with their raincoat collars turned up, they could have gotten away with it.
And hijacked us straight off the airfield. Is that it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. The hostess must have spotted one of them and knocked her out.
Now, what about the airport? Wouldn't they know a plane was missing?
Well, not until we failed to show up at Philadelphia. The pilot would report by aerial radio telephone about, 15 minutes out of New York. But after that, silence.
Excuse me, Commander. You say these two fake pilots are still aboard? In that compartment there with the closed door?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what are we waiting for, Cohen? Till we get to work on them?
You said it, Barney.
Now, wait a minute, both of you.
You wouldn't be trying to stop us, would you, Commander?
The one thing we don't want is a gunfight 12,000 feet up. Can any of you fly a plane?
No, not one of us.
Well, neither can I. So if anything happens to those two pilots, how are we going to get down?
I see, young fellow. Well, what are you going to do?
First of all, we'll try rapping on the door. Have your gun ready.
You could count on that, sir.
Fred, listen to me.
Be quiet, Monica.
Has this anything to do with a scrap of paper you picked up off the floor?
What scrap of paper, Commander?
Never mind, sir. Why, this door, it's unlocked.
Unlocked?
Now, don't take any fool chances, young fella. The way I always did when I was your age. Stand to one side when you open that door. Let Cohen and O'Reilly take care of it.
Good Lord. Well, the control cabin is empty. There's nobody at the controls.
You mean we're flying without a pilot?
Yes. See that stick move back and forth? As though a ghost had hold of it?
Those crooks do.
They set the automatic controls. It's a gyroscope attachment that keeps her steady. And then they must have bailed out.
And what's going to happen to us?
You see, Monica, the fact is...
Go on, Fred. Tell me the truth. I'll know if you don't.
Well, we'll go on until our gas runs out or until a storm hits us. Then we'll dive into the sea. It's as good a way of killing Mr. Naylor as any.
I see, son. Have we got any chance at all?
Frankly, I don't know. Wait till I get a look inside of that control cabin.
Holy Mother, that's done.
Cohen, stop it. Stop it!
Yeah, Mr. Naylor?
Stop playing that infernal mouth organ. Or Well, if you must play something cheerful.
Yes, sure, Mr. Naylor, sure. How long do you think it'll be before we...
Quiet, Cohen. Here's the commander back again. Well, young fella.
The radio telephone's out of order. We can't signal.
Fred, what about those patrol ships? You said they're 200 miles out to watch for unidentified aircraft. Won't they see us?
They've seen us already, I expect. They'll send for an Army fighter plane to investigate, but, well, what can it do?
Yeah. Shoot us down, maybe, huh? That's fine.
If only somebody could fly the plane.
Well, nobody can, Skipper, so think of something else.
See, Mr. Naylor, I was wrong.
Wrong, son? About what?
One of your party, and I can guess which one, dropped a torn piece of paper. There was a line of writing on it, probably the end of some instructions.
Well?
Those instructions ended, you should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m.
You should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m. But that might not have anything to do with us, son. What made you suspicious of it?
Because it was written in German.
In German?
Quiet, Cohen. I can't hear myself think.
Okay, Mr. Naylor. I'm sorry.
I thought the fake pilots were kidnapping you, maybe abroad.
There's not enough fuel for that, is there?
Well, if there's enough fuel for Los Angeles, then there's enough for Europe. Well, that won't work. They bailed out and left us to crash.
Excuse me, sir, but it's getting black as pitch out there. I think there's a storm coming up. What happens when that hits us?
Plenty, O'Reilly. Plenty.
Yeah, well, I was afraid of that.
If only somebody could fly this plane, I could navigate it.
Navigate it?
Yes. You have to learn aerial navigation in my business. With enough figuring, I might even set a new course and try the automatic controls on it. No, I don't dare handle the ship.
Wait a minute. I know a way out of this.
Well, then speak up, miss. There's a 90-mile wind going to hit us any minute.
The air hostess, of course.
Miss Lee, what about her?
I remember reading somewhere that most air hostesses get flying instructions when they've been with a company for a given length of time.
You know, Miss Vale, that's true. There was a girl of Inter Airways who told me the same thing.
And if this one can even make a try at landing a plane, we may get back to New York yet.
I thought you said she'd been knocked out.
Well, she isn't badly hurt, but there's just a chance that maybe she's...
There's Shepard, coming back from the pantry.
Anybody got a drink? Wasn't very pleasant back there.
How is she? You know, we were just wondering whether Miss Lee might be in any shape to pilot the plane.
Pilot the plane? Why in blazes should she pilot the plane?
There's no time to explain now, Shepard. But we're bound for Davy Jones unless something's done. Could she do it?
No.
Not even if we revived her?
Not if all the doctors on Earth stood at her side.
Why, but
I don't think you understand, sir. Miss Lee has just died.
Thin singing of wind above the clouds, then storm with a white eye of lightning at the windows. Losing height, gaining it again, blown off her blind course, flung partway back again, always racing forward on a flight to nowhere. Late afternoon, evening, night, the steady throbbing of motors like a pulse beat inside the head. Towards morning, the storm dies away. In that dim cabin, there is exhaustion of nerves. The hands of the clock stand at 1:45 in the morning.
Monica, wake up.
What?
Shh. It's Fred. Now keep your voice down.
Have I been asleep?
Yes, for a couple of hours.
They say condemned criminals sleep on the night before their execution. Where are the others?
I was a boy back home in the county down there. My father used to say to me, "Barney O'Reilly," says he, "did you ever see a banshee? A banshee," says he, "is the old woman that lets you know when you're going to die."
Pipe down, you two.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Naylor.
No offense, Chief.
Can't a man play a quiet game of solitaire without somebody yapping all the time? Black 9 on red 10.
Listen, Monica, and listen carefully. My first idea was right after all.
What are you talking about?
There's somebody aboard this ship who can fly a plane. Shh. There is. I proved it by the automatic controls.
Proved it how?
If those controls had stayed as they originally were, the side winds would have blown us clear off our course. But we're still on our course. That shows that somebody's been sneaking in there and setting us right again when we do stray.
And you mean...
I mean that we're headed for somewhere. We're being taken somewhere. But we may outwit this gentleman yet.
Outwit who?
Is somebody still talking back there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naylor. Monica's just waked up. None of us can feel very much like sleeping anyway.
You're right, son. I admit it. Come up here and join me, will you?
With pleasure.
I teach myself in this twice in this card game, but I still can't make it come out. Oh, what's the use pretending anyway? We know we're in for it. It's this waiting that gets you.
Yeah, that goes for all of us, Mr. Naylor.
What I'm dreading is the minute when those motors choke and go dead, and we start whirling down. What does it sound like, Commander, when motors conk out?
I've never heard it, Mr. Naylor, but I imagine it sounds like...
Listen.
I imagine it sounds like that.
We're losing height. I can feel it.
Well, Cohen, I guess this is the payoff.
Yeah, you said it.
But look here, Mr. Naylor, we can't be out of fuel.
Because it's too early. Look at the clock. It's only 5 minutes to 2 o'clock.
I beg your pardon, old man. It's 5 minutes to 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock? Are you crazy?
No. Haven't you forgotten the cross-ocean changes in time?
By George, the commander's right.
European time is 5 hours ahead of our time. If you don't believe me, just notice that it's getting daylight outside. I was thinking of that message. You should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m.
Stand perfectly still, all of you.
Here, what's got into little Lord Fauntleroy?
I'll show you what's got into me, my friend.
Yes, I rather thought you would.
I shall go into that control cabin. Follow me if you like. I shall sit down at the controls, and I shall bring this plane safely to the ground.
Safely to the ground? Where?
In Germany, of course.
Germany?
Don't pull a gun, Cohen. If you plug him, we're all done for.
That is good advice, Mr. Cohen. I might add that we're getting closer to the ground every minute.
For the love of...
Do I take control?
Yes, go ahead, but we're following you.
Follow by all means. All right. Let's get comfortable here. I take up my position, so.
There's fog below. Can you see?
Well enough, Miss Dale. Well enough. We must go down rather quickly. And I can't help if it's somewhat rough on your ears.
You young swine, what's the idea?
The idea, dear patron, is to bring you and your plans for a submarine freighter to a country which will appreciate them.
Then those two fake pilots?
They were colleagues of mine. Unfortunately, if they had remained, your pug uglies would have started a gunfight, and none of us might have got here.
Well?
So they left by parachute. And I brought you safely, without blood or toil, into the boundaries of the Third Reich.
You're going down too fast, man. Now take it easy.
I am perfectly in command, thank you.
Look out!
The trees,
Look out,
they're coming
man.
straight up at us.
Are you all right, Monica? Are you all right?
Yes. Oh, only a bit shaken up.
We're all okay here, Skipper. Shall I give this guy the works now before they come to get us?
No, don't shoot. Let him alone.
That also is good advice. And now, my friends, my mission is ended. I stand up on the pilot's chair. I throw open this glass hatch. And to all Germany, to all the world, I cry.
Dies ist das gestohlene Flugzeug im Begriff zu landen auf Feld Nummer 21. Heil Hitler!
Well, strike me blind if it ain't another one.
Yes, first Rudolph S. and now this bloke. What do you suppose they want over here?
English. Why are you speaking English?
Why, Cocky? It's an heathen habit we've got in this country.
This isn't England.
Oh, yes, it is. Better climb out of here and with your hands up.
But it can't be. I followed the course laid down on those instruments.
Unfortunately, old man, I altered our course last night.
Keep back, Shepard, or you may get a bullet in the head yet.
Your instructions were all right, but they didn't tell you about the 5 hours difference in time. When we got to the right navigation point, I let the fuel out of the tanks and made you think we were landing in Germany. You know, there's nothing like having a good Nazi for a taxi driver, is there?
And so ends Death Flies Blind, starring Richard Dix with Gail Page and Montague Love. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Mr. Paul Lucas will star in the suspense play called Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer. Ladies and gentlemen, on the following Tuesday, May 18th, Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss Elsa Lanchester will be with us in one of the most famous of Agatha Christie's thrillers, The ABC Murders.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. Speed Gibson, his uncle, Clint Barlow, and Barney Dunlap, operators of the International Secret Police, are on their way to China via the China Clipper to capture the master criminal, the Octopus. They have already had several exciting encounters with spies of their enemy, but during the stopover at Guam Island, they have no idea of danger when they take a sightseeing drive to the naval base some 12 miles away from the Clipper landing. With them are little Jean Kingsley and her governess, Marcia Winfield, who is also seeking the Octopus, whom she holds responsible for her brother's mysterious disappearance. During the drive, in a particularly gloomy spot of the road, a tire blows out, and when their driver stops the car to repair it, a man, calling himself Mr. X, steps out from the surrounding underbrush and demands the map that Marcia's brother sent her, which partially describes the location of the Octopus headquarters. Barney lunges at the man, and a fight follows.
I got his gun, Clint. Good boy, Speedy. Stand back, you guys. I got him. Oh, look out. He's getting away. Grab him.
Get out of the way, Barney.
There he goes.
Quick, Barney. You go that way. I'll follow him this way. Maybe we have to walk.
Okay, you stay and take care of Marcia and Jean, Speed.
Don't worry. I will. Oh, hush, hush, Jean, honey. It's all over now. There's nothing to cry about here.
Oh, Marcia, I was afraid Speed and Clint and Barney would get hurt by that awful Mr. X.
But they didn't. Look how brave Speed is. Aren't you ashamed to let him see you crying?
Yes, but he's a boy and in the secret police.
I don't blame you for being scared, Jean. I sure was. If Clint and Barney had been alone, I wouldn't have minded that guy so much. But with girls along, it's different.
Well, I wasn't scared for me, Speed, but for you.
Found him yet, Clint?
Denise putting on that spare tire, driver. Gosh, I'm afraid he won't have time to get a good look at the naval base at Aganya because of all this trouble. Hey.
What is it, Speed?
Down here on the road. Some broken glass. That's what made our tire blow out.
Do you think that Mr. X put the glass on the road on purpose?
Sure as anything. The whole thing was planned.
Oh, heavens. I hope we can leave this place soon. There may be more of them in the underbrush.
Try to find him now. Underbrush is too thick around here. Why on earth did you tell us you had him when you did?
I did until he shocked me. That guy was as slippery as grease. One minute I was holding him tight, and the next thing he pops me in the eye. Have I got a shiner?
Well, you're going to have one, that's sure.
Fine thing. What'll people say? I go to look at the naval base and come back with a black eye.
Oh, well, you have the tire on, huh, driver?
Oh, yes, Mr. Barlow. I was just trying the bolts, and then we can go on.
Clint, look at this broken glass. We think Mr. X put it on the road to stop us.
Suffering wang-doodles. Can you beat that? But how did he know we were coming along this road?
We could figure out how the Octopus knows things, Barney. We'd practically have him captured. That man has spies everywhere. I tell you, it's uncanny.
Uncanny and uncomfortable. Why is it whenever anybody gets socked, it's me?
It's probably because you have too much faith in human nature. We might just as well get into the car now. The tire's up.
We can still see the naval base, can't we, Clint?
Afraid not, Speed. I don't want to take any chances on being ambushed again. Next time, there may be more than one Mr. X.
Yeah, for all we know, they may be listening to us right now.
I guess we better go back to the inn, then.
Right. Oh, there are several things I want to discuss with you, Marcia, but meanwhile, let's forget the whole thing, huh? We won't talk business until we've had our dinner.
Talk, Clint. Look at my shiner. The doc did his best to tone it down, but I still had to take a lot of kidding from the ground crew and the flight crew.
Does it hurt much, Barney?
No, not so much now. Say, where are we going to have our little talk?
Head for that door straight ahead. It's the inn manager's office. He assured us of complete privacy.
That's swell.
Is it all right if I come along too, Clint?
I want you to come, Jean. Even though you're a little girl, you've shown a lot of courage and common sense in the past. And until we hand you over to your father, I think you should know as much of our business as necessary. It might help you in an emergency sometime. Oh, it's right in here, please.
Now, this is better. Everybody make themselves comfortable.
It's wonderful to relax, isn't it? Or do you know, Clint, in your profession, do you ever relax?
Well, I certainly do, Marcia. Completely. Otherwise, I couldn't keep going. But we never relax while we're on the job.
It's like Clint never takes off a makeup once you start on a job, Miss Marcia.
But doesn't that take a great deal of care?
Oh, not too much. I've done it for so long, Marcia. I've played everything from grandfathers to babies.
Yeah.
Well, now, to get on to business. I've made a copy of the map, Marcia, up in our room before dinner. So here's yours on the onion skin paper.
Oh, thank you, Clint. Wasn't it fortunate that it was in your room rather than in my locket? If Mr. X had succeeded in getting it, we would have had no clue at all to the whereabouts of the octopus.
Yeah, that's one time old Devilfish slipped up. He didn't know you'd given the map to Clint aboard the Clipper so as Clint could make a copy of it.
How did you know, Barney? You were flying in that other plane when Marcia gave Clint the map.
Well, Say, are you turning into a detective too, Gene? What is this?
Now, she asked you a good question, my friend. How did you know?
Speed told me, if you must know.
Oh, you don't miss a thing, do you, Barney? By the way, what are you going to do with that plane once you get it to China?
Rip out one of the gasoline compartments so the three of us can fly in it instead of just two.
You're all going to fly in that plane? But where?
We don't know yet, Marcia, but just because the Octopus has his smuggling headquarters in Hong Kong is no sign he'll stay there, particularly after we arrive there. We can use that plane of his in pursuit. Oh, it's perfect for hops around the country. It has plenty of speed and power. We could chase our enemy all over China with it.
Even as far as Tibet?
Particularly as far as Tibet, Marcia. I'm not going to leave a stone unturned in an effort to locate your brother or some clue concerning his disappearance. We must learn just why he became involved with the Octopus and where he is now.
Oh, I hope we can.
Maybe our Hong Kong operator knows something about him, Miss Marcia.
Oh, you can't possibly know how much I appreciate your interest. But I can't be so selfish as to allow my trouble to interfere with your duties.
It won't. Maybe finding your brother will be the way we'll find the Octopus. You never know which way the wind's going to blow in this game.
I think my daddy can help Marcia, too. He knows a lot of people in China.
Oh, I don't want to bother him, honey. You mustn't say a word about my real reason for coming to China.
You got the wrong idea, Miss Marcia. We're all going to stick together.
All except me. I have to fly that bullet plane alone. When does the Clipper take off from Manila in the morning?
6 a.m. Oh, you feel edgy about flying it, Barney, after that nosedive?
Me edgy? Nah. I'd just like to see that octopus try to pull anything now.
Quan Wu.
Yes, Master.
I have just heard word from my Guam operator, too, that he has failed.
You mean he did not recover the map from the Winfield girl?
No. And more, he ran danger of himself being captured. It was only by sheer luck that he managed to escape from Gibson, Barlow, and Dunlap.
He could not get the locket then?
The locket, yes, but the map was not inside. Probably the girl has given it to Clint, has told him a story.
That is bad.
Do not worry. Their knowledge, the little she can give, will do them no good. But Winfield was more clever than I thought it. I had no idea the map existed until recently.
Perhaps we should not have used him as we did.
Do you question the Octopus?
No, Master. You are always right. But the map...
At most, they will gain little from it. Most of it is blurred by liquid. But I will take no chances. There is still time to regain the map before our friends reach Hong Kong. What have you learned of Dr. Kingsley?
I saw him today. He is looking forward to the arrival of his little daughter.
Does he know anything about Winfield?
No. All that happened before the doctor came to China.
But he has heard whispers of the sudden end of the oil company.
No. The diplomatic circles have no particular interest in such things, Master.
Good. They would have known from his sister's cables and wires. But I saw that the communications never arrived in the hands of the authorities. It was I who replied to Miss Winfield's anxious cables. I who assured her that we were doing everything in our power to find him. I signed the consul's name. It was most amusing.
But now that she is actually coming to China, do you think you will be able to put her off so easily, Master?
Should she land in Hong Kong, I will take care of her, never fear. But now I must concentrate on preventing the girl and the secret police from coming to Hong Kong.
What is your plan?
They leave Guam at dawn. Barney Dunlap will again be flying my bullet plane. Fool. He has no fear whatsoever. When I locked the controls of the plane by radio, he stared dead in the face, but still he laughs on, without fear.
Would that you had similar men in your band, Master.
I have better men, with similar courage, and without hearts. But these secret police, Speed, Clint, and Barney, they have hearts. And because of that alone, I shall conquer them.
Granted. However, they come at a most unfortunate time. Our business is at its height. They may interfere.
I have thought of that. I still hope to stop them before they reach Hong Kong. In fact, I have already sent word to our operator in Manila, issuing instructions that their entertainment there shall be supplied by a member of the Octopus band. It will be most unusual.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Speed Gibson, Clint, and Barney are drawing close to their destination of Hong Kong, China, to arrest, if possible, the number one criminal of the 20th century, the Octopus. The first clue that the boys have as to the criminal's headquarters is on a small, barely legible map which Marcia Winfield's brother sent her prior to his mysterious disappearance. During a sightseeing tour on Guam Island, one of the Octopus spies fails in an attempt to recover this map. The Octopus learns of the failure and determines to stop the pursuit of the International Secret Police in Manila. Meanwhile, Speed, Clint, and Barney have decided to show Manila to Marcia and little Jean. We find them in a colorful cafe.
Well, Jean, what do you think of Manila?
It's wonderful, Clint, but so mixed up. All sorts of people live here, don't they?
Yes, the Philippines, or the Thousand Islands, as they were once called, are sort of a melting pot for black, yellow, and white. That's what makes it so colorful. Manila's Chinatown, with its narrow streets and overhanging balconies, the ruins of Spanish buildings and the old forts and the canal. You know, of all the places we've seen on our trip, I think that Manila is one of the most interesting.
But the weather's sure hot, isn't it? Kind of sticky.
Oh, you're so used to the comfort of the China Clipper that you're a little spoiled for land, Speed. You're a true aviator, all right.
I hope so, Miss Marcia. I'm trying hard to be.
Don't tell me you fly, too.
He sure does. The kid has all the makings of a birdman, Marcia.
Barney's teaching me. I soloed a lot already.
Goody. When will you take me up, Speed?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, young lady. Haven't you spent enough time in the sky during the last few days?
But Speed wasn't flying the Clipper, Clint.
Wait till I have a few more hours in the air, Gene. Then I'll take you up for a ride. But I still have a lot to learn. Not only flying, but I'm studying everything else that'll help me to be a really good secret policeman. Radio, telegraphy, criminal law, fingerprinting, and a book on the art of makeup. Clint told me to learn that by heart. Then it'd give me some real experience of making people up.
Isn't makeup rather a new thing in criminal capturing, Clint?
Oh, in a way, Marcia. Everyone has read about the old-time detectives who wore everything from false teeth to false faces when shadowing their quarry. But the more modern type of makeup has taken a hint from motion pictures, and the result is far more realistic. Now, as an example, would you think that I had on a disguise now?
No. Of course, I've never seen you any other way, but I can't imagine you looking any different than you do now.
Then let me tell you, Marcia, if Clint took his makeup off now and you was to pass him on the street, you'd never recognize him.
Oh, I'd know Clint.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. Someday I hope I can get as good as he is on that stuff. It's one of the most important things in detecting.
Whatever started you on this career of yours, Speed?
Growing up around Clint most, I guess. Wouldn't want to be a better guy than him. Nobody could be better.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You'll have me blushing.
But it's true, Clint. If I was going to tell Miss Marcia all the things you've done for me...
Now, spare her the lurid details. She's probably wondering, if I am so smart, why I ever consented to bring you along on such a dangerous mission.
Well, I presumed it was because Speed could help you in your search for the octopus.
He's helped, all right. In fact, he's done most of the work so far. Speed is here because Chief Riley, head of the secret police, insisted on it. You see, back home, Blackie Spears, one of the Octopus gang, broke into our rooms in an effort to find the key to our police code. Well, Speed knocked him out, so the chief decided it would be safer to send him along with me. Swore him into service, and, well, here he is.
And I wouldn't have missed all this for anything. I just hope we capture the octopus.
Me, too. I ain't forgetting that guy played me a dirty trick while I was flying his bullet plane and almost ended my promising career. And on top of that, one of his gang gives me this black eye at Guam. I'll send him into a nosedive if I ever get my hands on him.
That man is terrible. He's a danger to the whole civilized world.
His smuggling alone is sure giving China a headache.
Well, I'll say, the Chinese government wants to put a stop to the dope smuggling.
Well, the worst of it is that the octopus doesn't confine himself to one brand of criminal activity, but dabbles in every form of it.
You've been on his trail before?
Yes, I first came in contact with him about 10 years ago in South America. He was in politics then, stirring up the natives to revolution for his own gain. And the secret police ended that racket. But the leader, the octopus, escaped.
Have you ever seen how he looks, Clint?
No, June. You see, he always wears a black silk mask. Well, yes, we did catch a glimpse of him once in that mix-up, but that was all.
Yeah, I think the guy sleeps with that mask on.
He's always escaped so far, but he won't this time. The world isn't big enough for the octopus and me. One of us won't be in it after the smoke clears away. I promise you that.
Hey, what is this, a lecture? I'd like to see more of Manila.
Yes. There are all sorts of historic places around here. And the streets are so colorful, the main one's so modern, and the side streets so quaint.
Lady wishes to see Manila. Lottie, good guide.
Hey, who's this guy?
My name Lottie, good guide. Show you all four.
Oh, no, thanks, no. We don't want a guide.
Oh, gee, Clint. Can't we use him for a little while? It's early yet, and he could take us places that'd take us a long time to find, maybe.
Oh, yes. I'd love to see Manila.
Looks like you're outnumbered, Clint. I'd kind of like to take a look-see around this burg myself.
What about you, Marcia?
Oh, I'd love it.
I'm not keen on picking up a strange guide like this, but, I guess it won't hurt anything.
Lead on, Lodi, old kid. What a name.
He'll hear you, Barney.
No, he's some sort of foreigner. He can't talk good English, let alone understand it.
This way, please.
Say, he's not taking us out the way we came in.
Here, wait a minute. Hold on, Lucy. Where are you taking us?
Outside entrance, closer to Old Port. See more of Old Town.
No. This cafe is enough of Old Town for me. I don't want to see anything any older.
Oh, come on, Clint. This is swell.
Yeah,
please,
come on.
Clint.
Well, all right, then. Let's get it over with.
Say, this street is so old that it's dead. There ain't a person in sight.
Only Filipino people live on this street. This is our food. They inside eating.
Well, still want to go through with this, Marcia?
Oh, yes, this is exciting. Hold on to my hand, Jean.
Don't worry, I am, Marcia. Place is kind of spooky.
Plenty dark, all right. The lights are awful dim.
What's that coming toward us?
A carreta, little one. A wagon. We must step aside to let it pass. Here, in this doorway.
Say, this building looks like an old church.
It is one of the Spanish churches.
Hey, Barney. Barney, that door is opening.
Huh?
Yes, fella. This is another ambush. Lotie's a member of the Octopus band. I'm sure of it.
Suffering wang-doodles. What'll we do?
The carreta. It's our only chance. No telling how many men are behind this door. When that wagon gets to us, you take Jean, I'll grab Marcia, and into the wagon with them. And we'll ride our way out of here.
Good enough. It's almost here now. What about Speed?
He'll follow us. Give Lotie a shove as you pass him.
Leave him to me.
Wait, here comes the wagon now. Stand ready.
We must go inside church to allow wagon to pass.
Oh, yeah? Take this to remember me by.
Quick, into the wagon, Marshal.
Gene's in already.
Hey, what's wrong?
I'll give you a hand. Up you go. There you go. Grab the reins and get out of here, Bonnie.
Yeah, man. Move over, my friend. Get up there. Come on, get up.
Golly, look at all those guys come down that doorway we were standing in.
That was another ambush, Speed. Another minute we'd have been inside that church and probably we'd never been heard of again.
Oh, how horrible. What a risk we ran.
Oh, I didn't like the look of it from the beginning.
I know. We talked you into it, Clint. Boy, after this, what you say goes.
Hey, where do you want to go in this karaoke or whatever you call it?
Well, get back on the main street and then head for the hotel, Bonnie. We've seen all of Manila we're going to.
I was in the wagon before I knew what was happening.
Hey, look at the driver. He sure doesn't know what's happened. Sitting there staring at us like we were crazy.
He's right, too, if you ask me. Anybody else want to drive?
No. You're doing a good job of it. Now, wait. Now, slow down a little. We don't want any accidents. And we're nearing the main street again.
It hardly seems possible for such a thing to happen so near the heart of the town.
Anything can happen when the Octopus has a say in it, Miss Marcia. Manila's swell. I'll feel a lot better when we're flying in the Clipper again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We can't take off too soon for me.
Well, it won't be long now, will it, Clint? It's only a short hop between Macau and Hong Kong.
It's a short hop, but the two ports are vastly different. Macau is under the Portuguese authority, while Hong Kong is British.
I'm awful excited. So much happened in Guam and Manila. Seems like the closer we get to the Octopus, the more adventures we have.
That's because he's doing his best to stop us, Speed. Well, have you recovered from last night's excitement, Marcia?
Oh, somewhat. But I had nightmares all night. I thought I was being dragged into old churches and forts, and I seemed to see the Octopus everywhere. Not as a man, but as a sea monster.
Well, I'll breathe easier when we arrive in Hong Kong. Jean will be safe with her father, and I hope that we can arrange some safe quarters for you, Marcia. You leave the search for your brother to us, won't you?
Oh, I can't, Clint. You know that.
Look, there's Hong Kong now.
Oh, look at all those funny boats down there. Chinese boats.
Barney's doing a loop for us. Guess he's glad to get here, too.
You better not try any stunting over this port. The port authorities will ground him in a hurry.
Gee, this has been a swell flight. I think the China Clipper is, well, colossal. I can't think of a better word.
And you're right, Speed. One couldn't ask for anything better than the Clipper trip. Everything has been perfect. The flight itself, the stopover accommodation. It would have been heaven if we hadn't had our main problem to contend with, the Octopus.
Well, now that we're almost on his home ground, I think we'll have a better chance of striking back, Marcia. I really
beg pardon, Mr. Barlow.
Oh, yes, Stuart.
A message for you, relayed from our Hong Kong station.
Oh, yes, thank you. Well, I'll be...
What does it say, Clint?
Is it bad news?
Read it, Clint.
It says, "Welcome to Hong Kong. I guarantee you a lively visit and a short one. The Octopus."